Well,
Well, we're starting again. No, we're not. Oh God. Okay, I've started the stream now. Hello everyone on the
Good.
stream. Quick recap. The secret creature ritual broke. Ghoul started. A war between the Civic and the Scythian against. Not the Scythian Civic, the Izzet. The Guild Pack is dead still. And you took the kids to the Demi plane. You housed Demi plane, which has a new scenery now. Thanks to Ember. What else happened? Oh yeah, at the end of the session, Gul and Nivmizet went to the ancient temple that was sealed in Amaket called the Shroud of Mysteries, and they unsealed it and tried to fight an incredibly powerful evil that was sealed there. But it didn't really go out the way they planned it. Goldemar dive bombed into Nicol Bolas's mouth. I don't know. He was trying to open a portal inside Nicol Bolas's mouth or something. I don't know what he was doing.
something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he got mind controlled, and Nivmizet exploded the powerful dying star material inside Goldemar's body. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. Like the portal remained open permanently.
Well, yeah. We also went to retrieve a little white mage at some point.
Oh yes, you got that. That was the only good thing came out, I guess. Yes, so you
And it was almost a bad thing because we almost lost 2 days.
yes,
Almost.
but,
But not quite. Almost.
but it's okay. You know, I'm a very kind, lenient DM.
And I didn't want to have a solo session.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's probably what would have happened otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah. So, that's pretty much everything, really. I don't think I'm missing anything else, right?
If you are, it might have been
Nothing
secret
that
stuff.
isn't like particular
Major.
parts of it.
Okay.
Orzhov stuff.
Oh yes.
Yes,
the
Orso
Orzo-
stuff
yeah.
happened.
The Orzo stuff happened. So there
The
was,
Orso stuff is roughly fixed.
yeah.
Roughly.
Fixed, hasn't it?
Yeah. So there was something. There was a recession that was starting on account of the silver door within the Orzhov rapidly declining, and people are buying all their stocks and not selling. And like what's happening with GameStop in the UK.
Yes.
But thankfully, Zeph and Ghost went on a side mission together and fixed the problem by supplying. I think it was 40,000. No, wait, 30,000.
30.
Yeah, into the instrumentation that oversees the stocks and the hedges behind the Ghost Council. I forgot what the name. It's an instrumentation, and then yeah, that was fixed, and hopefully people will begin to trust the Orzhov commerce and will begin to sell again. Who knows? And I believe you also set up a soup kitchen.
Go.
Yes. That happened.
Oh yeah, it was. Sorry. Yeah. You spent about 40,000 gold on a soup kitchen in Precinct 2.
The emergency Azorius food stations.
Okay.
Very catchy name.
Is it? Well, it does the job. All over Precinct 2. And you've also did a skyglyph above Nuprov to reassure everyone that things will be okay, and that everyone should calm down and not riot, etc. I guess that's pretty much it. So we just start the session, I guess.
All right.
Uh, so I, so this would be around like 5:30ish, an hour before the meeting that was about to take place, the Guild Summit, in the Chamber of the Living Guild Pact in Precinct 1. I believe you've been there before, right? Or have you not been there before?
Once, maybe twice.
Once.
Yeah. So, I guess, Zeph, you're just waiting around. You haven't heard anything from your friends, your party members. It's getting too late. The other Azorius envoys and emissaries have already made their way to Precinct 1. You're still in Uprav.
Yeah. This would probably be about the time I used the sending scrolls I bought to try and get in contact with Vin. What happens when they're outside of time?
Probably just you don't reach them, I'd assume.
Who knows?
I would say you can roll a 1d100 and let's see what happens. 62. Yeah. You get an error message that says the number you have dialed is no longer recognized. Please try again. Are you trying again?
I only bought the one scroll.
Oh, right.
Hmm.
So what next? Also.
You say we have an hour before the thing?
Yeah.
I mean, if I have an hour, I can attune to something.
Oh, God damn it. What, okay, what are you trying to achieve? Attune.
The cape. Because it lets me scry.
Oh!
I want to scry on Vin.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you could definitely do that. So... Wait, no, the figure on the back is a woman, right?
Hard to tell.
Well, okay, yeah, that's fair. I'm sorry. I should not be presumptuous of people's gender. Okay, yes, sure.
But it fits them better than
Okay.
the one in the front.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry. Okay, let's just go with that one then, the one in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So you are attuning to the cloak of Jay Spellerin, which I believe have I sent you the.
Yes, you sent me the lazy card that basically said it's this magic item and this magic item combined.
Well, I can't fit them all in the card.
know,
There's no
I know.
space. And you know what those magic items do.
I know.
Okay.
Mhm.
Alright, so yes. Would you like to explain to others what this item do? How to
No,
count?
because they're not here.
Indeed.
Alright.
Very curious. Eventually learning it though.
Alright, so after 1 hour you have attuned to the cape. Still no words from any of those two even, sorry. You don't know about the white mage yet.
Yeah, and I would attempt to scry on Vin or Halla.
Okay. So this is using the
Yeah, scrying is only on the same plane, but like this is what he would try in the time before he gets to go to the meeting.
I mean, it's technically the same plane. It's just okay. Yeah. All right. You can attempt it.
I do so.
All right. Can I ask you to roll a 1d100, please? Oh wait, no, it's not. Scrying is not 1d100. It's a wisdom saving throw, right?
Yeah, from Halla.
Yes.
So, I think you get a -4.
It's
You get
just
a minus, I think it's 5 for familiar.
Probably yeah, -5. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, they know each other well.
Do you have any like body parts of Hala, like a lock of hair, a bit of nail,
No.
Probably not.
or like a whale tail? What? Okay. Who said that? No.
What?
No, don't worry. Okay, so can I ask you to roll a wisdom saving throw?
Mm-hmm. That's subtract afterwards, so that's a 10.
So that's a failure.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a fail.
Alright, so you. Okay, so this is not like. It's really weird to look at this scrying. It's not like it's not very crystal clear like when you're using the orb of scrying, whereas this scrying it's more lucid and more I guess adjudant. Your vision, like you can still see shapes. It's like your nearsightedness, I guess. You can see like a form that you believe could be Hala and Ember talking to two forms that you could make an intelligence check if you like. Just try and guess who they might be.
I mean, I'm terrible at these, but I'll give it a go.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough. Yeah, so you like from the hair color and stuff like that. What is your mom's hair color? Is it brown?
Yeah, really brown, but the picture
Yeah.
and was green, but it's brown.
Okay, so the other. How about your mom's girlfriend, Lilith?
Red.
Red. Yeah. So just based on like the hair color, you have reasons to believe that they're talking to two women who might be Nai and Lilith. Maybe they're just running late.
I mean, the fact that everything's weird means something's probably wrong, but they're alive when I couldn't reach them with the scrying, or the sending, so
Yeah.
that's something at least.
Yeah.
Mm.
They seem to be alive and well.
Yeah, I mean, that would be it. I would let it fade and be happy that, they're not horrifyingly dead somewhere, but confused because I have no idea where they are or what they're doing.
Right. Okay. Are you heading to Precinct 1? Thanks.
Yes, so I'll head to the meeting now.
Yeah, as you go into the teleportation chamber in New Prav, the teleportation mage, she's got like massive scrolls in her hand. She's just looking through them all, and she looks at you. Oh, are you ready to go to Precinct 1? The others have already parted.
Yeah, I'm ready. You all good?
Yes. It says the senator, the arbiter even of the Jelen column will also be attending the Guild Pact summit. But are they not with you?
No, they're out of reach at the moment. They went to investigate something this morning and, well, they haven't come back yet, so...
Oh, right. Well, if they do come back here, shall I save them a message of some sort?
No, they know where I'll be. It's fine.
Very well. She begins to wave her hand and begin to cast the teleportation circle. I think it's 10 minutes, right?
I don't know how it works when it's opening an active teleportation circle, right?
I'd imagine it's just an action.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry, 1
circle
minute.
is
Yeah, it's 1 minute.
1 minute, yeah.
1 minute, but I don't know how it works when you're using an already active one.
I
Because
suppose
it's
initially you were waiting for that last signal.
yeah, it's two. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's two connected permanent teleportations. No, wait.
Well, no, it isn't. It's a permanent circle which you can use as a destination or an outgoing.
Yeah, it's not like a portal.
So you don't need to write it or anything, which is part of the minute of casting.
Okay,
So
that makes sense.
So I don't know, but there's no ruling for using a permanent teleportation circle like that, so I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, she'll just open the circle that connects to the one in the chamber of the Living Guild Pact in Precinct 1. Okay, well, we haven't been to Precinct 1 in ages, actually. We'll just put you back into the map. The chamber of the Living Guild Pact is at the end of the Trans Guild Promenade that runs all the way from Precinct 1 to Precinct 5, 6 as well. And it is a grand building, white and blue marble decorates the entrance archway. There are a lot of people are gathered outside, anxious and excited to see what's happening. You notice that some of them are mourning in the grieving for the late Jay Spelleron, and they have some of them have roses and other flowers that they're laying in front of Jay Spelleron's statue in front of the Living Guild Pact. And you do notice some of them are casting you really horrible looks. Okay, you're not wearing the glove, but you said you were attuned to it.
Sure, but I'm not wearing it.
Okay.
I wanted to use it to scry. Like, it's in my bag. I'm not wearing it.
Right, okay. Like, but then you're no longer attuned to it, right?
No, you remain attuned to something. It just I
Even
can't
if you take
use
it
it.
off?
Yeah, I just can't use it without putting it on.
Oh, right, okay, fine. I guess it could work like that. Okay, fine. So you're still attuned to it, but you just have it in your bag.
Otherwise, every time you took your armor off and went to sleep, you would become unattuned to it.
Yeah. Alright, so you do notice that some of the people are casting spiteful looks towards you. This very strong animosity towards you, and I guess one person will attempt to throw a rotten tomato at you. What's the improvised weapon, like 5 plus?
It's their strength.
Yeah, it's just a
Roll d20 plus the strength.
Okay, what's the strength of a commoner?
0.
Zero.
It's a flat roll.
Okay. Does an 8 hit?
No.
Alright, so a rotten tomato, like, fly past you. You don't know who threw it, but people are chanting, or like some people, not all of them, are chanting, murderers, and conspirators, and some of the elderly are chanting very horrible things towards you, mainly to do with destroying the Living Guild Pact as it was before. But you do see that some people are excited. They don't really care, but they're quite excited to see what's all this fuss and excitement's about. They're just partying almost.
So, are they just throwing at people in general, or to me specifically? Because, like, the only person we told in the circumstances of Jose's death so far has been our guildmaster.
No, they're just throwing like anybody who's entering
Okay.
the Living Guild Pact, the chamber.
I was gonna say, that would be worrying if people knew.
Yeah. Yes, and you do see a very large like a major like an illusion sprawled across the sky of the hooded Jay Spelleron's face glistening in the clear blue sky, as some sort of a memorial, and these beautiful red and blue roses decorates like a garland around him, like a circular portrait, probably made by the Precinct 1 mages, you think. Yeah, are you doing anything, or are you just going straight in?
I think I'm just going straight in, because nothing we say will do anything until we have the problem fixed.
Okay, very well. Uh, oh, cool. I like that artwork. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm always confused when you just say something and then something else.
I'm very sorry, but I have to reply to people's DMs.
No, it's fine. It just always confuses me for a second.
That's why I had the response, so he knows. So you know what I'm talking about, roughly.
Okay, so as you enter this grand chamber of the Living Guild Pact, the Guild Pact even, you see there are 10 smaller podiums decorated in their bi-colors of magic representing the 10 guilds, as well as their themes almost. The Azorius ones look very orderly, and it's just like a metallic blue chair. The Boros one is like, I don't know, what does the Boros one look like?
I'd imagine it'd be a custom for an angel. So
Oh, okay.
a non-backed chair maybe or something like that.
Yeah, like a raised, very ancient stone chair, like podium where an angel could rest on. And the Gruels is just like a wooden platform that's been raised. It's very thematic for all the different 10 guilds. The Izzet one is just like a giant, like a mechanical.
It would be
hovering
sized for
platform.
Niv-Mizzet, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And the Simic ones, there are like tubes, these bio tubes decorating. You've noticed that several of these chambers are already filled, apart from some. You don't see anyone from actually on these chambers there's a specific seat for the speakers. The speakers are not the only people who are allowed to speak, by the way. It's an open discussion, but there's also other important members of the guild. There are 2 spots vacant for the Azorius representatives, which you believe one of them is yours and one of them is supposed to be Hala's, but she's not here. You notice in Boros there's a seat missing. There's 2 currently filled. One of them's filled by a human captain, and the other one's filled by a Minotaur who's wearing a Boros sigil that you do not recognize at all whatsoever. You can roll a religion check, I guess, if you want.
I do not recognize it at all.
No, Ember might. And all for the Orzhov one, you see Ministrant Taser again. As you enter the chamber, she looks at you. Next to her, you see the one of the ghosts that you saw before, the Karlov of the Ghost Council, and you also see the guild master. You see the House Demir platform is empty. You also see the Rakdos platform is also empty currently. And I guess as you enter, would you like to go and take your place, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, are we going to be the only representatives, me and Vin, for the Azorius, or is there
No.
anyone else?
So currently for the Azorius, there's Guildmaster Uzana. There is the Arbiter Leonos the Second, as well as Livinia, the Stewardess of the Guild Pact. She's an Azorius guild member, as well as the who oversees the chamber itself. She's a house speaker.
Yeah, that's what I imagined her to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I would go join them then.
Okay.
Was curious whether I'd be going up there and sitting by myself.
No. But there in the assembly where those who have been invited, there is a chamber there are several chambers that are empty, and also some seats are empty within the chamber, especially the one that was set for Ember is also empty, as well as Hala, as well as uh, Zori as well as they.
Oh,
Yes, but you do see Trostani, the three sisters, the voices of Matt Celestia, are there on this podium that's made of these beautiful lily and lilac garlands and various roots intertwined to form this living podium almost. And right by the Trostani, you see a Loxodon cleric. You don't know their name. They're the only 4 people, I guess, of the Celestine. So as you approach the Azorius podium, Uzana looks at you, smiles at you warmly, and says, "Come on, we're just about to begin. We're just waiting for the last remaining invitees, the attendees. We are hoping that they will all would appear, although we do have some problem in terms of the gruel, but we will discuss that when everyone is here as the point of discussion, as the first one to discuss, I suppose. Where are the others? Your party members?"
they went to check on something and they're not back yet. I can't reach them with sending, but I did manage to see them with scrying. They're okay, but I have no idea where they are. So,
Do you think they will be able to attend the meeting?
I certainly hope so, but without being able to get in touch, I can't tell. They certainly plan to, at least.
Well, there are some representatives for the Boros, and we have invited for the cult of Rakdos, as well as the house of Demir, but we're just waiting for them to arrive. We're hoping that they will be here soon rather than later. The meeting was supposed to start 2 minutes ago.
Well, they only need to be here when we discuss the Guild Pact. I suppose if we have other matters up first, then hopefully that gives some time to get her to.
Very well. In that case, I will let Lavinia know to begin the summit with the formal introductions. And she leans in and whisper to Lavinia, who's a very tall, slightly muscular member. She's quite ruthless looking. Doesn't really have a kind face. She's got like a blue coif. Is that what it's called? A coif?
I think it's just a hood.
Yeah, I guess a hood or a coif, whatever. A coifer on her head, and she gets up and goes to the speaker podium of like this. What's it called again? The dais of
Yeah.
Azorius, and she opens her scroll and begins to address everyone, and her voice is magically enhanced and echoes throughout the chamber, and she begins to speak. Welcome all to the Guild Summit 858 in the year 10,078. ZC. We are congregated today as a matter of urgency, as we grieve for the loss of Jace Belleron, the living guild pact, to discuss important details of the enchantment itself and how we could propagate the enchantment. I would like to introduce the Azorius representatives and the emissaries first. Guildmaster Uzana Warmington, Arbiter Zephyra Peacekeeper, Arbiter Leonas II of the Solemn Sova column, and I, Lavinia, the stewardess of the Guild Pact. For the Orzhov emissaries, we have the Ministrant Teysa Karlov, as well as the Guildmaster Tomic Vrona, as well as Karlov of the Ghost Council. For the Boros Legion, we have Captain Dars Gostok, we have the Wojek Weslin Monton, and I do believe we are expecting another captain, Ember Onyxia, who we're hoping will join us soon. As for the Celestian Conclave, we are kindly appreciative for the Trossani, the voices of the Mat Celestia, to embrace us with their presence, as well as High Cleric Manville of the Leather Guardians. And for the Simic, we are very happy to... She sighs and looks at back at you. I guess back at the chamber, the Azorius chamber, and she turns back and says, "We're happy to invite the Prime Speaker Zigana, as well as the Clade leader Vorel of the Hull Clade." And for the Golgari Swarm, we have the High Chancellor Monique Vasrin. And you see in the Golgari Swarm platform, you see an elven woman with these large like tentacly protrusions that are emerging out of a temple where her hair should be. She's got these various yellow and green liver spots all over her tanned skin. She's got these cat-like eyes that are gleaming honey color. And Lavinia turns to look at the Izzard League platform, which is a gigantic mechanical floating platform. Thankfully, Niv Mizzet is not there. But you do see someone else familiar who's there, and Lavinia speaks up. And for the Izzard League, we have today Advisor Ralzarek, as well as the Archmages Tibor and Illumia of the Izzard League. For the Gruul clans, we have in the chamber Guildmaster Domru Raid of the Zuta clan, the leader of the Magnarin, as well as the Elder Shaman Sunri of the Sliss clan, and Chief Skorik Bouldertooth of the Gravelhide. You noticed the Elder Shaman Sunri of the Sliss clan was a human that you rescued before. He recognized you as well, Zeph. He was one of the human sorcerers who was helping everyone escape.
Oh, okay. He was one of the elder people there. Okay.
Yeah. And the chief Skorek Bouldertooth is a large, very fierce-looking goblin, clad in this gruel war armor with various spikes and blood-stained accoutrements. As she was about to finish, you notice entering the chamber is a woman. She's tall, very pale, wearing black and red leather armor. Have these gigantic four leather horns almost that's affixed onto her head, and these chains dangling from her cloak, which is made of these red, blood red color. And she enters slowly, and she takes a very low bow towards the Azorius podium, almost in a mocking way, and she's in a kind of like a gloating way. She's smirking at everyone, and she takes a place in the Rakdos podium platform. And Lavinia perks up and says, "And we have Ringmaster Hekara, the Razorwitch of the Rakdos, of the cult of Rakdos. Thank you for joining us." She adjusts herself and speaks across the chamber from the other side. I'm imagining Rakdos is like right opposite of the Azorius, the platform.
Kind of.
I actually have the symbol somewhere.
Yeah, I can imagine Rakdos or Demir.
Yeah.
Direct opposite is actually the Golgari.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Oh,
Oh, that makes sense. I guess.
Yeah. And then on the left is the Gruul and the right is the Rakdos. So they're kind of opposite.
Dimir is closer to Azorius then. I know
Yeah.
those.
Demir is 2 away.
Oh, could you please post the symbol, because that's probably how the platforms are set up, I think. Also, yeah, that picture is a good reference for Hekara.
No, depending on which one you used. Yeah, no, that one's the most
I don't remember where I left.
This one?
Yes, that's the one I have.
Yeah. The green one is Gruul.
Green red one. The one to the left of the Golgari.
But what's directly opposite of Azorius?
Golgari.
It's Gagai.
Gary.
Oh,
Look at the colours, black, green.
Oh, right. The Golgari is the opposite of Azorius. I thought Gruul was
Yes.
the opposite of Azorius. Okay,
Oh,
fine.
it makes sense that Sinesh's...
Gruul are closely opposite to Azorius, but not directly.
Yeah, and Rakdos is also very closely opposite to.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not exactly like opposites.
No.
In the art for the card, it specifically says the Azorius paid vast amounts of money to make sure they were placed at the top.
Really?
Makes sense.
Yes.
It's the Azorius. Makes sense.
Yeah, because they got like, yeah.
That's comedy.
That's the Azorius for you.
Yep.
Yep. That's hilarious. But yeah, probably the chamber is also set up like that, so the Azorius is at the one you see as you enter the chamber directly in front.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, I like this setting, so let's just go with this. This is how the chambers are set up, I guess. And yes, so Lavinia says it would, and we are also expecting a representative from the house, Demir, one of the guild master's confidant, but currently they are not here. I suppose we should wait. And she turns to look at everyone. Uzana raises her head and says, "Well, we're waiting for a few more, but I suppose we should begin things that needs to be addressed first. That does not necessarily concern the House Demir, and we will leave the main, the principal discussion, the Living Guild Pact, for when everyone have joined the chamber." You hear some nods of approval. You see some nods of approval from around the room.
Mine being one of them.
Okay. Yeah. Uh, all right. So. All right. So, Uzana has requested you or Hala to be the speakers, of for the Azorius. Otherwise, I
I
would
guess
have
it's me. Yeah, and also so you don't have to talk to yourself as much.
for like an hour. Yep.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah, can't help you.
All right. So I just need to look up something quickly. Okay. So uh, Lavinia stands up. Not stands up. Sorry, she will read from a different scroll. The first thing to discuss would be what Guildmaster Domri Raid of the Zuta clan has proposed. That they are not fully represented for the chamber, for the guild summit, and it will be most prudent to discuss this matter first. I will leave the floor to Domri, and she nods towards Domri Raid, who looks quite sleep deprived. He has, like, he wears yeah, he wears like black mascara to hide, I guess, or wall paint to hide like his sleep, uh like his dark circle under his eyes, I guess, but it's not really helping. And he looks really preoccupied, quite absent-minded. Okay, you have a stat sheet for a background character. Interesting.
I have nothing better to do.
So-
Go ahead. Continue.
I know those days where you just want something to do and you just hammer out some weird shit.
Yep.
Thank you for this. I'll download. I will copy this. It will be useful, I guess. Dom Red gets up. His voice is a bit shaken. He's quite young compared to everyone else. And as he gets up, and you do see some derisive laughter coming from certain parts of platforms, mainly from like the Simics. And yeah, Domri says, I am here on behalf of the Gruul clans, but I am afraid I cannot say for sure that I represent the entirety of the Gruul as it stands now. From what has happened recently, the Gruul have transformed into something that is not currently under my control. It has been split asunder into two factions. The one that I have control over, the Magnarins, consisting of my fellows here, the Slits clan, as well as the Gravelhide clans, and the Burning Vengeance, composing of the other Gruul Anox, who I have attempted many a times to keep under the control of the magic that was left behind by Borg Borgmas, but recent events have made it very difficult for me to impose those customs onto them. So I will leave it up to the floor to discuss whether we and how exactly we could get some sort of representatives or representations from those three clans. He's stumbling over his words, just as I'm stumbling over my words. And he looks quite uncertain with himself. And just as he finishes his sentence, you see a man enter the chamber, accompanied by a woman, clad in this black cloak, white hair, and Lavinia announces to everyone, "Ah, finally, we have some representation from the House Demir. Here we have." Oh, were you going to say something, Zeb?
No, I was just going to say what exact, because the moment they see Demir enter, I want to take a good look at them.
Okay. What you see a man with a very pale skin, wearing a smile, pale, almost white hair. You can see coming from either side of his face. Can I ask you to post the picture, please?
Sure. There you go. That's the picture.
And you also see a woman by his side. I guess you could say that. It looks like her, but it's fine. And yeah, they're both very pale in complexion. They're both wearing a similar expression of secret pride, almost. And Lavinia addresses the chamber again and says, finally, we have the Guild Master's confidant, a maid, the sixth Black Silver of the House Demir, as well as Masha Yvonne, the Collector of the House Demir. Welcome. Thank you for attending the Guild Summit at last. They don't say anything. They just smile slyly before walking over to their chamber. As that's finishing. Okay, so can I ask you to roll a history or intelligence check, Zeph?
Why is it all my bad rolls today?
Oh, that's pretty good actually. All right, there's a strange sense of familiarity. You've definitely seen this man before somewhere. You just you can't put a finger on where exactly you saw him, but yeah, you've definitely seen him somewhere. It's peculiar. Just as they take their seat, I guess we'll move on to the others quickly. So you guys just,
Okay.
I guess the white mage would have taken you back to the present, but still in precinct 3, I believe.
I think we already did the scene where they rapidly teleported to the summit.
Yeah.
Oh, you've
Yeah,
already
because
teleported.
I closed the rift, and then I think
Yep.
Yeah, close the rift.
a brief introduction of planeswalkers from Ember, and then we planeswalked.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
we did that scene. Okay, perfect. So in that case, I guess Zeph, you would see appearing just outside. You can see the outside with the crowd being handled by the Azorius Arresters, as well as the Boros soldiers, keeping them at bay, not permitting them to enter the chamber. In a like, how does your planeswalk look like now? How has it changed now?
It's like the ice, like dark ice, basically, like shattering.
Okay, yeah, and appearing in front are 3 members. 2 of them you recognize, and 1 person that you do not recognize. He has. Again,
How close to Sorry does his dad look like?
Oh, very.
How's
Like,
Okay.
the similarity is peculiar. It's like an older ghost of Zori.
Because considering where they went, I'm wondering if Zeph would. I'm gonna give myself a roll and see if he can guess.
Sure, go for it. Nope.
That's a 6, but still no.
Okay. Yeah.
It's too far away. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Clearly.
Hood's up as well, still.
Yeah, hoods up. As these 3 are entering the chamber, Lavinia perks up and says, at last, we have the speaker for the Boros Legion, Captain Ember Onyxia, as well as Arbiter Hala Colson of the Azorius. And she looks back at the Azorius table at Uzana as Yuzef. Uzana kind of shrugs. And Lavinia looks at Yuzef. Like, who the hell is this guy who's appearing with your friends? Kind of look.
I gave a shrug and just turned to look at Hala.
Yes, apologies for a delay. Yes, this is a former member of the Iset, previously known as Taman Lasting, now prefers to go by the name White Mage.
At the mention of the word white mage, Ral perks up, as well as both the archmages Tibor and Lumia of the Izzet League. Those 2 are wearing happy expressions, whereas Ral is worried. He's like, "What the fuck? Who is this guy? What is he doing here?" Look, is what Ral's expression says.
Do I recognize Raoul, or he wasn't around when White Mage was around?
You don't recognize Ral. Ral was not around. He's
Rao's like 25 or something, I think.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm still there in the law as well, but I know things are a little bit different.
Again, apologies for the delay. Sorry if we interrupted anything.
Lavinius says, "It's quite all right. Please take your seats." And I do believe the Izzet mage could join, if it's okay with the rest of the Izzet members, their platform. Both the Archmage Tibor, who's a human man in this purple, red and blue robe, and he's got a and is it like is it sigil tattooed on his forehead. He speaks up and says, "Ah, we will be more than ecstatic to invite the White Mage onto our station. It has been quite some time. Welcome back."
Thank you. I'm not sure how long it's been. And I'll be making my way towards them.
Yeah, you make your way towards them. The Archmage Lumia, who is Tibor's wife, she's also wearing very matching purple, red, and blue uh, robe, mage's robe, as well as the tattoo of these that also is etched on her forehead as well. And the tattoo begins to burn and glow as she summons a chair for you right by their side. For you, White Mage.
I'll sit down on that then.
Yeah, as you sit down, she turns to look at you and says, "Oh, I've only ever heard about you and read about you. It is a pleasure to meet you. Um, this is Tibor, my husband, and my name is Lumia. It is so wonderful to meet you."
Thank you. Did I ask what year it is?
It is the year 10,078 ZC. What year do you last remember?
Hmm.
You can roll a history check.
Yeah, I'll history check on that one.
Okay. Oh, that's a couple. Zeph.
Hmm?
Oh, that's a couple that you posted in the Zazie artwork.
They only have one artwork, and it's together. So
Oh, okay, yeah. 22. Okay. All right. I'll message you.
Okay. Hmm. I thought it was still 16 AC.
Wow, that is marvelous. The tales are true. Can I please confirm your guild signet? We could easily identify their make and gleam at the past.
I start wandering through my bag of holding.
It's one of the oldest bag of holding anybody's seen.
Yeah.
The enchantment is very staticky. Like every time he opens, a strange smell of must and onions spills the platform. Lumia kind of like looks a little bit uncomfortable by it, but she doesn't want to say it. You know, she's like in essence meeting a folk hero of the Izzet. So she doesn't. She's a bit uncomfortable, but she doesn't say anything.
Yeah, here it is. And I put out.
Yeah, you pull out the guild signet, and her eyes wide open. Now Tibor is also very interested as it takes her off you and begins to carefully inspect it. Oh my, this, wow, this is wonderful. It is you, then. It can only be, this has been this is one of the, if not the first iteration of, one of the first iteration of the guild signet, and the magic still holds, it would seem. How does spell casting fare from this? Good still, or would you like it to be upgraded? Easily done.
Upgrade's always good, but kind of like looking around. Maybe later. There's always time.
Very well. Well, once if you could visit Nivix, I'm sure um, most of our current members would be both ecstatic and excited to see your return. We will be happy to provide you with the proper equipments and the like. Lumia
Of course, that'd be
says. And as everybody else takes their places, Livinia continues, I guess. Well, to keep you guys not waiting any longer, we are currently discussing the issue at hand, which is, as the Guildmaster Domri has stated, currently the Gruul are not fully represented within the chamber, as I believe 4 of the guilds have formed their own faction, which they call the Burning Vengeance. And as currently they are, let's say, unavailable. And you see the human captain, Ember, as you're taking your seat next to him, shouts out, Captain Dars Gostok shouts out, yeah, unavailable, killing innocents and raiding in our lands. And the Wojak Westlin Monton, who is a Minotaur Wojak Westlin, he puts a hand on Dars's shoulder and like pushes him down to make him sit down. Keep your wits about you, Captain. Do not speak out of turn. You are representing the entire Legion here. And he turns to look at you, Ember. And Captain Onyxia, it is a pleasure to meet you at last. The name is Monton. I am of the Wojak. The Minotaur extends the hands towards you.
Yeah, he shakes it, just briefly gives a glance to the human captain, and then looks back at the Minotaur.
He also acknowledges you with respect, Dars.
Right. Well, it's as you said, we represent the Legion. And whilst we're sitting here, there's people out there giving their lives. Frankly, let's not spill any more lives while we're here, and let's try and make sure we come out of this with a positive outcome.
Okay. Can I ask you to roll a persuasion check, please?
Oh god. He said the
no.
words.
Oh no!
To be fair, he is on like 13 hit points, so I imagine it's like laboured.
Yeah,
almost.
Yeah, it is a strenuous task for you to talk to this guy to calm him down. He has respect for you, so he do listen to you, but you get the sense that his fiery hatred for the Gruul is trumping whatever you have to say for.
And I will like give an eye glance to the Minotaur, then to the human, as if to say, keep an eye on him.
Okay.
Without saying anything.
Yeah. The Minotaur, the Wojak Minotaur looks at you and kind of graciously nods at you. As you begin to walk over Hala to the Azorius, there is a sense of coldness and dread begins to take hold of you as your vision slowly begins to wander over to the House Demir platform, where you see a maid. He has his hands together and his chin over, resting on his hands, and he's piercing. I wanna say like like a gray eyes. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Grey blue, yeah.
Yeah, grey blue eyes, piercing grey blue eyes. Looks at you, carefully inspecting every inch of you, like he's studying you. And his companion, um, Marsha Yvonne, is also very closely paying attention to you as you make your way over to the Azorius platform.
Yeah. I think for a brief moment she meets his gaze, and there's no, like, actual hatred in her eyes. There's just kind of a sense of disappointment. Then
He
you turns away.
smiles. He smiles in a most peculiar way. He raises one side of his lips. Can I ask you to roll an insight check?
Sure. No +7, so only 15.
15?
Still pretty good.
Yeah, so the way he's leering at you, he definitely recognizes you for who you are. And
Oh, she knows.
because you have a lot of past, there is some playful disappointment is the word I want to say.
Yeah. It's kind of the expression she's mirroring, except without the playfulness.
Yeah, and he's actually enjoying the situation. And
Fair enough.
I will DM you something else actually.
All right.
Does that make any sense?
Very well. Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, so you join the Azorius the Azorius platform. Uzana looks at you and says, "Ah, glad you could make it. Zephyro
Yes.
has told us that you were safe and well. I was a little bit worried.
Apologies.
It's quite all right. Everything went all right.
Yes, some minor temporal dilation caused us to be late. Luckily, it was only, well, apparently a few hours.
Temporal dilations. What?
I'll explain later.
The man they walked in with is a time mage.
Yes.
Oh, that what? We have not. Explain it later.
Explain it later.
Thank you. So, Domri gets up once again and says, "Well, as I was saying, currently, not sure as to how to get representation from the Burning Vengeance, as they are not listening to my command or my words or my pleas. Any advice and suggestions, more than welcome." And he rapidly sits back down.
Do you have any clues as to what he might listen to?
Well, the only thing, I guess, well, the last I've talked to Norborg, the Nine Fingers, who is the the Stonewall Ogre of the Scab clan. The sorry, Burning Tree clan. Let me just look it up.
Yes.
Burning Tree clan. Sorry, he would say Burning Tree clan. He would know. Has only one thing that will quench their raging fire. He says, it is the head of Tajik, of the Boros Legion, as well as Captain Amor, who wrongfully and most deviously slaughtered innocents of the Slits clan. And even though the rest of our Gruul, are not currently waging war within the Precinct 4's doorsteps, the rest of us feel his anger. We do want justice for the Slits clan, but I believe nothing less than Tajik's head will convince them otherwise.
Do you believe it is entirely impossible to make them agree to a truce until the matter is resolved without a war?
You're more than welcome to try. But currently they are preoccupied with laying siege to Precinct 4.
Very well.
He kind of looks at the Boros podium to see what your reactions are.
I mean, I'll roll deception because Ember's got to try and keep a straight face
Okay.
in the guild summit. Wow, where was that?
Yeah, what was that earlier?
Yeah, you are collected and calm and keeping a fairly straight face.
Yeah.
But there are literal mind readers in this summit, so no.
Oh yeah.
What are you actually?
Ashamed, frankly. That'd probably be the main one. Like, there is a great degree of shame. There's anger in there
Okay.
and things like that.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes, that is a very important thing, as always. Our
Yeah.
two minds can't be read.
Yep.
I think looking at that, I would stand up and speak. I'd just say
Yeah.
it is a very serious matter, and as you know, I'm very aware of why they hate him. So, with any luck, it will be something that can be solved. But, well, it does bring us to the other reason we're here, because normally this should be something that would be solved by Jace, but obviously he can no longer intercede between us, so
Indeed.
perhaps we can move on to the main fact of why we're here, and with any luck resolve that and talk about this afterwards, because it's a breach of the Guild Pact, and the Guild Pact is no longer with us, so...
Okay, roll a persuasion check, please.
That's a terrible one.
Alright, so you see that the goblin chief scoring Bordertooth begins to get up and was about to say something, but as you finish, the elder shaman Sunray of the Slits clan, the human man, puts a hand on his shoulder and leans in and whispers something that seems to calm his temperament, and the goblin just sits back down with a snarl. But for now, he seems to be calm. And Lavinia, you're still in the speaker, the Azora speaker podium. So I guess you can address the next issue.
Yeah, I mean, I would look for Lavinia, because I assume she's the one who says whether we move on or not, just like for a nod of approval or not.
Yeah, she will give you the nod of approval for handling the situation adequately.
So, I guess we were there, some of us here, when Jace died, and Well, I guess I'll start from the beginning. There were a few people who were staying with Jace for Sanctuary, and we received a sending from them saying Jace had been acting strangely for the past, well, the past couple of months, but this week it had been excessive, and they were asking for help. So, we went to his demi-plane, and I'm going to lay out exactly what happened. I'm not going to hide anything, and I'm also not going to say everything, because we all know what happened. But I'm literally not hiding a single thing.
Okay, but
Related to what we did, excluding any other personal reasons, weird Ember, that sort of stuff. But everything related to Jace and the things we saw,
so
I say everything.
like for example, that he was under the impression of the whispers, as well as
Yes.
Hala
So-
laying the killing blow, and then you had to put him down, etc.
Well, I don't say Hallots that made the killing blow. I say we had to kill him,
I see.
essentially. I don't specify exactly what happened in the fight, but that he was, and I don't give Kid and Rise identities. I just say one of the people under his care, he was trying to convert them and hurting them, that sort of thing.
All right.
Also, hello.
Yeah. Could I ask you to roll a general? Oh damn it! Could I ask you to roll a general perception check, please? A persuasion check.
Oh, persuasion.
Yeah.
Ah, it's even worse.
Okay. You see, the Golgari Swarm representative, High Chancellor Monique Vasrim, who looks like this. I'll post you guys a picture, I guess. So she's the one at the far back with the hair or like these weird tendrils tied into a bun, like these root-like tendrils. They kind of look like Celestian druids, but who has turned to the dark side, basically.
I mean, they literally grow their clothes.
Yeah, exactly. It says plant things growing into these roots growing and adorning her, I guess, has a robe into a robe-like fashion. She gets up and she voices her opinion, I guess. She says, "Oh, very well. If it is all right with the rest of the members of the Azorius and the like, is there any chance the Golgari could have Jace Belleron's remains?"
His remains were interred on his demi-plane.
Is there any way for you to procure them and gift it to the Golgari Swarm? I mean, it is without a shadow of doubt that the remains of a magical being as powerful as the Living Guild Pact would be utilized and must be utilized for its potentials. And it should not go wasted in a damp plane, rotting and being devoured by maggots.
I want to glance over at Azana and say, is there any will of Jace as what he would want to happen afterwards, should he die?
Uzana quietly whispers to you, I mean, I don't think he imagined he would perish anytime soon, so he hasn't made one. So no. But this is a request that the Azorius would have to think long and hard before agreeing to.
No, it just means that I have to talk about something else. And then I will speak up. Well, he has no will in place determining what he would like done with the body, so it would have to remain with his family.
His family, the High Chancellor Monique says, raising an eyebrow. What family? Even his family from the plane where he has from. I do believe, as the history goes, they all are no longer alive or well. None of us have heard of any distant relatives of his.
He does, however, have more family who wish to have their identities protected.
I see. Well,
We will inform you once we've spoken with them.
well, that would be appreciated if you could do let us know if they would be kind enough to gift the swarm the remains of Jace Belleron. We would put it to the most, I guess, the kind ritual that would befit someone as powerful as he was. But thank you for considering.
Of course, there is the matter that the thing that was possessing him is still out and about, so regardless of what his family do decide, it may have to wait a while until we've taken care of that, because we don't want any lingering corruption to affect whatever royal rituals might be.
Yeah, Monique Vastrom kind of nods her head, understand it like she understood. But at this point, Ral, who's the mage that you've encountered many a times, Advisor Ral Zarek, he has black hair.
Just the one I once tried to punch in the face.
Yep, he definitely punched him in the face. He remembers that. He gets up and he says, right, well, what is this corruption and this thing that you're talking about? I do believe I've heard our guildmaster Niv Mizzet mention something of this when we've visited Amonkhet.
Yes, I
Yes.
believe Gull has kept him informed of our findings. But for the rest of you, so that you're all aware, and again, I'm not going to say it, but I say that there's this thing that seems to be connected with the Scarlet Brotherhood and the Planeswalkers behind it, and that it's been possessing people and mostly Planeswalkers, and, forcing them to do things against their will, that sort of thing, and it seems to originate from Amonkhet.
Yeah, alright, very well. Again, can I ask you to roll another general persuasion check to see how...
Zeph, before you roll, do you want me to use one of my my dice for you?
I kind of want to roll to see if I can go 3-2-1.
Okay. I thought I'd give the option out.
Oh, 4.
It's going up.
It is going up. Wait, your 1 will be an 18?
Yeah.
Jesus fuck, alright. Okay, so, yeah, people begin to take note of what you had to say. You hear Ministrant Taysa Karlov slowly gets up and says, well, I do believe that this is the corruption that had taken over Kaya.
And he just nods at that.
And from what we have here from the reports of the Azorius, this thing could be cured by means of precognition and mind magic.
Yes, once there is a point before it reaches the point of no return where it can be removed, but from what I understand, it eventually moves from the mind into the soul, and once that's done, well, we don't know if finding the source of it would be enough to remove it once it reaches this point, but, well, we haven't found the source yet, exactly. So
Yeah. As you say that, Tomric Rono, Guildmaster Tomric Rono, who he's wearing like this white robe. He's got like brunette hair. Fairly handsome features. He gets up and he says, "Might I ask, what is, if you do not mind sharing it quickly, what is the verdict on Kaya? We would like to have her back as the member of our guild. She is a valuable asset, and we could not have her in the custody of Azorius forever. Could you tell us
Yes.
what her sentence is?"
we have gone over what was her choice and what was the choices forced upon her by the magic, and well, the sentence will be commuted essentially to because she helped us this morning sort out that crisis. It would just consider it community serviced and already served. It won't be much longer before she's out.
He looks extremely pleased with what you said, and Tomic says, "Well, that is most excellent, and the Orzov thanks you for arriving at a hasted verdict on this matter." And he sits back down. Lavinia kind of nudges you to move on quickly.
Yeah, just I don't remember if I said it, but I was before the meeting. I was essentially filling out the paperwork to do so because I told Cairo I was going to do it. I don't remember if I said I was actually going to do it.
Okay, well, we can say you said it before, and you set it in motion to do the pardon.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if I actually said that I started it.
Yep. So you started doing that, I guess. All right. So a maid of House Demir, Guildmaster's confidant, slowly rises up and looks at everybody carefully before says, "Good evening, everyone. We do have some information regarding this thing, this corruption that has taken hold of Ravnica. Not just the planeswalkers, but also the very soul of it. I believe the Golgari can attest to it, but it would seem something else are riling and motivating the horrors of night that is beyond our control and the Golgarians' control." He looks towards the High Chancellor Monique Vazrin, who nods.
Okay, I am going to say, can I make an insight check? Because I want to make sure, is he actually telling the truth, or is this something the Demir are doing and they're saying they're not?
Yeah, you can roll an insight check.
I imagine it will be very hard, but I will try. Not very good roll.
Could I do so as well,
Yep.
please?
Those two
It makes sense for all of us to be suspicious.
I want to see wallets, but White Mage's got no idea deadline or not, so
Yes, I can use the
In general.
character sheet that's
Yep,
been made for me. Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
Oh.
you thought Eliza Bill. Oh god!
Okay, none of us see anything.
Wow.
Wow, it did. He seems to be telling the truth. He's very cool and chooses his words very carefully. And the High Chancellor Monique Vazrim looks at everybody and says, "It is true what the Demir says. we have lost control of many of our horrors that guards and roams the edges of our territories. And not only that, they have not gone wild, but it would seem they have been taken control by something else, which we are at a loss for word as to what exactly took control of it. But from what you said, we do have reasons to believe that this evil, this corruption, might have something to do with it, because we can identify the source of it, and the source emanates magic that represents that of Amonkhet. And if you say that this corruption has come from Amonkhet, then this matches up rather nicely, does it not?
Yes,
It does.
does. It certainly originated there, although from what I understand it's spread since we don't believe that's where Jace picked it up from.
No.
And a maid says, well, contrary to popular belief that the House Demir stands with the Scarlet Brotherhood, we have more information as exactly what this corruption might be. We could provide the Azorius with a full report of our findings later, and what the Scarlet Brotherhood has to do with it all, should you wish.
Well, we would certainly appreciate your input.
That we would.
Oh, you said that.
No, I'm not saying what I'm typing, I'm saying what I'm saying.
No, I mean, I say the Hala.
Yes.
Alright, his gaze sets upon you, and he says, I do hope that we can be good friends and work together. That would be something for a change, would it not?
It would.
He smiles slyly and sits back down.
Yeah, she tries her best to keep a very passive expression.
Is it fair for those of us who know you and the Dimir situation to guess that you know each other?
I mean, you can roll an insight. She is trying to keep... Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you begin to get that they have history.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, white magic can also roll that as well. Yes, you're in this.
Oh, okay.
DC is 22.
Oh!
I know you know. I know something's up.
Everyone knows, Ben.
Wait!
Yep.
Hala.
Your insight's pretty
I
good
knew
now.
I know something's up.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, so at this point,
Yeah.
oh my god, this guild summon is so difficult. I have to voice so many different
Yes.
NPCs.
I'm sorry for putting it into this position, but it's kind of important.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I got this, this might be my greatest
Yeah.
hurdle, but... Oh! Go!
Yes.
Here. Hi.
He's been here for a while, he hasn't said anything.
I know. It seemed like a really awkward moment to walk in, so I was like, oh, I'll just wait.
No, it's alright. Welcome. I thought you were
Yes.
not joining until 9 o'clock, but I guess you came home early.
Yeah, this is my new shift. It's 12 hours, 1 to 1.
Okay, well, you can utilize this time wisely by uploading your character sheet onto Roll20.
Character sheet's already on there. It's already on there.
No, it's not.
Mhm.
Oh, wait.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It just came up now. You lied.
Oh, you big old silly. Big old
I
silly.
literally just... Okay,
Silly.
whatever.
Silly.
I did... I
So I have to add spells, so this is going to take a while, so give me a minute.
Fine, so it's the scene.
I said
Yeah.
the why goal, just why have a new character. I was looking at that and it was empty and I thought you haven't uploaded a character yet. My bad. Alright, the other one.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Oh, silly.
I'll put this back away. Then the backup character.
Silly.
I'm ready for red gull.
Oh,
It's the same gull, just a different colour.
Alright.
I was also in that accident.
So, Okay, so advisor, Ral Zarek quickly gets up and says, "All right, well, enough with the chit chat. Let's get to the bottom of things. Let's propose who should be the new living guild pact without any time to waste. The only suitable person would be Niv Mizzet, of course." He's looking around the room to glean at what everybody's expression is like. By far, he is the most intelligent being of all, and he would step down as the guild master of the Zet League to become the new living guild pact. And the last time we've discussed something of this nature, in case something were to happen to Jace Belleron, Niv Mizzet has shown that he would be up for the task. You see that you see the Trostani, the voices of the Matt Celestia, the lead, I guess the lead woman. Do they have individual names? Are they just collectively called Trostani?
They do have individual names, but you refer to them as Trostani. Like only
They do have
friends
individual
refer to
names,
them by
but
their
they
names.
speak as one. As
Oh yeah, they do have
Yeah,
three
when
names.
they're acting as the guildmaster, they speak as one voice, like all three at the same time, and they're called Trostani then.
Oh, okay. Let's say they're called Oba, Ses, and Sim.
Which head speaks?
All
all
three.
three at the same time speaks in unison, in harmony, in perfect harmony. I do like the artwork though; it's really good. Like,
It is.
Yeah.
I'll post that as well, I guess, for everyone to get a visual. Oh man, Sorry was supposed to be there as well as a Land of Guardian. His seat is empty.
yeah.
They all speaks at the same time. It is quite unsettling that the Izzet would speak and discuss scenarios where the Living Guild Pact has passed on, and that they have contingency plans to anoint one of their own as the new Living Guild Pact. That does not bode well, Ral. And if you have reasons to propose your guild master, and we would have nothing but to propose that Matt Celestia would be the new guild, the Living Guild Pact, because she is the most powerful, if any.
I would be
No, it's
standing
my
up.
daddy could be up your dad moment.
Yeah, Vin looks just like Hala looks like she would stand up as well, but as you do, she sits back down.
All will be the new Living Guild Pact.
Perhaps everyone could get in contact. This is an important decision, and anyone who would be a candidate for us to discuss should be here. So perhaps we can take 10 minutes while you speak with your people and arrange for anyone who you think might be good for the position to attend.
High Chancellor Monique Vazram says, Jared Fort Savo have already expressed his desire and his willingness to be the next Living Guild Pact. I have already discussed it prior to coming here, so...
And yet he would still need to attend, because it is an important decision, and we have recently had issues where we've not been able to contact Jace. It would be a very bad start were they not even here to discuss it.
It seems ample as well that
That is,
those...
we are here on behalf of our leaders. We are the emissaries and voices, just as the voices, the giant tree could not be here because their voices are here, as are the voices of the other leaders of the other members. If it's okay for the Trostani to be here on behalf of Matt Celestia, I do believe that the rest of us can be here.
And yet, were they to become the Living Guild Pact, you would no longer represent them. and so it makes sense for them to be here personally, since they would have to step down from their previous positions.
Of course, Jared Vodsavo would have expressed his desire and his willingness to step down as the guild master of this swarm to be the next living guild pact if it was the case. Everybody else is silent.
You should bear in mind that to elect a new living guild pact will require consent from all the guilds, and I doubt you will get that consent if they do not deign to turn up to this meeting.
That's preposterous. How would you expect someone as Matt Selesnya to turn up to the summit meeting? She is rooted hard. It should be the case of their merits and their powers rather than whether or not they could come to a meeting or a summit that was conjured by the stewardess. And now some people are beginning to raise their voices as well. Some are in agreement and some are in agreement with you, Zeph. Yeah, are you going to say something else?
Not exactly, not right now.
So Matt, Lavinia slowly gets up and puts her hands up. Everyone, settle down, settle down. I think it is, like Zephyro suggested, let's take 10 minutes to discuss amongst ourselves this matter, and we will convene.
Very well.
Yeah, I guess we step back. I assume they have like procession rooms for each.
You won't hear each other, but like muffled voices, unless you go onto the speaker's podium. Basically, like
okay, like privacy fields.
Yeah, exactly. You're so far away from each other. You can only address the chamber if you are standing on the speaker's podium, basically.
Okay.
Or you can walk over to the other podiums to discuss as well, because I would imagine Ember by Major will come to you guys to discuss and stuff. You can do that as well. You can move around. There's no restriction to being.
So I would be catching Ember's eye, and just with a side nod, like, do you want to come over here? As I step down from the podium.
Yeah, he takes a minute, looks at those two. I'm gonna. I need to finish off the matter which I was dragged away from, and hence why I was late in the first place.
Monitor Wojek Weston Monton says, understood. Take care of what must be.
Yes. Did you have any word from the guildmaster as to whether she or one of the generals would want to take in this position? I've not been in a great deal of contact due to Simon.
The battle is still ongoing, and Captain Dawes here was sent to give you a report of what the decision is. I do believe he has a report if you would like to take it from him.
Yes, please. I'll read it on the way.
All right, Dawes it gives you a scroll from Aurelia. It has Aurelia's wax seal on it.
He'll take it, hold it, and then look at him. I understand your anger. Trust me, I feel it as well. Maybe not for exactly the same reason, but I would agree. Just keep your steel tempered, and keep your head cool, and we should get out of this all right.
Okay. Well, my direct orders from Aurelia is exactly that, but I do believe we have something else we wish to discuss with you before taking anything further. I believe Wojak, Wesley, and Monton here have something quite important. So, if you have the time to spare after meeting with your friends, we should discuss this sooner than later before the next the summit re-begins.
of course. So try and get back a bit earlier then. Hopefully this shouldn't take too long. And then
Minotaur nods in agreement.
he leaves, starts to read the report whilst on the way to Zeph.
Okay, yeah. Alright, I'll give you a gist of what the report says.
You what? I need to go deal with something a second though.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'll stand up on my little podium out and just see. I'm gonna have a walk around, see what faces I don't recognise here.
You don't recognize any face, dude. Literally everyone is new.
Just only I know of.
Yeah, they've been around since he's been gone.
Who?
Trostani.
Trostani.
Oh, right, yeah,
Trostani.
Trostani. I guess you would recognize Trostani.
Yeah, this is more like knowing, trying to work out who's going to be who for which guild.
Okay, yeah, let's see who else
Whoever
you
faces.
recognize.
That's it.
You would recognise Nivazet and Espira, but they're no longer here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see a big giant floating disc, so
Fine.
it's got bigger.
The giant floating mechanical hovering platform is empty. The giant seat reserved for Niv Mizzet is empty, unfortunately.
Yeah, but he'll head towards where Ember and Halo is, because we don't know Zeph. And it seems them two grouping up, so.
Right. Sorry for being late.
Where exactly were you?
We went to, well, Lai's house and found the time rift open. And the time cat. Also found that both of them had apparently gone inside. So we kind of needed to get them out of there. And in doing so, we, well, found him.
Yeah, I was going to ask. That
is
is actually him. Right?
It's him.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to remember that he was once called Tamavasting, though, so nor that he saw his father.
Okay. Well, one problem solved and another one gained.
Indeed. Well, apparently, we were only there for like a few minutes, is what it felt like, but time. When we got back, it was, well, much later.
Right, that would explain why you weren't moving. I scryed on you when I couldn't get through to you with the sending, and yes, well.
No, that makes sense. We were quite literally in another time. Somehow. Well, because except everything that's not alright, is everything alright?
As much as it is, I managed to fix the whole bank issue. I got Kaya to help me out.
That's good indeed.
Yeah. With any luck, the riots will have died down by tomorrow, but I imagine, well, whatever way this summit goes will affect whether the riots die down or not. So do you just think they're all going to offer up their guildmasters as the...
Probably. That's kind of what we expected them to do.
Right. No one's going to actually think they're going to be neutral. No one's going to go for that.
No.
Yeah, by this point, Ember joins you guys as well as you said you were also making your way towards them.
Yeah, I'll probably just be after Ember, depending on how long it takes to report.
Hello.
Heard you got into some trouble earlier.
You could say that we ran out of time.
Please don't.
Zeph, if I don't make jokes, I'm going to... I don't know at this point.
There are jokes and there are crimes.
Yep. And then there's the... He's holding this report in his hand. Like, it's starting to frost at the tips of where he's holding it.
What's the matter?
At this point in time, it's not going to take them long to reach Sunhome. At that point, we will have to recall all garrisons. We've lost 3 of them already.
Very well.
Whatever happens, this piece needs to be sorted out. Otherwise, there will not be a legion left.
There is a very threatening possibility that could perhaps work on settling them for now.
What would that be?
If we can reach an agreement that any further incursion would, well, force the rest of the guilds to act against the Burning Vengeance, we could perhaps force them into at least a temporary truce until this matter is resolved.
Yes, but the fact is, without a guild pact to force the other guilds to work together, no one else is going to care that the Boros are
Exactly.
falling.
Exactly.
That's why we need one, at least a temporary one.
It doesn't exactly help that the Tin Street Goblin gangs are also adding to the gruel at this point. They seem to throw their numbers in
Wonderful.
with them.
Really? They were outside the Orzhov as well, spurring the crowds on.
I see.
Brilliant.
Well, that's
Troubling.
another thing. Wonderful.
Just,
Yes.
I've been thinking about it. About people who could run for the position.
Mhm.
Obviously, people within my guild is a possibility, sure, but it doesn't have to be a. This is me as a player. It doesn't have to be like a guild leader, right? It can be anyone from a guild.
Yes,
Can
anyone
be
who is.
anyone.
Anyone.
Yeah,
They could be anyone.
Jace
Like
was
Joe
a part
walking
of a
down the
guild.
street.
If the 10 people decide that they're the Living Guild Pact, then they're the Living Guild Pact. It could literally be anyone.
Because Ember
It
would
could
know
be
that.
that
I just
baby
don't.
over there.
Yes, but I doubt they would vote for it.
What about Whitemane?
It's possible, maybe.
It- It's someone we trust. It's someone we've worked with. Someone who isn't a guild leader, therefore not creating a power vacuum within a guild. You've recently changed your guild master, so doing that again would be a bad idea.
It's not impossible. I just wonder if that case can be made to the other guilds.
At minimum, the case should be that it cannot be a planeswalker.
Definitely.
that-
Yes.
I know that'll piss Ral off, but frankly, I've got enough reasons to be pissed off at him.
I mean, he
Well-
wants to elect Nimset. And that's...
Yes, he is not a planeswalker.
No, same difference.
I think most will agree, because, well, most of the problems that have arisen recently have been because the Guild Pact hasn't been enforced. And it hasn't been enforced because Jace hasn't been here. I looked into it recently when I got the sigil. There are lots of things that essentially should have been impossible. They shouldn't have been able to happen. But because Jace wasn't here, the magic didn't prevent it. So, definitely someone who stays here.
Therefore, in the business of impossibility.
Perhaps we should at least attempt to contact her. It's not something you hand to someone unwilling.
No. How many people have actually tried to help? I mean, us, really. We're the only ones who've done anything approaching what Jace is meant to be doing recently.
It's. I know what you
Let's see.
mean.
Ghost, at least part-wise, can be counted. But disqualified because Planeswalker. Whitemane, to the extent that she could.
Have to be a person?
Well, it has to be a creature, a sentient creature. It doesn't have to be human or anything. Like, that's why they're putting the tree forward. The Selesnians.
I'd like to think the ceremony just takes place and they just put a medal around one of the branches.
Maya, but also Planeswalker.
Yep. I mean, I'd put myself forward, but play dwarf.
Ah,
Yeah. Damn.
we're getting kind of out of game. So what's to stop this person from being like killed if the people don't like them as being a planes, being like the guild back?
I mean, the fact that it's against the Guild Pact.
Yeah, it's
Who
not
has to
the
follow
law.
the guild back?
All guilded members.
Yep.
Okay. So just
So yes, the guildless could theoretically rise up and try and kill him.
Is
Yeah,
illegal
so
for
should we-
anyone who are part of the guild, any guild under that guild pact, to kill or even be able to kill the living guild pact, because magic will prevent them from even plotting or killing them.
yeah, but then just the guild.
Yep.
So you have to pick someone decently powerful enough so that they don't get like one shot.
Yeah,
by
exactly.
14th level.
That's why you can't make that commoner baby into a living guild pact. They will get one shot by a rat. They might get cats.
They'll get stabbed on the street and then it's over.
Yeah.
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 Could you make it multiple people?
That's my thought.
I mean, that would have to be up with two.
It has
Bo.
to be a single person.
Yeah, it's simple
magic.
because it was originally a magical bounding contract or something, wasn't it? Originally.
Yes, the original one was a literal contract.
Possibly Jaina.
Or one of you guys, minus Ember and White Maids.
I was actually going to bring that up and say, would it be stupid of me to put my name forward?
Kind of. We
I
do
don't know.
tend to go into such lethal situations. We tend to like break the laws of time, space, anything that makes sense at this point.
It's breaking time.
Accidentally once. Don't worry about it.
How many people have actually shown that they're willing to stand up and fix things? And how many people would you trust, especially out of all of the people they're going to put forward?
Not many of them.
Probably 2. If that. And that's assuming you put White Mane forward.
And how many of them are known enough to the others to be voted in?
That is the question I worry about as well. I see nothing wrong about putting yourself forward, Zeph, but I don't know if they will agree to it.
You'll probably only get one vote. That is how it works.
They will very much see you as part of the Azorius, at least.
Technically, 1, 2 votes at least out of the 10.
Assuming Ember votes.
And well, it would mean you had to leave the Azorius.
Yeah, I couldn't see you in a non-Azorius set of armor, Nate. No offense.
Why not? If there's a house around for the living guild pack, but sort of make a contract that a planeswalker only could stay here though. He cannot be a planeswalker.
That's... I don't really know how to explain it. It's like... You've
Well,
got a
the original
bird
one was
holding its
broken
wings.
because it was just a contract. It wasn't flexible enough without a mind behind it.
Yes, that was the issue.
Yeah, but more if you did pick someone that was a planeswalker, they cannot leave Ravnica, or else
There's
You'll lose
nothing really to stop that, though, if they truly become the guild pack, because then they're in control of that.
Yes, they would have the power to revoke that law. Doesn't really help.
Well, being my short time in this time, I don't think you're going to get everyone to vote for one person.
Well, yes, but that's why it needs to be someone everyone might be willing to compromise for. Because no
Yes,
one's going to get
exactly.
the person they need.
No.
Or want, I suppose.
Has to be someone that at least most people could, well, not despise as having a skill pact.
The one who's probably dipped into all sides of the spectrum.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Why
You
not?
literally can't think of anyone. There's no one. There's no one that any of them like.
Why not
White Mage
Lavinia?
knows like 4 people.
Ember, you were saying?
Yeah. Why not Lavinia? She's been the stewardess of the Guild Pact for however long Jace was the Guild
Possible.
Pact. It only
Yeah.
makes sense. People know her. It wouldn't be that difficult to get another steward or stewardess of the Guild Pact when someone who's had experience working with the Guild Pact for so long takes up the position.
It's just whether. I mean, she's dealt with most of these issues while Jace has been gone. I imagine there are plenty of people who would want someone different so they might get a different answer to the same question. They might just say no just for that.
True.
Wouldn't
Still,
that seem like? Wouldn't that just be someone posturing for like an in? Yeah, not a game. She seemed like the only like neutral option that all of them would pick. Anyone who wouldn't pick her would seem like they're picking her because they don't like
Yes,
generic
but
policy.
it really doesn't matter why they choose not to. If they say no, we can't make a new one. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It could be the most petty reasons possible, and they still get the vote.
there's someone on the list that we could consider at least.
Right about now, you begin to see
Oh.
both.
Hello.
What?
I didn't realize you were back.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just adding to the tension, I guess, of the chamber. You begin to see Ral has gotten along with the Archmage Tibor. They are currently going over and speaking to various other guild platforms. Currently, they're talking to the Ozov and with the Karlov of the Ghost Council, as well as the Guildmaster Tomic Broina, probably making their case for Nivnizet.
I guess there's.
Yeah, this could be real awkward in a couple minutes.
It really is.
There is one more thing that I suppose I should bring up just regarding the whole grill situation.
Pray tell.
Well, Domi informed me that Nikki and some of the others among the Burning Vengeance are looking for me for, well, obvious reasons.
Ah, fun.
Right.
They're not gonna find me if I don't want them to, don't worry about that. But, yeah, just so you're aware of it.
Lovely.
Hmm?
Add it to the list of problems.
Or potentially an in to talk to them.
Sounds like
If we
Rabbit has
work
been
it the
saying
right
for
way.
years.
If only.
But with the Gruul, would it just be easy just to hand those 2 people over?
Yes, but well, it's currently entirely up to Aurelia, and they're invading
Yes.
her, so she's fighting rather than solving that issue. It should be up to the Guild Pact, but again, we have no Guild Pact.
Well, by the looks of it, you might need one to pick someone that you want and convince the others.
Yes, that is certainly something else to think about. If we pick someone who doesn't really care about the issue, then, well,
The issue goes unresolved,
exactly.
and we lose the Boris anyway.
Yeah. I say, this is my opinion anyway, we put Lavinia forward, we open up the position for another steward or stewardess, someone who actually gives a damn about the problems, have them vetted by Lavinia, should she be chosen as the Guild Pact.
Lavinia is literally within your ear reach, and she says, "That cannot work. You do realize that, right? I am the stewardess. It is not a position to be refilled. It is a power to behold and translate that of the Living Guild Pact. I can't
Honestly,
be
at
both
this point, I'm trying to pick people I trust.
Well, count me out."
Okay.
Right. Thank you for informing us, at least. Right. So currently we have White Mane, Seth. Anyone else you can think of?
No.
No one
Honestly,
left to
that's
speak
the reason
well.
Yeah, it's the reason I was thinking of putting myself forward. I cannot honestly think of anyone I would trust to do it.
You would pretty
Take
much be bound
Goldemar.
to this plane.
Just go for
I'm
it.
not picking the dead guy.
Dang. Dang. That's fair.
Why? Ral is already picking the dead guy.
It's true. You can throw your hat with 2 dead people instead of 1.
Yeah, he's really on this mother. He's going around convincing everyone. He's currently even at the Golgaris form now. He's having so much difficulty talking to High Chancellor Monique.
What were you saying anyway, Ember?
You do realise this would mean if we went magical planes hopping, you wouldn't be able to come with us.
I'm aware, but... well... saving everyone here just to watch them tear themselves apart anyway isn't exactly something I want.
That is true. And... yeah. Not many people left.
Freya.
But who?
Stop typing in, you're dead.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey.
No, but my sister is not a very good candidate.
It's true. Yeah. 14th level.
I mean, she got captured by some level 6 monks. But alright.
Yes,
But now she's far more powerful.
she was captured, and like there are still files floating around that I got rid of, I suppose. That she was behind
Try to get
everything
rid of
that
them.
happened in Precinct 3.
Fine. It's fine.
I guess.
Should we
Yep, go for it. Sorry.
should we consider checking in with the other guilds, see what they're actually thinking?
That might actually be a
Yeah.
very smart decision.
Rail certainly seems to be going around, so I doubt anyone will mind if we do too.
Yeah.
I might catch up with these 2 that I was with. I've got a lot to catch up to do.
Right. I'm sure.
Would it be an issue if I asked you to stay with us? Simply because 3 of us from different guilds discussing candidates. I mean, that certainly shows more support, wouldn't it?
Can do, but only the Izzets know of me, apparently.
No, the Celestial-
Sure, but they very publicly declared.
Recognized you as an Izzet.
Yes.
Yeah, Lavinia introduced you, sort of.
Yeah, so Izzet, and that was it.
Yeah.
Shall we, then?
It looks like Ral has approached everybody's platform apart from Celestian Conclave.
And Ash.
He's
Yeah,
coming
presumably
towards
not
you.
us.
He's coming towards us.
Right. Ral's coming.
Sorry, I thought I could come have a small discussion with the Azorius lot before we reconvene the summit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we were about to go have a few discussions ourselves, but we can start with you first.
No.
Well, if I guess if order is one thing the Azorius is concerned, we should identify uh, who will be the most powerful and order them by the ranks of their power and their intelligence. And the one at the top should be the next living guild pack to behold such awesome and inspiring magic.
Well, I'm not sure the power itself is the issue, since the Guild Pact is power. But the others, perhaps, I understand.
It is of additional interest whether they are interested in the issues of Ravnica sufficiently to, well,
And
be present for them.
well,
And if they're truly willing to be neutral.
Niv Mizzet would be an absolutely neutral. He's an absolute neutrality when it comes to dealing with guilds. Believe me, he hardly pays attention to some of the inner things that happen in. Is that anyway? He has
That's
said that
If he's the guildmaster and he barely pays attention to his guild, that doesn't exactly...
bode well.
Yes.
that was a joke to pronounce that he was a symbol of neutrality and he can be considered as one. But more to that, I was going to say is that he is not a planeswalker. I do appreciate your concern of Jace Belleron being one and always away doing missions. Niv Mizzet has personally told me and his firemind, your friend Goromar, that he's carrying out his last mission in other planes, and that would be his last one, and he wishes no longer to do any more traveling to other planes.
Yes, I'm interested about
Mm.
that. Where is he if he couldn't attend this
Yes.
meeting? I can't see Goldemar either, and trust me, he's noticeable.
Well, you could ask Gol where he is if he wants to discuss.
We very much would like to.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, he said he would be here at this meeting. So.
Well, to be fair, I was hoping one of the Firemind directed, the one that has affiliation with the Interguild Task Force, to be here. Yet Goldemar is
As
not
were
here.
we.
Which is troubling, but oh well.
Is it too much of a request for you to perhaps try and get in contact with, well, either of them?
Yes, I can say if you're trying to get a vote for him, we will not be voting for anyone who does not turn up. Doesn't bode well if they cannot attend the very first of their duties.
Niv Mizzet will turn up to the ceremonial ritual to become the Living Guild Pack. Do not fret.
Well, he won't be selected if he's not here to discuss his case.
That's why I am here. What part of being an emissary and the voice of the guild master do you not understand? You've questioned the same thing regarding that.
Yes, and what part of not turning up for the start of this is hard for you to understand? Speak your own case, because you won't have a guild to speak for you afterwards.
He raises an eyebrow, briskly walks away, almost immediately.
Well, he hasn't changed much since we met him last.
Not really. Should we check in with the others?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I imagine we just walk the circle, probably.
Alright,
Mhm.
so I guess who would be the right, clockwise or anti-clockwise?
I'm gonna leave that up to Hella, because one leaves Demir relatively till the last, and one is, relatively quick.
Let's just go clockwise. Deal with it.
Okay.
Alright, so you walk up to Taser, Guildmaster Atomic. I was gonna mute Goldemar for briefly. You walk up to Taser and Karlov of the Ghost Council and the Guildmaster Atomic, Rona, and Taser looks at you guys and says, Oh, hello.
Hey again.
Hello.
Uh, the Orzov Syndicate would like to thank you for once again for helping us handle our situation.
Of course, it was a situation for everyone, so there was no issue.
And for your assistance, the Orzov would like to give you a gift if you would like to
Yeah.
claim it at your will at a later date.
That's not really necessary. If you wish to give us a gift, perhaps just listen as we came to discuss, the options for
Yes.
how we go forward with the Guild Pact.
Yes, it is something that we have been pondering about. Ral has already come here and proposed this idea of naming Niv Mizzet as one, but we are quite reserved about that idea.
Yes. It occurred to me everyone's going to put their Guildmasters, it seems. And yet no one else is going to vote for them, are they?
Carlos kind of looks at you and begins to laugh. Well, it's not like I can put myself up. I am not living.
Yes, I suppose that does preclude it. But everyone else is certainly putting them up, and I don't think anyone else is going to be willing to vote for them, because how can you expect neutrality?
Yeah, Tomek says mathematically there'll be one vote for their own guildmaster or their own leaders, and there would not be a majority, and the one that breaks the tie would have to. But even that case, the Living Guild Pact magic will not hold it. It would require the approval and the acknowledgement from all 10 voices.
Yes, precisely.
Yes.
And, well, as you can imagine, the Guildmasters have certainly made a certain number of enemies. Most likely among other guilds, as I'm certain you could attest to. So those votes aren't going to be coming.
Yes, Niv Mizzet is not particularly had a good impact on the Celestians. Or despite Shroud's efforts in helping them during their plague. Difficult.
Just a glance at Ember. We've certainly had a few run-ins with him, and he seems rather impulsive.
You can certainly say that.
So, in general, it excludes Guildmasters from being a wise choice. And the other suggestion that generally seems a terrible idea is a planeswalker.
We would tend to agree that the other option of anointing Jared von Sabo as the Living Guild Pact terrifies me. Again, he's not really living, and he is, if not more wild and volatile than Niv Mizzet in the most peculiar way. If they propose Jared von Sabo, that would be a no from us.
Indeed.
We were discussing people who would be strong enough to hold the position, be actually neutral, who already has, experience dealing with other guilds. Well, we came up with a couple of people, but
Only
that's
a few remain that are willing, or possibly willing.
Yes.
Well, what do you suggest? Currently, the Orzo are neutral, and we do not want to propose anyone of ours. Or this does not interest us.
Our first choice to put forward was Lavinia, but she has stated rather categorically that she will not be taking the position.
It would be quite impossible to hold both the magic of the Stewardess as well as the Living Guild Pact.
Yes, the former would have to be passed on in that case.
And
Yes.
that is not the case. It is it is a promise and an oath she has taken for until
Very
her
well.
end.
Kill her, bring her back, and then make them go back.
The others are one Inquisitor Whitemane, if you're aware of her.
We are not aware. Is she of the Azorius?
Cheers, and well, she would be a good candidate for the position itself. The simple fact that she is unknown to most of the guilds means most of them would not be willing to vote for her.
You see,
Exactly.
Tomic does not recognize her at all, but you sense that Taser Karlov, she begins to smile softly. There's some recognition in her. If you want, you can roll an insight check.
I don't need to roll an insight check, I know exactly why she recognizes the name.
Okay, fair enough.
Hala does not realize at the moment.
Okay. And Tomic says, well, if she is quite capable and able to handle herself, then an entity of neutrality, it's most prudent. And we would have to agree with what you said, Arbiter. Choosing another planeswalker is not a wise choice. Tomic says.
Maybe I can test the waters here, because I honestly can't decide whether it would be good or not. What would you say if I were to put myself forward?
You?
Yes. Me and the rest of us in this inter-guild task force have certainly got a lot of experience with all the other guilds. And, well, while Jace has been away, we seem to have been the ones out there and dealing with some of the things he should have been.
That is true. We have heard of the annals of the Interguild Task Force. Can I ask you to roll a persuasion check, please?
See if I can roll higher than a 4. I cannot, I rolled exactly a 4. What is with my rolls today?
I mean, everything but persuasion is good.
Yeah, but I've only rolled insight otherwise, so...
Do you want to start a fight with someone to reset your rolls? I don't mind punching you.
Yes, please.
Taser says, well, to be completely honest with you, it doesn't have to be anything that quite powerful, like Ra said. It has to be someone who can take care of themselves, so that we don't have to keep doing the ritual again and again and again once they get themselves killed by
Yanked.
falling over stairs or whatever.
Yes, but the Guild Pact itself is power, and they would be able to wield it.
Of course, and they have to be impartial, and they have to be responsible, and they have to care for Ravnica. I have heard of what the Inquisitor Whitemane is capable of. As for me, either you or her would be fine. The Orzhov are quite indifferent to this.
Well, thanks for your time, and it's good to know where we stand.
Karlov
Indeed.
says, yes, quite honestly, we would like the summit to be over so I can return to my duties.
Yes, with the matters around us currently, I think having this over and done with as soon as possible would certainly be the best for all of us.
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
Tomic kind of looks at you, Zeph, and says, if you don't mind, do you have a moment to speak alone?
Of course. I will step aside
Yeah,
with a glance at the others.
yeah. I can ask you to go to the secret room, please.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Alright, so Tommy takes you aside, away from the earshots of everybody else, and he says, well, I'm glad that you proposed yourself for the Inquisitor Whitemane, because I felt I was being forced to listen to Ral's request, and it's not something that I wish to take onto account. He has been, as of late, quite he's been quite passionate about a lot of things, and I believe his passion is not something it's that I would want to influence the decision of this summit.
You've had a lot of contact with her recently?
Yes. We are friends. We talk.
Oh. Okay.
And moreover, he's been acting quite strange. And the way he talks about Niv Mizzet becoming the new Living Guild Pact worries me. He's been quite vehement in this matter. And I think there is something going on. I do not know.
Well, he's certainly attempted to get us to say we would vote with them. And, well, our word stands that anyone who doesn't turn up won't be getting a vote from us.
Well, we just have to find a way to convince Ral, because, quite frankly, I do not think he's quite a fan of you. He would rather vote for the Inquisitor than you.
Yes, that is understandable. The last time I saw him, I did try and punch him in the face.
Yes, I have heard. I will tell you one thing. Because of what you did for the Ozov, I have heard from Tesa the tales numerous times. I will personally take this duty on board and convince Ral. If it becomes he cannot force a vote for Niv Mizzet, he would be impartial to vote for you or the Inquisitor. I'll make sure that happens.
Well, I would certainly appreciate it.
It's quite alright.
There's no need, unless he is simply the last remaining vote standing, though. No need to pressure him otherwise.
It likely will be. Anyway, I wish you good luck with your venture.
Thank you.
Situations. Nope. Going for it.
What's happening on this side?
Just talking shit.
Okay.
Because we saw Boomer, and then we talked about
Yeah.
horses.
You talk.
She.
He's on the
Boomer's
map
on the
still.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, right. Why is he still there?
Good question.
Just
That's
keep
where the
it
lab
Because
is.
he
That's where the secret lab
died
is.
after we left Precinct 1.
Yep.
So his token stayed here.
Oh my god, he only has like
24 HP, yeah.
24 HP. Ah.
That's more than Corsus had when she died.
Yeah,
so
it was like, what, level 3, 4?
2.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
No, wait, 3.
Yeah, 3, because he was an artillerist, so.
Yeah, I just got artillerist stuff. I made one turret and then I died. And I was like, oh.
Yep.
Anyway, Zeph heads back to you and just says, well, if Rao's a problem, Tomek thinks he can sway his vote. But likely only if they're the last holdout, so that's something at least.
Noted. Shall we see what the others think? Gonna have to face it eventually.
Just glances over at the next, which is Demir. Are you okay with doing this?
Yeah, Ahmed is currently speaking to the collector.
I have to face it at some point. Might as well get it over with.
Do you want me to lead, or do you want to?
Let's just approach it normally and see what happens. I can deal with it, Seth.
If you're sure.
Mhm.
And then we head to the Demir.
Alright, so yep, all four of you guys head to the Demir quadrant. Quadrant? A tenthdrant? A decadron. Let's go with decadron.
Section.
Section.
No.
Alright, move on.
What?
Moving on, we go to the Demir.
I wanna call you a decadron, that sounds cool.
Fine.
Too
Fine.
bad.
Thanks. Alright, so you move on to the Demir section. And Marsha Yvonne is currently speaking in hushed voices to a maid. Actually, can I ask you to do roll a persuasion check, please?
Persuasion?
Yeah. Sorry,
Which one?
perception.
I was going to say,
Okay.
what am I persuading?
You're persuading the air to whisper to you.
Ooh.
Okay.
So he has the sight.
You see
Or
everything.
White mage has the sight.
Yep.
You've already seen this before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you keep critting. It's all
Yeah.
happened before.
Oh yeah, that makes sense actually.
There's a
Alright,
second roll as well.
yeah. Can I ask you to go to the secret room, please, White
Yeah.
Mage? Alright, so you see the woman with pale white, almost white hair that's talking to a maid, vampire Demir. She's, as she was whispering, she was drawing some small ribbon, like glossy white, almost ghost-like ribbon from her memory, and passing it on to a maid, very sneakily, very secretively. You recognize these as the memory strands.
Okay.
If you never engage with the character in a serious
Welcome
fashion,
back.
it will never become a problem.
Welcome back.
We're back.
Yeah.
Hi, Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as you approach the House Demir part, you see they stop talking to each other, and one of them, I guess, Marsha Yvonne, looks at you. She's got like bald head. She carefully inspects you all one by one before saying, "Good afternoon, friends. I'm glad that you joined our table. How can we help you?"
Greetings. We thought we'd stop by and check in what your current thoughts on the situation and possible electants currently are.
Well, frankly, we're just here for the entertainment. So far, nothing spectacular has happened. We do not care for who becomes the next living guild pact as far as it exists. But the Izzet boy has come over, making his pleas to make the dragon the next living guild pact, and from what we have gathered, it is not a good thing.
With that, we are in likely agreement.
A maid looks carefully at you. Yes, that we are. But we assume that you've come all the way here to propose what you have to say. Do tell us. We are all ears.
Certainly. The general consideration that we have is that it should not be a guildmaster of any of the guilds.
Agreed. Jarrett would be a terrible, terrible idea.
Quite. And secondly, it should not be a planeswalker.
The collector, Yvonne, says, although Jarrett would survive several assassinations, and he would be, I guess, would be fulfill that criteria.
True enough. Still, volatility and interest in actually preserving the guild pact is a factor that must be taken into account. No?
Of course. And what does the Azorius has to propose?
As I said, secondly, it is of interest to not have a planeswalker occupy the role for fear of repeating past mistakes. As such, we have ended up with two possible proposals we would like your opinion on. One is a passion known as White Mane, that I'm sure you're aware of.
We are aware of her, yes. How is her hand?
Functional.
Good, good. It's good to have functional hands.
It is.
And who's the second one? We're eager to hear.
That one is the man standing right beside me, if he wishes to speak for himself.
Yes. Just nods hello to them. Sorry, I wasn't here for the first part of this conversation.
Essentially, just talked over things about like it shouldn't be a guildmaster, it shouldn't be a planeswalker. Talked to them about White Mane, and now our other option is you, essentially.
Okay, so we haven't missed out too much.
Spotlight shines down upon you.
Yes. We've been thinking about people who would actually be truly neutral and not just people who think it's a power grab. And, well, there weren't many candidates we could actually trust. So it comes down to two people, really.
Well, we don't really like you as much. You've killed our white scorpion. But, we are willing to let the past go and move forward, build a friendly relationship.
Happy to hear it.
But on one thing, we would be happy to cast our vote in your favor. Arbiter, Zephyr Peacekeeper, in exchange for something that the Dimir would very much want.
And what would that be?
Well, you see, we have been shunned as the villains of Ravnica for many 100 years, for messing with people's memories and borrowing and forging and modifying and erasing. We found ourselves, as of late, certain parts of our memories erased by none other than the former guild master of the Azorius Senate, which we had to find out from a Golgari spy that she has used in a somewhat less than legal ritual that you might be aware called the Secret Keeper ritual. Not so happy about our memory being so keenly taken by the Azorius, and then they turn around and tell us that we cannot do this very same thing. What we do wish is, at the very least, the Azorius do not do the Secret Keeper ritual again. And the first thing, the new Living Guild Pact, that would be you, to make this into law and illegalize this ritual. If we can't do it, nobody else can.
Well, the fact is, it should already be illegal by the Guild Pact, but without a Guild Pact that sticks around, it hasn't been enforced. Because, as you might imagine, removing the memories of every single guild member violates their guilds, and it's one guild violating another.
Yeah, the collector raises her voice and says, "This is precisely why we wondered. Isperia, the supreme judge of all, would go against the laws of the Living Guild Pact. Something must have stirred her heart."
Perhaps. But as you've just experienced, without a guild pact who sticks around, the guild pact isn't really enforced. And, well, you're the only ones who are meant to work against the other guilds by the guild pact law. But without a guild pact to enforce it, everyone can do it.
So, what do you say? Will you enact it in its full accord if you become the next living guild pact? The collector says.
I mean, certainly, we have no plans to cast the ritual.
In that case, the Demir will vote for the Arbiter Zephyro Peacekeeper. She puts out a hand to shake.
So glance at Vin, and then I guess I go to shake if I don't get like a...
Hello.
Yes, Hella. Thank you. Keep reminding me until I
Yeah.
get it back in my head.
Yeah.
Is there anything she would think suspicious about the handshake?
Is there a pin inside to take blood? Something like.
Is there anything her Demir background would make her actually think is suspicious about it? Just
I mean,
baseline.
roll a religion check, guild check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Go to
33.
Go to the secret room, please. Yeah, certain promises and oaths, a certain type of handshake, the Demir can make it binding to the very soul itself. Just like certain promises that have been made before. You begin to think that there's some magic involved here that could be magically binding this promise more than just a verbal.
So
agreement.
essentially, I think it is a binding promise that she's trying to make here.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
But the magic is not so obvious. Their magic is incredibly secretive.
Yeah, I know.
So if you feel like giving it to me, go ahead.
Okay.
As long as you're aware that you're accepting a binding deal, then go ahead.
I'm aware. It's not something I'm exactly
She
worried about.
sort of emphasizes the word binding in that sentence.
I mean, that's fine. If
Yeah.
this actually happens, like, you would have to be neutral, which means dealing with the Demir the same as everyone else. So.
But she says that and does nothing to stop you, essentially.
Okay, if she does nothing to stop me, he will shake the hand.
Alright, yep. Could I ask you to roll a charisma saving throw unless you wish to fail?
Is it against magic? I guess it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna roll anyway.
Yeah.
Just because I never get to roll a charisma save and it's my good save.
31.
Okay. I'll DM you something. Alright, that's it.
Okay.
Alright. Well, Yvonne, the collector, lets go of your hand and she says, well, if it is agreed, then it has been most pleasant to get acquaintance with the lot of you. It would seem that you have got a new friend whom we have not heard of. Whatever happened to Sorry?
Temporarily indisposed?
Yes.
Indisposed.
With any luck, we'll be seeing him soon.
Very well. I'm assuming you have more of the others to convince, so we will let you off.
gives like a head nod / shallow bow type thing, and turns to leave.
Yeah, as you're turning to leave, a maid, his cool, raspy voice comes through. Just remember, Interguild Task Force. We have got your back.
Noted.
Hala gives him a smile that's just like very polite one.
Okay. Yeah, you can roll a persuasion check.
Sure. 28.
Okay. Yeah, he returns the smile without rolling an insight check. You could say that it's a genuine smile, kind of like the ones that he used to give you before.
Yeah, for a
when you
moment
were
she,
under his tutelage.
yeah, for a moment she has like a faintly confused gaze at that, but quickly hides it.
Yeah, for a moment he was not working under the control of Demir, but just as your tutor.
Yeah, and she seems momentarily confused by that, but sort of nods her head and turns away.
Okay. Yep. Who to next? Going by the chart, I guess.
Probably.
Yep.
So
you're
is
Going
it?
around the
Yeah,
circle.
you can just skip his head because you already talked around, right? He's
Yeah.
So, I don't have it.
Raptos.
Oh God.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Are there anyone there, or are they still missing?
no,
No, they came in. I finished
right.
the artwork.
Yeah.
Right. Oh boy.
Okay.
There's literally just the one person there, though, from
Yep,
what I understand.
Yep, just one emissary of Rakdos, the cult of Rakdos. Well, alright, so you wander over to a ringmaster, Hekara, the Razor Witch, who Zeph has posted the artwork of. She's currently sitting there looking incredibly bored and like scrapping the clotted blood that's stuck between her nails off onto the onto the table, and she's collecting all these blood clots on the table, and she's arranging it into a smiley face.
Of course she is.
And
Yes.
as you are arriving at the table, she looks at you and says, "Ah, good evening. Hi, I've been waiting to speak with you all. Hello.
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 Oh, please tell me you're not here to propose something rather drastic like making the next living guild pact, Niv Miset."
Not at all.
And Nimazek gets no love.
Here to propose our next living guild pact, but perhaps not so drastic.
Not a guildmaster nor a planeswalker.
Ah, wonderful. Well, I'm all ears. What can I do for you? I have come here on behalf of my master, Rakdos himself. I am very sorry to say that he's been quite busy with firing people. They're
Mm-hmm.
so I do remember some of you, not all of you. Remember some of you, but not all of you.
Okay.
Well, in effort of not boring you with tedious long discussions, our proposal is Sephiroth.
I
Here.
wouldn't say talking to you, beautiful Azorius people, tedious. I enjoy it very much. Okay, sorry, what were you saying?
Sephiroth here is our proposal.
Oh, is that so? And what makes you think you're so qualified to be the next living guild pact, darling?
Honestly, it's more the fact that the other candidates aren't really qualified. We need someone who would actually be willing to be neutral. And I don't know what you've been thinking over here, but, well, they're all proposing their guild masters. That doesn't exactly speak of neutrality to me.
I, I was just about to propose Rakdos to everyone, but then I thought, perhaps not. He's rather busy as it is, and he doesn't want to leave.
Yeah, she wouldn't want to take him away from his firing of people.
But would you imagine Rakdos being the next living guild pack? That would be so fun.
It would certainly be something, you have that right.
Right. So you?
Yes, so me.
Well, I would have to pray to Rakdos and see what he thinks, but I'm sure I can put in some good word.
Well, thank you.
You're very welcome. She taps the table with the long, blood-stained nails.
I just gesture at the smiley face. Well, we'll leave you to your fun then.
Quite.
She blinks a couple of times, still smiling.
We leave quickly.
We run away. We dash, please.
Yeah, you're double dashing away from her.
No.
No.
It's more like a fast walk rather than the stately walk of every other one.
Oh, okay. As you're leaving, Ember, you feel something grab your hand.
I'll turn around, sure.
Hey, there is something about you that's it wasn't there. It wasn't there. There's something new and exciting about you.
Yeah, my will to live has dropped off the face of Ravnica, and he walked away.
No, I'm still holding onto your hand.
Yep.
He can't. I just want to. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Rakdos? Any chance you would like to join us now that you are this?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, bye. She lets go of your hand.
Yeah, Ember fully well knows what she means, but he just carries on walking.
Okay. Alright, who to next? Let's look at the chart that Zev posted.
Yep.
The swarm.
Yeah, Gold Gary.
Ah, great.
Oh, great.
This should be an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Hi, people who killed Asperia.
Do we get to talk to the bugs? Because them is it goblins be hella rowdy.
Oh god.
There are no crawl warriors here. There's just only the High Chancellor Monique Vastrim here.
I'd forgotten that meme till you mentioned it.
Alright.
Yep.
Yeah, I posted a picture of already. Her robe is these woven roots of these slightly rotten roots of a plant. She's got like this weird growth that she tied into a bun, like some sort of a hair bun, but it's definitely not hair whatsoever. She's Dev Karin. You guys know what Dev Karins are, right? She's the
Dark elf assassins.
Dark elf of
Dark elves in general.
yeah, of Ravnica. She looks at you, doesn't smile, and says, "How can I help you with?"
Well, we've already been beaten to the punch, I suppose, by Realm, but we're here to discuss who might be the next living guild pack.
And you're here to either reaffirm his proposal or reject it entirely.
The latter.
Yes.
But, well, you don't have to spend much more time here, because I was not taking him seriously. I do believe Jared Ward Savile would be the perfect match for the new Living Guild Pact. And most of the swarm, as well as the crawls and even the horrors, agree with me.
Yes, I imagine they do. But as the issue will arise, most of the other guilds will not agree. and there will need to be a consensus
And why would
for
they not
anyone to be
agree?
elected. Because proposing the guildmaster of any of the guilds, despite what may actually be true, no one is going to believe that they will remain neutral.
Wait, you have to be neutral.
Yes, of course you have to be neutral. The guild pact has to be neutral between all the guilds. That is the point of the guild pact.
Oh.
Yes, and most people will just see it as a power grab, should you propose someone such as your guildmaster.
Oh. It was a power.
You see.
Not even a
Yes,
lie.
well,
It's like, oh yes.
Same
that's a-
reason you don't want to see Niv-Mizzet as the Living Guild Pact are the same reasons no one else will want to see Jared.
Or any other guildmaster, for that matter.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Well,
That's
as long as if it's not Jared, then we do definitely hope it's not Niv-Mizzet at all. Forbids that it is not Matt Celestia. We will leave you.
yes, and well, I actually came to discuss whether you would be willing to vote for me.
You?
Yes.
Why?
Well, simply because I am not, as all the other candidates seem to be, a guildmaster, and admittedly I haven't had as much contact with the Golgari as some other guilds, but I have had contact with all of the guilds recently, and I have been neutral in all of our dealings.
Well, you've been to some of our territories before, I have heard.
Yes, I have been to the Guild Gate.
And what makes you qualified to hold such power?
Well, the fact that I would actually be willing to maintain it as neutral, that is the thing. Many people would wish to see, use the power to further their own goals or the goals of their guild. But the goals of my guild are simply following the law, so becoming the guild pact would mean enforcing the neutrality. I don't think we can say the same about most of the other people being put forward, honestly.
Well, we have heard a tale of an undead boy that you showed kindness to. So I suppose you don't treat us like some sort of worms that writhe in the dirt like the others. The
Of
fact
course
that
not.
you're not showing disgust whilst discussing this like Ral did. He was just about to vomit on me.
Yes, he is not a pleasant person to speak to, is he?
Not really, no.
Sentience is sentience. It doesn't really matter what condition your body's in,
Indeed.
Well, I would be happy to consider you, or any one of you, as long as it's not Niv-Mizzet or Matt Celestia. But there is something that Jared Vaught Sava would wish. I've already
Speak.
expressed it. It is the remains of the former Living Guild Pact of Jace Belleron. If we can utilize it properly, then I would be happy to cast my vote on behalf of the Swarm.
Sadly, as I have mentioned, it is not my place. All I could do would be to propose it to the remaining family.
Is there some... Could you do that before we reconvene and get an answer? It is the one thing that prevents us from voting for you. Like I said, it's incredible magical entity. Any kind of humans, elves, and the like who were to hold this power during their life, their remains would hold certain elements of it after they have perished, and we would utilize it in its absolute form. This would please Jared Ward Savoy extremely, and he would not hesitate to vote for someone who had provided this for the swarm.
I believe it can be said that once it has been verified that utilizing the remains of Jace Bellerin provides no risk for further corruption of the same kind that had taken him to spread out throughout Ravnica.
We would,
Such a topic could be discussed.
well, like I've already said, we would happily discuss the removal of this corruption and handle it adequately. Believe me, the swarm has encountered corruption and the likes that you have spoken about earlier many times, and we've handled it extremely well. If you would like, you could send an overseer of the Azorius to look over as we carry out the embalmment process.
I mean, is Hala saying anything here? I'm mainly leaving this to you currently.
We can attempt to see if the relatives would be willing to consider such as quickly as we can, and then get back to you.
That would be appreciated.
Yes. Sadly, it's not my place to say one way or the other. It is, as the laws dictate, up to the relatives when there is no will.
I understand, Arbiter, and I thank you for considering my request on behalf of the swarm.
Of course.
Alright, moving on to...
Yep, moving on.
Yep. Just a
Grow.
slight squeeze of your hand, Hala,
Yeah.
as we
Yeah,
walk away
she-
from that conversation.
Squeeze it back, and she seems a little tenser than before, but doesn't seem entirely freaked out, so to say.
Okay. Who is next?
Gruul.
Cool.
Yep, Domraraid is there. He's currently has he's just like sleeping on the desk. He's not really sleeping, but he looks really tired. He's like slanted, just about falling asleep. And Sundry, the
Hi.
demon, Elder Shaman, is putting a hand on his back and like rubbing his back to try and to get rid of this exhaustion, I guess. And Chief Scoring Boulder, he does not make eye contact with anyone. He's staring out the window. The goblin seems wild and erratic.
Hi, Domri.
Hey.
Hey, hi, good evening. We made it like you requested.
Thank you.
You don't look like you're doing so well these days.
Well, what can I say? Nothing.
Well, you look like you could use the nap you are having, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I'm just going to go ahead and say it. We can't think of anyone that is being proposed who would actually do the job properly. So I was going to put myself forward.
Yes.
I would have hoped it would be you. Then.
Then Valhalla blinks. Seems kind of confused by the very idea of that for a moment. Kind of glances towards Chef.
You already hold the power of the raised boar. Why not utilize it to encase the guild pact? I think it would be... That's my thought anyway, but I'm not thinking too well. It's up to you.
It is not an impossible proposal, but I'm not sure I could be responsible enough with that kind of power.
Chief Skorek Bouldertooth now gaining a little bit of interest, and he says,
Well, from what I have been hearing from Ral, the Izzet fella who came over here spewing shit about whatnot, I don't think he's gonna be voting for anyone Azorius, and especially not you. I forgot your name.
Which one is looking at?
Zeph.
Zephyr, Peacekeeper.
Not Ral has
Yes.
few words to say, and he has said them all in spite of you.
Yes, but, well, are you going to vote him as that? Because no one else we've spoken to wants to vote him. So regardless if that's going to be the only way he votes, it's not going to...
He still needs to be convinced somehow, otherwise this will not progress.
No, but should he be the only one willing to vote for him, and should everyone else vote a different way, his friends should be able to talk some sense into him.
Skorek says out loud,
Well, given that the Izzet of Nivix have allied strongly with Sunhome Filths,
he kind of is a little bit shocked at himself for saying that in the presence of Ember.
yes, Nivixet might not be a good idea.
All the more reason they want this conflict quickly settled.
Yes.
Which is and should be made a priority.
The Elder Shaman Sunbury says, well, we would be happy to cast our vote towards you, as you have helped our people during our time of need. I was
Yes.
there to witness it, Arbiter. It will be
And
a
as-
pleasure.
As you're very much aware, we know exactly what happened firsthand, so I don't think it would be a surprise what our verdict would be when we settle this. Well, should it be us, of course.
She's crying, like she's beginning to well up, and she says, I thank you once again. And the remaining refugees are currently within the Zutar clan. But it would seem those bad luck that has cursed us, my people, is not done. The refugees are falling ill. Some of them have been poisoned. We believe the Zuta clan might be infiltrated by either the Brotherhood or the Legion. And it would seem they are targeting a particular person of interest.
Such as?
Do not wish to speak, just in case. We want to protect him as much as we can.
Of course.
Fair. I mean, despite everything the Legion did, I can't see them infiltrating. They're more likely to... Well, you saw what they're more likely to do.
Then it might be the Brotherhood, or I don't know.
We've
who
caught-
else.
It is in the Brotherhood's interest to inflame the Gruul to go to war.
Yes, we've certainly seen their infiltration in other guilds.
Yes.
Domri
But,
says, well, I mean, I consider you as a friend, Zephyro. You saved my life from that worm. Of course, I would vote for you.
Well, I do appreciate that. Just make sure it's because you think I might actually do the job better than everyone else. I wouldn't want it just because we're friends.
Everyone else being the Draconian Mizet, the Matzelsa, and Jared Ward fucking Sabo.
Yes, everyone else does seem to be a guildmaster, don't they?
Yes. And Domri,
Yes.
even if I'm not really planning to, even propose myself as a guild pact, I'll still do whatever I can to help quell the situation with whatever power I may or authority I may wield with the blood coil.
Thank you. And if you could speak some sense into Nikia, she's a great leader, and I would not want her to.
I will endeavor to.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Also, get some rest. You need it.
Yeah.
We'll try. All right, next table. Not much to go. Oh, you can skip
Boros.
Boros.
We skip Boros because we're walking with the Boros currently.
Yeah, exactly.
See?
He does stop off because he does. I do need to speak to one of them, don't I? May as well get that done while I'm going past.
yeah, okay, of course.
I'll
We'd
wait
look
for
to
you lot
you.
to carry on.
No, yeah, we would look to you. Do you want us to carry on, or do you want to stop and
Yeah,
speak to them by
I'll-
yourselves?
I'll catch up.
Ember looks at you,
Nod and then
convince
continue.
me.
Def is a very convincing man. I need no convincing.
That's true.
All right.
Plus 14, man.
So, as you stop by the Boros station, Captain Das Gostok and says, you come back. Are you ready to discuss what we were talking about earlier?
I can get the discussion out the way now. It seems important enough, and then I need to finish up with the rest of the guilds.
Yes, one of it. We have discussed this with Aurelia, a temporary solution to the conflict, on account of the amazing work the Wojciech has been doing. Monton, if you want to take it from here. The Minotaur kind of gruffs up. His fur begins to puff up a little bit, and he says, "Yes, Captain. So the Wojciech has been for quite a long time inspecting and investigating the ghouls to learn from our enemies. It's one of our most important lessons. And our Ember Mages identified something rather worrisome. And I do believe that this is the root of all their rage and anger.
Gives an inquisitive look.
Well, the story starts with the goblins, Anox, that have joined the Gruul many, many hundreds of years ago. They used to be salt and sulfur and coal miners of a land that has not since been covered in thick snow. The mine closed for centuries. But we have heard that the goblin, whilst working under there as miners, who some of them have joined the Izzet since then, the rest who have been left here, they delved further down into the mines and was infected with something rather unnatural, which makes them quite angry, and they would get something called the itching for a fight, where randomly, seemingly randomly, whilst just sitting around a campfire, they would want to start attacking something. Rage that comes out of nowhere, and the rage spreads within the clans, within the goblins, to the Anox, and from the Anox to the leaders of the Gruul. And we do believe that this itching for a fight curse have enraged the Gruul for eons past. And we propose the Wojciech have come up with something, a cure for this. The ritual called the flowering water of the mind of Wojciech to calm these Gruuls. Easy enough. We've tested it on some of the captured goblins. It seemed to have calmed them for now. No side effect whatsoever. from what we've gathered, this rage is seemed to be spreading to the goblins' minds, even the, dare I say, the civilized goblins of Tin Street and Izet. They're becoming more wild just being closer to the other wild Ghoul goblins. I do sincerely believe we should put an end to this before this curse spreads like wildfire. I, I and Aurelia requested if you could read this. He hands a piece of paper with Aurelia's wax mark on it to propose to the discussion to bring this up and propose the ritual of the flowing water mind of the Wojek to maybe as a answer to all this conflict. At least mention it in the chamber summit is what the note says.
Does Ember know of anything about it? Like, is this a
Oh, this is Wojek.
well-known
I don't
thing?
think you have not much knowledge about the Wojeks, especially about their
No.
magic. So you don't really know much about it. Nor do you know about this itching for a fight curse.
I'll try and bring it up. I may wait until after the new Living Guild Pact has been decided. It would have to be something to bring up with them, considering it would be interference with another guild.
Of course. Monton says, "Very well. I wish you best of luck with your venture." He nods.
I need more than luck. It's politics, the worst kind.
He slowly takes a small flask from his side pouch, opens it, and gives it to you. How about some liquid luck?
Unfortunately, stuff doesn't work on me anymore. Thanks for the offer, though. And he just walks off. He walks, go find Zeph and that.
Okay, yeah. Alright, so you guys are already speaking.
Yeah, they've been talking briefly, and once finishes saying the sentence, she's gonna head over towards the sets while the rest continue on, probably.
Yeah, I imagine Ember meets up as I'm reaching the Simic, or unless you go with Hammer.
The Celestia next, right after Boros.
Yeah. So
Oh, yeah, Celestiax. Cool.
Celestia.
Alright, so you all come towards this beautiful lily and lilac garden almost decorated. This is one of the best looking station. And the Trostani are like slanted on these rocks, these mossy rocks, and like there's like a small creek in the station. How does that work? You don't know. It's like a small, like a pond that's just trickling from the top of the rock to the bottom pool, and they're just kind of like waving their hand on around the pond. One of the sisters looks at you guys, and they all begin to turn, looks at you guys, and they all simultaneously says, "Good evening. It's so nice to meet you again."
Yes, it's been a while.
Also, just reference Hala went towards the set.
Yes. Did Ember come with me, or did you go over with
Uh,
Tala? Out of
I
curiosity.
would have probably gone straight to Zeph because it's closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Just came to speak about. Well, I think you can guess what we're here to speak about. Who might become the next Guild Pact?
Yes, and we are quite feeling extraordinarily strongly about nominating Matt Celestia. She would be the most majestic of them all.
I won't dispute that. And of anyone, we could certainly expect her to enforce neutrality. But the fact is, well, I'm sure you've seen, I've been going around speaking with everyone. The general consensus is no one's going to vote for a guildmaster. No one's going to trust that other guildmasters will have their own concerns in their minds.
Oh, They won't vote for Matt Celestia. That saddens us very, very deeply.
Yes, and well,
Who said this?
Whose knees do we have to
Everyone.
break?
Was it the Golgar?
yes, the Golgari, the Izzet. I'm certain you've seen the Izzet browse making the rounds too.
So vile. To shame Matt Celestia, the pure, like this.
Yes, and yet, well, the differences in the guild mean that they see different things when they look at her. Sadly.
That is quite sad, you're right.
Yes, some of us have been talking, discussing someone who we know would be neutral, someone the other guilds might be willing to vote for, and we came up with...
Alright, say no more. We would be happy to take this. We will propose us three. We can take the burden. I guess
They count as a single creature?
But then who would speak for Matsalisa?
we will.
But you will not be able to. That's the point. You would have to be neutral.
We will certainly be neutral. We are the most neutral of them all.
I don't think people will see it that way.
No, as we said,
we definitely would want to have a very stern talk with the Golgari of what they've been up to, but apart from that, we'll be mostly neutral.
yes, exactly. And that is why they would never vote for you.
Oh.
The fact is we will need a guild pact, and we won't get one if we propose people who the others can't see as neutral. We were thinking of people who were possibilities, and that's why I came to ask if you would perhaps be willing to vote for me, because we honestly couldn't come up with very many truly neutral people who all the guilds would be willing to vote for.
They all looks at each other and before saying anything, they says,
Where is Sori White Wolf?
He perished in the fight with Jace. We are currently in the process of bringing him back. He will come back.
Really?
Yes. And you do not need to worry, because we are, for sure, bringing him back. We have been in contact with him. He wishes to come back. And we will make sure it happens.
Have his remains? Please bring that to the Matsinda. We could.
No, we do not. His remains were destroyed on his death, which is why it has taken us this long. But we are in the process, and we will indeed bring him back.
Oh. Well, I guess that's it. We will cast our vote for you, Zephyro of the Azorius Senate, if you promise us to bring our Ledev Guardian back into the world one day.
Of course, it's a promise I've already made to myself, so I'm quite happy to expand it to you.
The Celestian Conclave will be most happy to have him back. This is a sad day, but there was not even a small piece of flesh left.
No, there was not. That's what makes it so complicated.
Have you told his parent?
I have spoken to her.
Oh, very well then. Rather you than Jared. We really hate him.
Yes, I rather gathered that.
alright.
Yeah, I give the respectful shallow bow again and head towards...
The Civic come by.
Now it's the Civic. There we go.
Yeah, Prime Speaker Ziana says, say no more. We will vote for whoever you propose, as long as it's not Ral or Niv Mizzet.
Well, it has seemed to have that effect on every guild I've spoken to.
Oh, great. Who do you propose?
Me.
All right, done.
It was a pleasure.
See you.
I leave.
Okay.
That was nice and simple.
Yeah.
That was the best bit of diplomacy.
I
we've
want.
I
wanna
like the
know-
Simic
I
much
wanna
more
know
now.
what-
Yes.
I want to know Ral's charisma. I want to know if it's,
1.
yeah.
Probably minus.
Alright, so you are going to the Is it?
Venice, Hala is going to this, yes.
Okay, so currently at the Z station there is a big empty seat for Niv Mizzet, and there's a smaller empty seat for Ghoul. And Ral is currently speaking to the Archmage Lumia about something. Archmage Tibor is currently reading like a scroll book.
Like a chair?
You had a chair. It's empty, bro.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hmm.
Yeah, you're supposed to be
Greetings.
here as the fire mind.
fine. That's fine. What happens, happens.
Yep. You say greetings, the Archmage Lumia says. Greetings, Arbiter. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have heard tales of you and the Interguild Task Force. How is Guldamar?
We've been trying to get in touch with him for, well, a while now, but he hasn't responded, so last we saw him he was fine, but we're not sure
I
at the
believe
moment.
he was in Nivix at one point.
That is, to our understanding, what was happening as well, but before, well, I think it's 5 hours ago, after 5 hours ago, we have not heard from him. Have you?
Well, we haven't heard from him for months, but I'm sure he's busy with, being fire-minded with Niv Mizzet is quite the tedious and,
Mhm.
might I say, difficult task.
I see.
Anyway,
Still,
how can I help you, dear?
yes, it is of the unfortunate matter that we must now discuss. I'm quite certain that, well, you're at least quite partial to wanting to elect Niv Mizzet as the next living guild pact, yes?
Oh, Ral otherwise would have our heads on pike. We do not want that, unfortunately. Well, the thing is, though, we have been discussing, and
Mm-hmm.
it is so good to have the White Mage back. There have been books and there have been gaps in knowledge that needs to be filled in Nivix, and it's so good that he has returned, and thank you for bringing him back. He told us
It is our
everything.
pleasure. But well, then I'm certain you want him to remain part of the asset, do you not? So that he can share his knowledge.
Yes, he said he is coming to the Nivix later on to have his signet upgraded, and we would want to. We will have a grand celebration on
Yeah.
his honor. You're more than welcome to attend. Do tell Guldamar as well.
I'll be certain to inform you when next I see him, yes, and I'd be quite interested in visiting. I have
Yes.
some
Well, you can bring
projects in the
even
works.
your friend, who's been in Nivik several times, but this time he's
Yes.
attending with invitation. That would be nice for a change.
I think he might find that an enlightening experience, if nothing else.
Yes, and what shall we call this grand party? The White Party. No, wait.
That seems strange.
Okay, how about he's a powerful person, yes? How about white power? Nope.
No,
No.
no.
You want? Do you? Okay, you
Wow.
said it on stream.
You said
All
it on
right.
stream.
All
You
right.
didn't think that through, did you?
How about we just call it celebration party for people who like
Yeah.
each other?
That's even worse. That's so
Or
bad.
just, well, a timely party, perhaps?
We go with. That's even better.
Timely party. That's so funny. Okay, let's call it that. Lumia is besides herself with this joke. She loves jokes
Now,
like this.
as for the actual matter which we must sadly
Tibor,
speak.
come here, Tibor. Say it
Oh my
again.
God.
Say it again.
Right.
What-
No.
what
It's like
shall-
what's.
What shall we call the party in honor of the white mage? Go ahead. Go on. It's a good
That's
one.
why you don't. That's why you don't ever say a Borat impression at a party.
Tibor,
I merely
is,
suggest that we call it the timely party.
Tibor and Lumia looks at each other, and they burst into laughter. Tibor is just like,
Yeah, she waits them out.
They're both in hysterics after this joke, and they're like crying now. They're like wiping the tears off their eyes, and says, that's you should save it for the party. It's gonna be wild.
Noted.
We have bought some. We've already have fireworks.
I see. I'm sure they're amazing.
Yes.
Still, we do need to discuss something. As I'm sure it's not too hard to realize, it is very unlikely that any of the other guilds will vote another guild's guildmaster for the position of guild pact, as they will see it as a power grab.
Oh,
Quite simply.
Ral did come up with like he has ate some lemons. Just look at him. He's so cute and so sad. We should cheer him up. Maybe he'll be happy in the party.
Maybe.
Shall we go and talk to him and you can tell his joke and then maybe that might be able to cheer him up.
Maybe later. Still, I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter of possibly considering another, not a guildmaster nor a planeswalker.
Right about now, you see the guild master of the Orzhov is walking towards Ral, and they're having a secret discussion away from you guys. They're like
Mm-hmm.
in a hushed whisper to each other. You can roll an insight check.
Sure. 11.
Okay, yeah, you don't get anything.
You just see whispering.
What I would like you to possibly consider is Sephiroth, Peacekeeper of the Integral Task Force.
Oh, right. Yes, we have heard of him. He is quite the handsome fella, isn't he?
Yes.
Tibor looks at Lumia strangely, like a little bit envious. If the others would not want to vote for Niv Mizzet, sad it may be, I guess we would have to come to an agreement now or, whenever, sooner than later, so we could all return to our work. So, sure. I guess,
Yes.
Why not? I mean, we kind of was hoping to perhaps put someone like the White Mage in charge. Yes, he's new, but it might be a good idea for him. Someone who's well versed in the magic that nobody has ever heard of.
Well, that is true. It is also of interest to have someone with knowledge and, well, someone with appropriate levels of understanding of the current issues of Ravnica.
Well,
And while the White
legends-
Mage is powerful, he is very new to the current tidings of our plane.
But the legend says he was there when the very first guild pact was concocted. Surely he would be the most befitting for this role. Now, would you not think? Shall we perhaps go ask what he thinks?
You feel free to question him.
All right. She's waving at you, White Mage. Yoo-hoo! Come here.
Oh god.
Are you walking over to her?
Now you
This
get to
is
see
why
how
goals are-
sexy is it.
This is why Gull is a grumpy, like salty boomer because he has to deal with these people.
Was.
Yep, was.
Yes, was.
Alright, are you walking
Yeah,
over there, white mage?
Yeah, he'll be slowly walking over there.
Would you like to become the next living guild pact?
By the sounds of what I've heard, not many people like the Izzets.
Well, we can change that with you being the next living guild pact. What do you think? What are you thinking right now?
There's many things in my mind. As you're Izzet as well, I'm sure you got many things going through.
Well, the only thing that's currently going through my mind is this exuberant party that we are to have in honor of you returning to the Z League. It would be most entertaining. Just a question. Would you like seafood or non-seafood?
Go for both.
It's set up for a really shitty pun. I already know it.
Go for both? Well, alright then. Expect them both. When do you expect this to take place? Tomorrow, perhaps? Tomorrow evening sounds... Oh, how about this? I have a fantastic idea. It is most fantastical. Guess what day is it in 2 days? Guess.
Getting by your expression, something that I did.
Not quite. In 2 days, it will be the 28th of June, which is the annual celebration of the Guild Pact, and everywhere the goblins will be blowing fireworks, and the Vedalkans will be singing their songs, and the elves will be, I don't know, doing their things. How about this? We hold a party as a grand party to celebrate the new living guild pact, whoever might that be, and also your return. I think that would be fantastic, would it not? The party usually extends all the way to the next day, midday.
Sounds planned it.
Very well, I will make the arrangements. You invite all those who you like.
Right.
The Archmage Lumia begins to take out a small book and begin to scribble the note down.
Sorry, dear, what were we talking about again?
Yes, I would still like you to keep a consideration for Sephiroth.
Oh yes, did you want to be the living guild pact, White Mage?
Not really. It sounds like you're getting in the way of stuff that I would like to do.
Oh yes, he doesn't want to be the next living guild pact then.
Takes away. Takes away from my
Okay, now
research time.
let's talk about dessert. Would you like panna cotta or tiramisu?
These both sound new to me. I'll have both.
You have not. Oh my goodness, you have never had tiramisu before. It is the most. The izatmisu, it's all very, very fancy. You should try it.
Let's say I'll let you plan everything within this party, and we'll go with this idea of this Zephyro as the guild pact.
Right, sure, whatever. We don't really care.
Well, glad to talk to you both. It's been a pleasure.
It has been a pleasure. We will see you in 2 days. Please do make sure to come by.
I'll certainly endeavor to if time allows.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Turns to head away.
Bonjour.
Possibly trying to move a little bit closer to Ral and the Orchard to just try and listen into what you're speaking about.
Sure, roll a perception check. Please roll low.
That's decently low, but
15.
let's see if I can add to it.
No, that.
21.
Damn it! Stop
You're
adding
welcome.
stuff to it. Okay, go to the secret room. All right, so this is the conversation is a little bit more intimate than you would expect from the guild leader of the Ozov and the advisor of the Izet. They're using a lot of endearments like darling, which is
All right.
does not compute, and yeah, they seem to be a lot more than friends, like Zeph suggested.
Yeah.
The point that they're having an intense conversation about something that you can't quite understand. They're using a lot of secret words, a lot of like in jokes and stuff like that. You can roll an intelligence check.
Sure.
It seems to be nonsensical to you. Yep.
Hmm.
It's but the
Yeah.
impression you get is that the guildmaster is trying to convince Ral to do something important, and Ral is having none of it. He's very stubborn about it, and the guildmaster of the Ozov is trying desperately. Tomic
All right.
pulling all cards is what you get.
Hmm.
All right, that's it.
Very well.
Yeah, and just
Sorry. Do you want anything else?
Hello.
I'll just DM you.
Sure. I said that's it, so I thought we were done. Sorry.
It's alright. That's it.
Yeah. No, she barely paid attention. She didn't seem to care too much about that.
Okay.
And heads back to the rest.
Alright.
It occurs to me we've spoken to all the guilds and we haven't talked to our own.
Yep.
It's fine.
Aye.
Hey, any luck?
The other members of the ESET seem amiable, if a little bit hard to keep on topic sometimes.
They seem very, very loud.
I heard the laughter, that's gotta be good, right?
They laughed at a terrible pun I made.
So that's where I gotta get it from.
Probably.
Right, well,
How did the Celestian and Simics go?
the Celestian seemed keen to beat down the Golgari, but when I explained why that wouldn't really work, they were willing. The Simic, I walked over. They said, "Who are you proposing?" I said, "Me." They said, "Sure." That was the extent of our conversation.
Right. Well, that's could have gone worse. Could have gone worse. I
Yeah.
suppose what's left is conferring with the guildmaster about this. She might not be too happy about having to get another new arbiter so quickly,
No.
but I suppose there could be worse choices.
Yeah. Honestly, I was
That's-
expecting some people to say no and I wouldn't get to this point, but here we are.
Well, here we are. Ral still might be an issue, but what did you and the OSF representative speak of anyway?
Just what I said, really. They're friends and he thinks he might be able to get him to back down a bit if everyone else is voting for a single person.
Right. That's good. Let's see what the guildmaster wants then.
Yes.
Okay.
And we do so.
Alright, so you begin to make your way towards Uzana. She's recording a lot of the details of what's happening in the summit. And as well as talking to Leonis the second. They both look at you. Uzana says, "So, how does the round trip around the guilds? What are they all thinking at the moment?"
It was... Honestly, I wasn't expecting to get the responses that I did, but We went round. No one is willing to have a guildmaster of another guild as Living Guild Pact, to no surprise. Some of us, before we went round, had a discussion of people we think might be able to do the job, and we proposed them.
And you asked Lavinia, you know that cannot work, right? There
We
is
did.
a contraindication
Yes.
to magic.
She said as much.
Right.
Well, everyone would be willing to vote for me.
Her, you can see her darkened eyes widens through her glasses. All right. Certainly unexpected, but
I know, I wasn't expecting the idea to get, well, more than one or two people saying yes,
Mhm.
but
To be honest, most of them seem used to want to get over with it and just didn't want another guildmaster, so
yes.
it was easier than expected and honestly than it should be.
she looks at I need to DM something to you quickly. 1 second. You.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
When you say you when we're all talking, it's confusing.
But it adds to the mystery. You don't
Yeah.
know who you is unless we had a character called you,
Mm.
which in that case would be more
You.
confusing.
Why are you singing Soldier Boy?
What?
What?
I thought Golden was singing Soldier Boy.
No.
I
Okay.
said you, and I was like, unless you had a character named you. And then,
Anyway.
Yes,
Mm.
she stares directly at the Asperius, the heart gem on the headband. Her eyes begin to well up slightly, and she says, "Well, to be quite frank,
Before you say anything, it did occur to me as well. Having seen where her eyes went.
oh, okay." Then she'll look at you. Actually, she will approach you, put a very soft hand on your shoulder, and kind of squeezes you a bit. And says, "I think you'll be perfect."
Excellent.
Well, I guess it's only a few minutes before they're gonna call everyone back.
Yes, exactly. Well, I will let Lavinia know that everyone's prepared. I mean, some of them have fallen asleep, some of them are drawing on the table, it would seem.
In blood.
Yes.
Is this how the summits go? I don't know. This is my first time.
It's my first time too.
And mine.
Yeah.
The Izzets are making a lot of ruckus.
Oh, I'm aware. Just a hint, never make puns in their near vicinity.
Frankly, my dear, I do not wish to speak with them, if I could help it.
Mm.
Alright, as this is happening, Lavinia slowly gets up and says, "Well, let's begin to reconvene the guild summit. We do not have all day, and there are pressing matters I'm sure we are all must attend to. After it would seem that everyone had a lengthy but somewhat fruitful discussion. Could you all raise your concerns now before we continue, and then we could address them quickly?" She's looking around the room for anything. Anybody that's raising concerns?
I mean, I'm waiting for Ralph to raise concerns. He seems like the person to do it.
Ral is keeping quiet for now. Very well. In that case, I will begin the process of casting your candidates for the next Living Guild Pact. You have about 1 minute to choose your candidate. And then we will vote one by one of your proposals. You may begin now. Alright, so can I ask you all to send in your suggestions?
All right.
Okay.
Over PMs or what do you want?
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. Yeah, sure. PM's fine.
All right. How you want it?
Yeah, basically, it's a magic DM.
Sure.
Yeah.
I can't be bothered to spell their full name. There you go.
I mean, do you need me to do it?
No.
Didn't think so.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
vote for one of the pigeons outside the Azorius building. Just for the lol.
after a minute passes, in the standing letters appear one by one of all the names suggested. You have about 14 Zephyro and 1 Niv-Mizzet.
Mhm.
Poor Rao.
Uh,
I bet you he would have got more votes if he hadn't gone round and spoken to everyone.
maybe.
You should have taken a note out of my book. Don't say anything, you can't start a war.
Don't say anything. You can't start a war. Is that
Hey,
the
look,
slogan
this
for
is it.
Ember?
The last
Kind
time Ember said something, he wiped a plane of existence, so don't say anything, save lives.
Yeah, but
Don't
here's
say
it. He'll make something and it will start a war.
Hmm.
Yeah, you see Ral gets up, begins to walk to the end of the chamber, and Plains walks away in a blast of lightning in anger.
Of course.
After that, you see the Archmage.
Yep. Ember needs to get that tattooed.
Yeah, you see the Archmage Lumia begins to quickly erase her Ral's vote and scribbles down Zephyro, and you begin to see the enchantment of the words begin to fly and together and converse, and Zephyro Peacekeeper's name shines the same color as the coat of or as the curtains of this chamber, which is teal blue color, and Lavinia begins to look at you and says, actually no, she begins to walk towards you, kneels in front of you and says, "It is decided. I would be honored to serve you as your stewardess."
And I would be honored to serve as the guild.
You begin to see Uzana and Leonis begin to clap. Are you guys joining in?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like tentatively, the other guilds also begin to join in. The Izzas definitely join in. The Orsovs also join in very fast. Boros also join in pretty fast. The Golgari woman, Monique Vastrum, is not joining in. She has her arms crossed. Domored is asleep.
No.
Yeah, don't wake him up.
And the ringmaster Hekara is going wild. She has confettis from somewhere. She's throwing confettis
Oh, God.
everywhere, and she's going, "Yes, yes, good job, yes, yes, good job." She's going.
Her enthusiasm.
you're going. She's going wild, throwing confetti, and she's got like party poppers as well. Everything, Trostani is beginning to leave. She's had enough of this.
Hmm.
And Lavinia says, "With that, the meeting is adjourned to carry out the ceremony and the ritual. I suggest we should do it in about a couple of days when the annual celebration of the Guild Pact begins. It would be the most appropriate time to do it. We would have us 2 days of preparation time to get everything in order and to get everyone in order." Few nods of approval all around the chamber, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, do we know how long it would actually take to prepare for it?
You have to do it in 2 days. You don't know how long.
Hmm.
You have to get everything done in 2 days.
Hmm.
Cool.
So, Ember, the only people who left are the Trostani. The other people are still around doing their thing, I guess. But you do know that the Manator, Wojek, Westlin, Monton, kind of giving you the eyes to urge you to do something before it's too late.
I just, bugger it. Zeph, there you go. And he just hands you an entire piece of paper.
I look down at the said piece of paper.
That is a proposed solution to at least calming the gruel to a degree where we might be able to get their input. I don't know its effectiveness because it's not in my division. Frankly, it's more of a Wojek thing. Though I have some questions to get answered.
I mean, if I'm looking through this, what is it?
Could you just describe it, Emma? I've discussed everything with you.
Yeah, it's basically like a ritual to basically pacify the gruel. It was tried on some captured goblins, and it seemed to have worked with no side effects. But obviously, kind of had to wait till there was a living guild pact, and now there is one.
I mean, not for 2 days, technically.
Well, close enough. Could get the ball rolling on it.
Mm.
Considering it is directly interfering with another guild, I decided whether it would have been best to wait until we had a living guild pact to kind of oversee things. You're kind of that now.
I suppose. Although it is a response to being interfered with.
Yeah, this is delicate. To be perfectly honest, I want it dealt with. I don't want any more people dying.
No.
That is what we all decide.
Well, regardless of the ceremony, I suppose we'll see if being put up for the position is enough to at least get an audience with them, if we speak with Domri. Because I'm not sure this is the immediate way to go, but we certainly need to at least speak with them first.
Yeah.
Before the rest of the summit is dissolved, I'll just, just for sake of brevity, the final pieces of things discussed is the Orzov proposes something for the chamber to discuss. Basically, they say that the Silver Doe is resolved, but they have formulated a plan so that it does not occur again. They call it the Silver Plot, which is an enchantment of the Law Mages of Orzhov that binds those commerce of Orzovian and affiliated commerces to buffer and hedge any losses and grits as to not go into an unexpected recession. If it would go there, there would be, say, contingency measures would be taken almost immediately using Orzhov money. What does the rest of the chamber would think about this enchantment?
This is the point where Hala probably knows more about this kind of stuff than the player does.
Yes, exactly. Also, I don't think it's the... Like, it would have to be an Azorius thing. Because... Like, I'm pretty sure what they're suggesting is essentially a law, and the Azorius make the laws.
Yeah. Well, they have law mages in Orzhov as well. Is what they're suggesting.
Oh, well, that's what they're suggesting.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, doesn't that kind of go against... They're meant to be the bankers, not the enforcers. That's the Azorius job.
No, this is not enforcing people. This is an enchantment that acts as a buffer, basically.
That's probably fine.
Probably. Maybe. This is where I, as a player, don't understand economics at all,
Yeah,
so...
that's same.
Oh, okay. Let's just say that happens in the background and is resolved
Mm-hmm.
accordingly
Sounds
by
good.
players. Yeah. The other things the Trustani would discuss something, but they got offended by the Rakdos and they left earlier. You're gonna have to find out what's that about later on.
Well,
Fair.
Welp. Alright, so yeah, the summit has come to a conclusion. I guess Gordon must go on to lunch, so I will also gonna take a quick 5-minute break and make myself a tea, and then we'll continue.
very well.
Fair enough, I'll get a drink.
Mm-hmm. Same. I've returned.
Yup. Yeah, I think the White Mage is going to miss this party.
Probably all gonna miss this part. Don't worry about it.
think I know what spell I'm going to take him for White Mage for that level. So it's level 8 spell.
Mm-hmm.
Reality Break.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. Also, let's fuck some shit up for you.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not just our group that doesn't like Rowden, isn't it?
What?
It's not just our little group that doesn't like Row.
Nope, it's pretty much everyone. Nobody likes him. Poor guy. Welcome back, Pre-goal.
Hi there.
Yeah, Zeph's is the Living Guild pack now.
Hey.
Well, not yet. In 2 days.
Well, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hashtag in 2 days, so it'll totally happen. Don't worry about it.
It's not. It's not. We're all gonna die. We're gonna die before the 2 days happen. All right. I made some soup and I made grilled cheese. So I'm pretty happy.
Very well.
Ooh. Is everyone else going?
Yeah, get a drink, I think.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Is anybody back?
Yes.
Mate soup. Goldemar, are you here?
He was.
Gold
I am.
is here indeed.
Alright, if you're here, shall we begin?
So. Yeah, sure.
I think Seth is still away, but
It's okay.
Yeah.
We'll start with
very
Goldemar stuff then.
well.
Okay, so go. The last thing you remember was being inside the mouth of the God King Pharaoh himself, and then you exploding into million pieces inside his mouth. It would seem many days have gone past, maybe few days. You look around, you don't really see anything because there's nothing to see. You're just kind of flying around in the sky, but there's no clouds. It doesn't look like sky. There's no up or down. Are you in the void? Are you in space? Who knows? But you're still around, you think. And you hear a voice, or rather you hear a cough somewhere.
Hello? How you doing?
Who's that? Go. Is that you?
Yeah,
Oh, nothing.
got to.
Yep. Yep.
I- well,
Yeah. Sorry about blowing you up.
that's cool, man. How
If
you doing?
if it's any consolation, I died too.
Uh, man, that sucks.
It does, doesn't it? It hurts a lot. Did it ever
Yeah.
hurt when you explode?
Nah, no. One of the few positives of having no pain receptors.
Well, I don't. I have a lot of pain receptors.
Oh, man, that sucks.
I should have told you not to come.
You couldn't really stop me. Technically, what I said was right. I didn't want what happened to Asperia to happen to you, and the same thing kind of happened.
Well, if you didn't, if you hadn't came, you would still be alive, and I feel like because the reason you're dead is because of me.
I, yeah, factually, you are correct.
You trusted me. You fire-minded with me. You joined the Izzet League. You worked tirelessly for me, and I failed you, Goldemar.
It's fine. You're compulsive, like a kitten with like a laser pointer. You don't really know where you're jumping until it's late. Well, there's nothing else we can do right now.
Nope.
Where are we? Are we dead?
Yep. Kind of makes you think of all the things that you could have done when you were still alive.
Yeah.
But I had lived 10,000 years, and you only a few hundred. You could have done a lot more. I feel sad that I brought you with me. I should have never done that. I am sorry.
It's all right. It's just what happens.
I thought I could have handled it. Like that one Celestian woman told me, my arrogance will be the death of me, and it has been the death of me.
Yeah. Who would have known CR-42 Nico Bolas would have been standing behind the boss hog? It's kind of wild.
Well, actually, come to think of it, this is the ever never-ending field of meta. So you can be as meta as you want, and nobody hears to question you. So yes.
Yeah, pretty great.
Do you want to be
We
like?
go.
Hey, I have a crazy idea. How
What?
about I don't like being dead. Fuck being dead. All right, this sucks.
I mean, that's a pretty strong, the language. We're still alive. We're still around.
Okay, I don't want to be dead anymore. Shall we not be dead anymore?
Yeah, let's activate the contingency plans. Come on.
Yeah, let's fuck it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Because
All
otherwise, I'm
right.
stuck with you and um for all eternity, I guess. Here, I thought
I know.
I thought there would be like a heaven or something. There isn't, is there? This is
Honestly,
disappointing.
let's be fair. We would both go straight to hell. I don't. I
Yeah.
don't think either of us made it back. Yeah, yeah, it's fair.
All right, fine, but where are the monsters and the demons to torture our souls for eternity? I don't see them anywhere. This is just void. This is boring.
Kind of weird when you think about it, right? Because all death really does is transport you to another plane or existence. So would you be the same CR-24 Niv Zep, but just also with the infernal race type? Or would you just be, not? I don't know. But yeah, here, I just pull out a big red button. Let's go, okay?
Wait, no, we can't just summon a red button like that. We have to wait for the thing to finish cooking, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
All right, time to initiate the plan.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do this.
Sucks to not have my draconian body of magnificent beauty of purple and red and wingspan that would terrify meager soldiers of Boros, and it's gonna suck not having a body.
Yeah. But hey, small positive. You are now an SSD card. So, that's pretty cool. And we go into our bodies.
No, we don't go into our bodies. We can't go into our bodies. We have to
Well,
wait.
I do.
No, we can't. We have to wait for it to finish cooking.
Yeah, that's true. So, what do you want to do while we wait?
I don't know. Do you sing? Is that a thing that you do?
Uh, d- no? Do you say?
Yes.
Hell yeah. What do you want to say?
Uh, how about some? So I don't know. How about
Yes, Gold does like smooth jazz.
how about
You can do is that cooking.
Seven Nation Army by White Stripes? I really like that song.
Seven Nation Army is pretty good.
It's good, right? It's really good, isn't it? It's my jam.
Yeah. Sadly, I don't have a guitar.
What kind of music are you into?
Personally, I'm into whatever. I grew up on like big band stuff. You wouldn't even know any big bands. I can't even make a pun.
Ah, oh well. All right, let's just see how the microwave is doing. Wait, can we even? I mean, it will ding when it's done, right?
No, it vibrates. It's pretty cool. You get a thing on your phone. It's pretty hype.
Oh, it vibrates. All right, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, you are my fail-safe mechanism. I hope it goes well. Otherwise, I'm stuck in here, being dead for all eternity, and I do not like that one bit. I want to be back in Ravnica, finish my projects, hand in my thesis,
That's fair.
and get my publications done. Goddamn third
Yeah.
reviewers, they're the worst.
I mean, they do suck. I can never get past. How's your PI?
I am the PI. There's no one above me. How dare you? How dare you even say that?
That's fine. All right, let's go.
I hope Jaina Woodwin has done this properly.
No, I have mine set up.
She's well, in the events of my dying, Grixwix would be dead as well, and the events of him dying as his head gets exploded, Jaina would know that I died, and she would initiate the plan I have set in motion, which is
Sweet. Okay.
your plan.
Neat. Okay. This should work.
Right, so we just need to wait for the phone to vibrate.
Yeah.
Okay. It will vibrate any moment now, right?
Yeah. Actually, wait. Yeah, it should.
Okay, so what do we do until then?
I don't
Anything
know.
we can do to speed things up a bit, I guess.
Huh.
I thought you could become like a ghost and check up on your friends and spook them and stuff. It's not even that, damn it. That would be
A Christmas
hilarious.
Carol lied to me. I thought I would be able to haunt people until an old Ebenezer Scrooge. Why it has to be good around Christmas.
Yeah, the void of nothingness that expands, that stretches to eternity is so boring. God,
That's true.
this sucks so much balls, an incredible amount of balls. I hate this so much.
Here's a real question.
Entertain me, Goldemar. I'm going insane already.
Okay.
Tell me a joke. Do you know any jokes?
That's kind of all my material once I, lost all my material. Huh.
Oh, damn. I guess you do lose some memories when you die, I guess.
Yeah.
Can I just go to sleep? Just wake me up when the phone vibrates.
Got you. I'll do that. I'll drive.
Alright, he's gonna go to sleep. His consciousness is
Okay.
gonna go to sleep. You wait
All right.
an hour passes.
Mm-hmm.
You wait 10 hours passes. A day passes. You wait 30 days passes.
6 days
Ooh.
passes, a year passes, but you don't feel the passage of time here. It's you're just there, waiting for Nimsa
Yeah.
to wake up or anything to happen.
Yeah.
And suddenly you hear the ding of a microwave. Ding! Wait, no, it's ping, right? It's more like a ping sound, isn't it, for a microwave?
Okay. Do you know the generic alarm on your phone that you wake up to every day?
I have a Samsung phone. Do you have an iPhone?
Yes, I have an iPhone. Does anyone know that sound?
No.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
How does it
Yes.
go?
Let me
It's
pull
not
up.
exactly I can recreate.
Just play it on your phone.
I mean, I wake up to a buzz. It's the only thing that wakes me up. So
A
There
vibration
it-
buzz.
no, just a buzz.
There we go. I'll just post it.
Oh yeah, it's that thing. Ah, fuck that thing.
Wait, it's for 10 hours.
Yes.
Why would someone
10
do
hours.
this? Oh
Who
god.
the fuck knows?
I'd like to think that it's been playing for like 10 days, but like it's slowly been progressing over like upwards in volume every day, and Gull's only just noticed it.
Um, are you waking Nimizet up?
Yeah. That was it. Hey,
Hey.
what's up? Wake up. It's time to go.
Oh, I'm having a great dream. Oh god, there's a silver dragon and a gold dragon.
I don't want to hear about your wet dream, man. Come on.
Oh,
Press the button.
wait, what's happening? Has the alarm gone?
The button has already been pressed.
All right, let's get out of this
Yeah.
terrible place.
All right.
All right, so the camera zooms outwards, I guess.
Yeah.
And it keeps
Or inward.
or inwards. It's going in both directions. It zooms out and out and out, and then you
It
see
spins randomly.
you see atoms fly past you, and you see atoms turn into like these lattices of metals, and you see the metal framework turns into these nanofibers. And the nanofibers turns into these structures of solid metal as as the camera views into this I guess this tube-like structure where I guess body of the Ember was kept. It's very similar to the body of Ember was kept, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a birthing tube, even like one of those alien tubes, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that what you thought?
I assume, yeah, it's a Bacta tank. It's straight from Star Wars. I stole it from Han Solo. That's why I don't tell you.
It's a Bacta tank.
Yeah, it's a Bacta tank.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'll Star Wars or Dragon Ball Z, whichever one you like. I either Goku or Han Solo.
I like them
You
both.
pick.
So it kind of looks like this, I guess.
Yeah.
And what does I guess everybody see? And I mean,
Is anyone standing out there?
nobody's there, but
Okay. She walks out.
Out the character. What does everybody see?
She looks around and she says, "Hello, Father. Welcome back to your mind. Going to be fun." And she suits up.
I'm also here, by the way. Just saying hi.
Yes. She snaps, and a small SSD card appears with a screen on it, and a small dragon head looks back at her. I know, you're here as well.
Yes, it is going to be fun.
Yes, I agree.
Please, for the love of all that is good, do not get yourself killed. Because I
so-
died. It really sucks. It sucks.
Don't worry.
An unimaginable amount of balls. Please do not die.
When contingency plan 2 rolls around, I'll make sure you get into something far more enjoyable.
Great. It was so boring, but it's so good to be back in Ravnica. We are in Ravnica, aren't we?
Are we in Ravnica?
Where was this back to tank set up?
Back tank was, yes, in his lab in Ravnica. It's where Ember was kept.
Alright, well, Offspring,
What do we call you? Do you have a name?
Hmm? Oh, I'm Rowan. Nice to meet you.
Rowan, is it?
Mhm.
All right. Well, I'm Niv Mizzet, the intelligent draconian guild master of the Izzet League.
Of course.
And your father is also here too, so
Yes.
it's not weird. Also, I've had some character development. I am a responsible person now. I'm not adamant and arrogant anymore. I will be a wise
Understandable.
ghost tutor for you to guide you through what you have to do. So please
Of
listen to
course.
me. I'm not gonna make any rash decisions for you.
Of course. She takes out pulls the SSD and puts it into her flamethrower, and a small screen on the flamethrower with a dragon's head on it lights up. There we go.
Ah, I mean, it's like a hologram from Star Wars, and we can say
Yeah.
meta references because we've been into the meta field. So,
Exactly. Great.
okay, all right.
Uh,
Well,
well,
I suppose we should get going because
of course. Now let's go see what these friends of my father's been doing.
yes. Also, Rowan, I had plans
Mhm.
to become the next living guild pact. So
No, you didn't.
did I not?
No, you didn't. We had this conversation back as Goldemar. He said he really didn't want to be one.
Oh, God damn it, my memory is a bit hazy. Maybe I didn't.
What would you really do? You're an SSD card that's now in a flamethrower. I mean, there's not a lot that can do as a guild pack.
Well, Ral really wanted me to be the next living guild pact.
Yeah. Well, Rock can suck my flaps. He's not that great.
You have flaps?
Yeah, she is a woman.
Oh my God! Don't say stuff like that.
Oh, God.
What is wrong with you?
Jesus Christ, Gold.
Jesus fucking.
Oh, too easy. Too easy. Okay.
It's a lot worse if you say that compared to Anyway,
All
let's
right.
just move on swiftly.
As usual, whenever he's speaking, there are no words.
There truly are no words. All right.
All right. Well, we should. Okay. Well, first things in order.
Yeah.
Please, for the love of all that is good in Ravnica, go destroy that portal.
How would I do that?
What? I don't know. You're the one who made it.
I didn't make it.
Yes.
My father.
Go. Are you here?
What's up?
How do you destroy the portal to Amonkhet?
Well, I have no idea.
What the fuck? Why did you
Hmm?
make it then?
Wait 1 second. I mean, you were in trouble. I assumed you would be able to take care of it. See?
I.
What do I know? How would I know how to take care of this? Do I know what to take care of this?
Roll an intelligence check.
Could I use Niv's modifier?
No, because he doesn't know anything about this. It's your creation.
Okay. Just a straight intelligence check?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll guidance myself.
You still have guidance? Okay.
I'm still like, because we had this conversation because they need a tank and a healer. I'm structurally the same.
Oh,
Like,
okay. You're still a cleric. Okay, fair enough.
yeah, because there was nothing we had this conversation. There was nothing else he could really be that would like fit in the party.
Okay, fair enough.
Uh, 10.
You have no idea.
Nah,
All right. How about this?
13.
We need to tell Ral actually, almost immediately because there is a portal to Amonkhet in Nivix that leads to Amonkhet straight into the Shroud of Mysteries.
Yes.
And we should also tell the Integral Task Force because they've been warning people.
Yes.
Especially your friend, what's her name? Vin, was it?
Yes.
He told me not to go to
I think
Amonkhet, and I totally went to Amonkhet, man. Oh no, that was a mistake.
Well, At least we can apologize. That's all we can really do.
All right,
Let's
Rowan.
go.
You're driving the bus now, so please take us to the Interguild Task Force wherever they may be.
Okay. Do I know where the Interguild Task Force is?
You share all of our memories. Yes, you do.
Alright. I drive them there.
Yes, you do.
All right, so
Yes.
after the Guild Pact Summit, where would you guys be?
Depends what
mean-
happens directly after the Guild Pact Summit.
Yeah, since we wanted to talk with Domri because there's a certain situation.
Yes, also if anyone else is doing anything.
Okay, yeah. So, let's just go back to you guys now then.
Mhm.
So, the Guild Pact Summit is over. People are leaving. Did you want Domri to stay behind?
I mean, we wanted to talk to him, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially as he was asleep.
Yeah. He wanders over to you guys, guided by the Elder Shaman Sunray of the Slits clan and Chief Skorik Bouldertooth of the Gravelhide clan. Hey, congratulations! I've heard you're the new Living Guild Pact.
Not
Good enough,
yeah.
at least.
Yeah, it does seem to be going that way.
Not
As
yet,
of
not yet.
2 days from now, they're setting it.
Oh, right, I see.
Right.
At least it's not, it's not Niv Mizzet.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Or Jack.
Quite. So, I suppose your situation remains priority, and we should work on finding a way to regard that.
Yes.
There has been a suggestion, if I understand it, from some of the Boros.
Yep.
Yes. It's basically a mass calm emotion spell, if I'm getting this right.
To my understanding, it is, but then again, magic isn't exactly my forte.
I'd love to have a look at it if I may, but I
Oh
understand
yeah,
if I
go
can-
ahead.
Yeah, I had it too.
Hala will have a look.
Yeah,
Try to see what you can understand.
it's called the. Let me have a look. Where is it? It's called the Flowing Water of the Mind ritual. You can roll an Arcana check to see if you've
Alright.
heard of it.
Can I help out?
Yeah, you can also roll an Arcana check. I should discuss this.
36.
I won't be
Not
happy.
even interested in that.
I mean, I'll roll, because, why not? But, I can't
26.
roll very high.
Yeah, 26 for me.
Okay, so yeah, 26 is pretty good as well. So 26 and 36, you both get the sense that this is a spell that permanently influences the personality center of a mind. Usually practiced by certain monks and members of the Wardek of the Boros Legion. This is
It's a very invasive spell.
I'm properly aware. I don't really work with the Wojak. Frankly, I find their methods
Its essential
Not
purpose
right.
seems to be to, well, overwrite a certain part of an individual's personality
For how long?
How about
permanently.
no? Yeah, definitely no.
Yeah, definitely no.
So, all
Yeah,
we
no.
want is these two people. Sure, we'll just hand him over.
I don't think this is meant for just two people.
Oh, he's on about handing over
Tajik.
Tajik and the other one
Right.
over. And I, frankly, to be perfectly honest, I'd love to do that, but we do have
We have
a
to keep
code to uphold.
We have to keep the Boros from rebelling because we do that.
That's the problem being we need to discuss this with Aurelia, and we're not going to be
Yes.
able to discuss this with Aurelia while she's fighting.
Yeah.
Domria hasn't exactly been confirmed yet because there's that 2 day before, but I don't think this situation's going to wait for 2 days. Do you think they'd be willing to speak with us? despite the fact that nothing's official.
I
Possibly.
tried everything. I guess I could give a suggestion, but you could dismiss it almost immediately because it's stupid.
Go ahead. Anyway,
They are looking for you. They idealize you now that you are the bearer of the mark of the race boar.
I know.
We could use you as bait.
It is possible. I'd love it if I could just use it to talk to them, you know.
Yes, exactly. Get them to talk to you, and you don't be in their custody. That's not a good idea.
I can probably get away from them. That's not really gonna be too hard.
All right, that's my only suggestion. They don't listen to me. They have no respect for me or the old McNairn way. They dismissed everything.
Well, perhaps. At least if I understand the race board to some extent, it is an avatar of ruination to some sort.
In tales it is, but in reality,
In tales.
it is just the conduit of an immense
Yes.
ritualistic power.
But tales are useful for convincing people, if they believe it is.
Certainly,
They might-
Nikia does.
They might listen to an omen of ruination coming for them if they do not sue for a truce.
Oh, I like the way you're thinking. Perhaps that could work.
Perhaps.
What does the rest of you think?
I think we certainly need to try, because this fighting needs to end in 2 days is too long to wait.
I suggest we also try to figure out what happened to Gull quickly. If nothing else, because what he's producing could help possibly amplify the persuasive means of such a threat.
I mean, 4 and 5, they're not too far apart. We could certainly stop by his lab on the way back.
Exactly.
I suppose you're with us, Emma. We don't need to worry about the distance that much anyway.
Yeah, I would still appreciate, sleeping and maybe resting a bit, considering that starving cat did a number on me.
Yes, you did look a bit pale. Are you okay?
Frankly, no,
Mm.
but I
Oh.
took the brunt of it, apparently.
He got hit by the time cat's mind.
I'm just gonna nod like that sentence makes sense. Do you need healing?
I would love some healing.
I will heal you with both lay on hands and a cure wounds.
Health.
Yes, take health.
Take health. How much health?
Big heal.
Wow, that's
50.
4 ones! Jesus!
What?
So 40,
Ooh.
45, because I'm also giving you my lay on hands. But Jesus, that's 4 ones! I cannot roll well today!
Ooh. So yeah,
It's a
45.
bad day for you, man. I'm sorry.
Alright.
45 is something.
I still suggest we try and check in with Gull as quickly as possible and at least survey the situation in for today.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
If
want to
not,
take
immediately
this,
act.
Emma?
It isn't, is it? It should be in his lab.
Yes,
Should
that's-
be.
Should be, but, well, at the
It's
very least
Gull.
they might know where he is, so... He was certainly there earlier, a few hours... Well,
It's just
half
what
a
you
day
said
now.
You couldn't explain.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Ember, do you mind?
Right.
Thank you.
So, Emma, you are planeswalking with this lot.
Yep. Demi-plane, and then to...
Cool
we collect
slab.
it.
Pulse house.
Outside.
Yeah. Domri said he will contact you later to arrange the place.
Mhm.
Meet up tomorrow morning, I guess.
Perfect, and get some
Perfect.
rest.
Yes, please do.
He nods, and then he grabs hold of the elder shaman and the chief, and he also planeswalk. This ghost boar runs charging in and carries them to the wilder lands. Meanwhile, you guys planeswalk into this mist of cold and ice, into the demiplane, and planeswalk back to the precinct 5, near the Cynthions in Guldamar's laboratory.
And I'm walking out. I just
So you see someone walking out. You don't see Guldamar walking out.
do I see them?
Yeah, you see them
Yep.
planeswalking in. You don't see Sorry, but you see someone else. Yeah, actually, can you describe what you look like to?
Oh, there you are, Olar.
Hello?
This woman turns to you. You see around this
I'll
7'4", like dark skinned woman. I'll post the photo.
I was gonna say African American. That's not Africa. Oh, American Ravnica.
That's true. Factually correct. See where I put this. Where did I put this film?
Have a dedicated folder for your D&D artwork. Madman.
No, I don't.
I know.
Of course, one has a folder for it.
Of course, you
One
have a
has multiple
folder,
folder for it.
and then inside the folder you organise it by race, and then by potential classes.
I will post it, Goldemar. I post it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright.
Hello?
Oh no, that's the wrong one.
That's that one. Anyway, hello. Do you work here? We're looking for Gull.
Yes, he's here.
Alright.
Can you
Where
take
is
us
he?
to him?
No, you haven't received the news. I'm very sorry.
Elaborate?
So you see.
Oh, that's yeah. That's
Oh, the default clip.
Ah,
Yeah.
the default picture.
Yeah,
Very well.
default picture. She looks to you. Oh, I'm very sorry you haven't been informed. Goldemar sadly passed away.
You what?
Excuse
How?
He's dead.
Why? When?
Oh,
Yes, all of those.
please. Please come inside. I'll explain to you.
Mm-hmm.
You see this again, like you see like dark skinned woman, same equipment as Goldemar, sits down.
It seems like
Coming-
she looted Goldemar's house.
I looted this man's corpse. It's great.
Yeah,
how
Hala's
is your
gaze is
gear-
currently not friendly, so to say.
Curious.
How
as
did
to
you-
White mages?
How did your gear survive a star exploding?
There
Plot
was
armor.
plot
Plot
armor.
There we go.
No,
great.
no.
Flat
His
armor.
gear in the lab survived. His gear on his person did not survive.
Okay.
So he
Nah,
lost
yeah.
a lot of things.
Fair enough.
I lost a majority of things. I lost the things I couldn't remake, basically. The things that
Alright.
The portal gun is gone. Thank God for
The
that.
things you
Well,
destroyed
no.
our story with.
the escape plan is gone. The sit down. Turns out that Niv Mizzet went to Amaket and
No,
Found-
don't tell them that. Don't tell them
of,
that.
whatever-
Oh, God damn it.
We know
you see she looks down to her flamethrower and you see a small screen on a light up. And she looks, that's fine. Well, it seems that he had found a powerful entity. Nico Bolas was hidden behind a shroud. That was what was causing the major whispering in Amaket.
I see.
Of course, worried for him. Create a portal
Trapped.
to Amaket.
He did what?
Yes,
Wait.
I disagree with this as well.
Using
but it was
his
some-
gun?
You mean
Yeah.
the permanent portal gun?
Yes.
Where is this portal and how do we close it? Or block it off permanently?
That's the problem. There
Don't say those words. Tell us how to close it.
is no real way to close it. The plan was, at least from Goldemar's perspective, was that once Niv Mizzet had taken the power of Nico Bolas, that he would be able to close it.
No, that wasn't my plan. Stop lying.
That was Goal's plan.
Hello?
That was what Goal was basing this
Yeah,
off
is
of.
this flamethrower speaking out loud?
Yes.
Kind of. Let's. Oh yes, Niv-Mizzet is also dead. But he is now 5 points.
You mean
To this.
Niv?
Yes.
Oh, hey guys. Hi.
Hi.
How
What
are
Are
you?
the
you a
fuck?
flamethrower?
Sadly, he has died. The contingency plan. You see, there's also like on the pack with the 2 hammers. It's the thunder one. I forget what it's called.
That's Goldemar, by the way.
Yeah.
He's in here too.
Right.
But we both died. We done fucked
Yes.
up real big time. Should not
You
have
did?
should
Why
not-
did you go to Amanketh?
Because you know what? I'll level with you. Both these people are idiots.
I mean,
Both
we've known
believe
that for a while. I didn't think they were
Thank
quite
you.
this bad.
I don't understand them either. But they're lucky. They had a contingency plan just in case they both died, which is me.
Okay.
You know,
Back to the question, where is this portal?
Oh, it's in Nivix. Niv-Mizzet's lab.
What? Taking us there?
Of course,
Yeah,
we'll take you there right away.
So if you're in there, Nev, I don't suppose you have anything dangerous in that lab, do you?
Me? Oh no.
No, Nev.
I look to Niv.
The better question is there anything that's not dangerous in the labs?
Oh,
That's
Wonderful.
actually correct. All right.
So what I'm hearing is they now have a direct access to our plane
yes.
into essentially an armory.
Yes.
Armory. I guess you could put it like that, sure.
Yes, we need to go there
As
now.
if we did not have enough problems.
Go on, Niv. We're going to fix
Alright.
this.
Well, it's wonderful to meet you all. My name is Rowan.
I don't care. Can we go close this portal or do something about it?
That's
Mhm.
fair.
Let's start the portal.
She turns, and I will teleport us there.
Okay. Yeah, you cast teleportation into Nivix. It's a. How many people can you transport with you?
I can transport every single one of these people.
8 willing creatures, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Alright.
Now, does the flamethrower count as a willing creature?
It's not a
It's
creature.
an object.
No, sentient
Sadly, both of
weapons
them are
are
It's a
objects.
sentient weapon.
Yeah. Alright, so you both appear into inside Nivix in the air portal chamber. You see like a couple of goblins smoking some cigars, and like they look at you all appearing into one of the circles. Hi, who are you?
He immediately walks past them.
Wait, where are you going?
Then Hala follows.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Yep.
got me here. What are you doing? Stop!
We have
Stop running!
permission from
Turns
Niv Mizzet.
around.
Yes, we do. Urgent business.
Yeah, the
He's
flamethrower
walking.
shouts out, "Shut up, you imbeciles!" And the both of the goblins look at each other and absolutely terrified and begins to run away.
Let's
Yes.
go.
Yes.
Still the same music.
All right, so
Yeah.
you begin to walk to Niv-Mizzet's laboratory, this gigantic laboratory with these massive chains hanging from the ceiling, and from the chains there are various equipments, and doodads and engineering stuff.
It's a mad scientist lab.
Yeah, basically.
Bench could have put blueprints, but nothing.
Yeah, and you see in one corner is this greenish, glowing portal that's slowly rotating on its own axis. The chamber, massive chamber, is dark apart from this one portal that illuminates everything near it. It's
I
not.
assume you don't need a photo of it.
You can put a photo of it if you want.
Yeah, I assume everyone else doesn't need one. I assume everyone knows what this looks like. But...
It's a portal.
Yeah.
And the flamethrower Niv-Mizzet says,
Is that the thing? It's so close
Yeah.
to my Boolean denominator. Please close
Right.
it.
So you got anything strong enough to overpower it?
Everything in here will overpower it.
And will it close it, or will it cause an explosion that rips it even larger?
I don't know. I didn't do it. Ask Kordamar. It's him. He did it.
Does
You are all
Voldemort
three of
know?
them. I'm asking you in general.
Let's see. I guess is this tinkering check or is this would be like Arcana?
I guess you can do a tinkering check, sure.
Guidance? No.
You're rolling as well as
Oh.
me.
Yeah, you have no idea
17?
how to close this permanent tear in the space-time continuum. This is,
Right.
in essence, a black. This is a wormhole that you created from this plane to the other plane.
White Mage, you managed to
Yeah.
close a rift previously. Can you do it to similar ones like these, or is that out of your purview?
Possible. My area is mainly timed though, but there might be something in this room that might be capable of disrupting it.
What does purview mean again?
My wheelhouse.
Yeah, wheelhouse.
Essentially, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Wheelhouse.
The set of things which you command over, so to say.
Yes.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Alright.
Right.
Hmm.
Would I know as white mage any way to close this, as it's not really, this is not a time thing?
Sure, you can roll an Arcana check.
I will help him.
No,
You've already
I'm gonna use my
failed.
portent.
You already failed.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my portents and use the 18 that I got.
Oh, okay.
If it's Arcana, then we're plus 10 to it. So 28.
28.
I feel like this is important.
Yeah, it is important. All right. So I would say there is a method to instill or transform a lay of magical wave around it so as to confound it in a chrono field so that it doesn't necessarily has a direct access to the present. If anything were to come to it, it would come to either the past or the future.
That's potentially worse.
Oh,
Yes, it is.
It's better than coming at the present.
Not really.
Coming
It's
in the
way
past is
worse.
way worse.
Okay, the future then, when you're more prepared.
That is
I mean,
possible.
that might. Yeah, it's true. This is a real Samurai Jack.
It's
Does-
now or in about a month's time.
Yeah.
Where-
Does the white mage tell them?
yeah. Well, I can sort of stop it temporarily,
Right.
but it's a matter of when they will come through.
Okay, if we can't find anything else in here to, I don't know, seal it up, stop it, delaying it is good at least. It gives us time to, if not prepare, at least ensure they're not walking into a goddamn armory.
Yeah. Could we at least move stuff out of here?
Yeah.
Might be best to seal this up first and then move everything out.
Yeah, but
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, the flamethrower says, please take all of this to my trusted assistant, Ral. He will take good charge of this.
Alright.
God.
About that,
He
no,
planes
just
walked
trust
away.
them.
Yes, he may
No
have
idea where it
gotten
was.
pissed.
Okay.
What happened?
Well,
He didn't get his way in the summit, and he
Yeah.
What did he want?
for Niv-Mizzet to be the new living guild pact.
Nimbazet didn't even want to be the new Living Guild pack. What was Rob trying to do?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Also, I'm dead. How can I be the living guild pack?
No one knew you were dead.
No one knew you did at the time.
Okay, someone should
Yeah.
totally tell Ral on this and think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh,
You
fuck!
seem to happy to see me.
there's something else actually.
Oh,
Oh, bloody
Go
hell.
ahead.
Nicol Bolas might have my body. He might raise me as an dragon.
Ah, that's not very good.
Noted.
You're meant to be the smartest smartest being in Ravnica. You
Well,
really
I
are an
want-
idiot right about now.
I'm gonna level with you. He's not that smart.
Noted.
Great.
Yeah.
Book smart, not street smart. Got it.
Yes, that's correct.
What about Girl's Body? Because Girl's Body had a star in it.
I
Oh
exploded
no,
it.
Goal was incinerated. He
Okay.
Basically, Go,
Okay.
for some reason, Go jumped into Nicobolas for, he's also an idiot like me, apparently. He tried to open a
that's
portal
fair.
inside his mouth, but it didn't work.
True.
He got converted into Nicobolas' side. I pulled the trigger and exploded the star
And
inside.
he's not still on his side. You haven't sure that, yes?
There's nothing left to be on his side, and his consciousness is here, so...
Right. Right. Okay.
Yes, let's just deal with one thing at a time, people! Alright, fix the portal first, and
If
then
we
we'll
only had that luxury. Still,
no yell.
Yeah,
White
I'll
Mage,
I'll
get
work
started
to fix
on delaying the arrival.
I have something that might help. I have no idea how it works with active portals like this, but, I can give it a shot if you're going to freeze it.
Yeah, what are you trying to do, Zeph?
I have one a day of that.
Oh,
Hmm.
Ooh.
Forbidden! Oh, cool. 40,000 square feet of floor space.
You can't use portals to get into the area, so I imagine it's like bouncing off when you try and walk through.
Yeah, and how long would that last? 1 day? 1 day?
One day,
One
but
day.
I'm hoping if he's freezing it in time to the future, it gives us a bit of leeway at the end.
If they have 30 days, you can completely prevent it.
Sure, but that would require me
Yes.
coming here every day for 30 days.
Yes. Which, I mean, since we have teleport slash planeswalk, you technically could.
you could, yeah.
I suppose.
Evening Forbidden's cast in Nivix.
Evening Forbiddance! Let's go over to Nivix and cast Forbiddance. Otherwise, Nivix will be taken over by Nicobolas.
See, this is why you gotta have good planning.
Okay, shut up, Goldemar! Alright, you did this! This is not your fault!
To be
Anyway.
fair, there was nothing you could do.
What?
Anyway,
Come on.
Alright,
We start moving this stuff
Anyway.
out, and then we start.
Okay, so are you casting Forbiddance now?
Yeah.
Okay, so you begin to take out your Azoria's signet, and from this triangle, these wavy blue lines begin to emerge and begin to spread as these darkened chambers begin to become lightened by this beautiful teal color, and these triangular lines are not disappearing. They are fixed, or like in mid-air, and they begin to slowly rotate and begin to form a barrier, a minor version of the one that in New Prav that you've encountered before. But you think this will hold for a day. It has a small. Okay, all right, fair enough. Good, you choose undead. You specified that. Is it one or more though? So you could choose more if you like.
Sure, but one elemental's like is elementals, like technically
Because
that's
it's
what
weird,
Gull would
yeah.
have been, and like sure, but that's also Rakdos, and
Yeah.
What is
Like,
Eagle Bullet? Is it an
it's-
aberration?
He's a
we
dragon.
don't fucking know. Probably a dragon.
He's a dragon up until this point.
Hmm.
just
So, yeah.
essentially saying undead is the best, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
All right. So and the triangular teal glowing lines begin to interlock and form this permanent barrier that will last for a day. So maybe not. All right. So White Mage, let's see what you have in your arsenal.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got nothing that really could seal anything, I don't think.
All right, temporal shunt maybe. No, that won't work. Temporal reversion.
That's healing.
No, that's healing.
Maybe gravity sinkhole.
That won't work. Who has okay, no. Did Sori do you guys get Sori's stuff?
Yeah.
Yes, Ember has
Ember
it.
has it.
Okay, good. That's good to know. All right, so yes, this is doable, but you get the impression that without your proper equipment, you can't fully do it. You're lacking certain aspects of your powers, but
Missing
you
something.
can, but you can do it basically.
Yeah, if I had my equipment, I'd be able to do this.
What equipment exactly? I know Sorry had a couple of your things.
What type of things did he have?
There was a cape and what was it, an hourglass?
Something
And-
like that.
Eight hourglass watch.
Yeah. And whatever Tempest is.
Yes.
Ooh. Do you have these still?
Just glance at Ember.
I left them in the demi-plane. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't exactly want
Right.
to carry around a bit dead man stuff.
Understandable. Do you think you could grab them? This is kind of an important thing to get
Uh-huh.
done.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna need the hourglass now. What?
I assume I can plane shift back directly into this room.
Just to try to do it close to the ball.
Well, obviously.
I'm guessing they've taken down the protections to open this portal.
It makes sense.
Presumably.
And Ember will plane shift to the demi-plane, grab Sorry's stuff, and then go back.
Yeah, you appear. You see the kid is currently eating some custard pudding, and like he sees you and he smiles and waves at you. Hi,
Hey, kid.
here for long?
Back in. Unfortunately not. We'll be back in a bit. I'm really tired. I could do with a nap and not running around and
Oh, here, take this, take this. And he gives you a small tub of custard pudding.
I
Take it.
thanks. Be-
It's tasty.
I'll have it when I get a break. And then he plane shifts back with Sorry's stuff, and then you see him. He looks a tiny bit happy as he's holding Sorry's bag of holding and a pot of custard.
Just a raised eyebrow, but no comment.
Oi, White Mage. So it should be in here, and have that as well. And he throws them. Here you go, take that.
You
Look
throw
at
the
the custard.
custard dust to white mage as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to
You
think
can
it's
use
like
that
a little
more.
kid's one with like a little
Yeah.
cartoon Niv Mizzet
Yeah.
on it.
It does now. It
Even
does
better.
now.
Oh, if we have to picture him this way. Oh, look. That's how I remember him. And then I'll pull out the hourglass.
Okay. All right. So I would say this would be you'll be using the magic of the hourglass. So, all right. Can I ask you to roll a spell casting check? That would be, I guess, intelligence, right, for a wizard.
Yeah, be intelligent
Yeah.
to me.
Okay.
Oh, should I use my what's
Take a
10?
bardic inspiration, please.
Okay, 10. I might be
You
able to go higher.
guys.
So you're using a second portent.
I'm thinking
What portents do you have?
10.
10's a no.
It's a bit
Yeah.
low.
Yeah, I was trying to work out in my head, trying to if it was going to be good or not. I'll do the rolls.
Okay, 10 would have been better.
Well,
What was it? A D10 for
D8, D8.
D8
Oh, D8.
D and a D4.
and a D4. 16? Not terrible. No.
16. All right. So you begin to use the the ley lines and the magic around you. This is a familiar setting with the familiar ley lines of Izzet magic. To channel and convert that into this pure white, unadulterated supremana of your chronomancy, and begin to channel this. It takes beginning to take you about 20 minutes to do this spell, and so you have roughly up to 48 hours of time manipulation, either past or present, or or future. How many days would you like to postpone this to? 48 days, even. Sorry.
To the future.
All right. So,
And I'll let everyone know how long. So
how many
think-
days is it? 48 days, or how many more days? Or like you can be less than that as well. If you want.
As long as we can.
Yep.
Yeah, but as I'm doing this,
Put it into a future program.
how long do you want it for until they come?
As long as you can get. We need as much time to prepare, because... yeah, I mean, if they decide definitely to come through here, at least we know where they'll be.
The maximum is 48 days. You can tell them that as well.
I'll give you 48 days.
That'll have to do then.
Good. We're gonna have to evacuate the Nivix, and I'd argue the precinct at this point, because if that thing goes up, it's gonna take the precinct with it.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right. That'll be a discussion we need to have with Rao.
Oh, bloody hell.
I mean, if you've frozen time for 48 days, the spell should last inside the stasis, right?
So it'll be 49 days then, technically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 48 plus 1 day then. With
Right.
Forbiddance.
Okay. That's one thing dealt with.
It's more postponed.
Yeah.
Well, postponed. But still.
Something else we need to let everyone know about?
Mm-hmm.
Joy, we always seem to be the bringer of the worst news.
We do.
Well, someone has to.
Okay,
Okay.
that's dealt with.
Next thing on the list.
You two, what the fuck? I'm looking at flamethrower and backpack.
The backpack.
Why are you items? And what was going through your heads when you decided to do this? We've told you exactly what was there, but no, you decided to go do it anyway.
I'll look at you. Well, they're not the smartest.
Yes, we're
We
aware
know.
of it, but
Yeah.
I didn't think...
Solimar left with a sense that if he didn't go, at least he could try to stop Niv Mizzet from dying, because he didn't want to see his guildmaster die like yours. For some reason, Niv Mizzet believed that he was strong enough to, I think, win against whatever was there.
Right.
And
I guess I can see Gull's perspective, at least. He was following his guildmaster, but...
Someone always has plans.
Part of me just wants to say I told you so.
I mean, you can. They can't do anything about it.
Told you so, Niv Mizzet.
He grunts.
Owen looks kind of confused at all of you. Well, I don't know what
Well,
to do with
What's
your
done
objects
is
now.
done. So,
Mhm.
and
True.
I will say this one thing: do not get yourself killed. It is so boring.
I've died 6 times. I think I know.
Boring is not
Yeah.
the way to describe it.
And the afterlife was this is Gold talking. The afterlife was uninteresting.
Well, for 2 intellectuals, I guess that's hell, right?
Yeah,
Also,
I guess.
we don't have much time left. Our sentient consciousness will fade away, so we should get going with whatever we had planned, right, Goldemar?
Right.
Yeah, they should.
Okay,
What is your
next.
plan?
Yes, can you run it by us, seeing as your last one went so well?
Um,
well, basically, prevent Ravnica from being destroyed by Nicol and his Dreadhorde that will be coming through the portal, and likely an
His
other
what?
dragon. His,
Yeah, that.
his Dreadhorde. Yes, he's been making Dreadhorde.
And what is a Dreadhorde? Doesn't sound particularly nice.
Oh no, it's not nice. It's there's a weird metal. I can't remember. My memory is not
Eternium.
as. Yes, yes, that is it. How did you know?
We know a few things, but do go on.
They've used it amplifies necromantic energy in a way that not seen in any other planes. Very worrying
Right.
indeed. He has been using that to create an army of the ancient dead soldiers of Amonkhet, including the god pharaohs who died there.
Huh?
I see.
Well, that's...
Oh god.
Right.
Yes,
Are
the
we-
god pharaohs.
Are we going to go up against actual gods? Is that what you're saying?
Uh,
Yes.
in 48 hours.
Great.
49 days.
49 days, yeah. We have 49 days. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Yes, please keep telling us that while you're currently sitting in a flamethrower.
Hey, Matt, listen, alright?
Well, you clearly didn't listen to us, so why should we listen to you?
It's fair.
That's fair.
So, there is some. Is there something controlling these dread swords that's made of this Eternium then?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
And I also know what has happened. He's been sending agents. He's used these weird cubes, the technology of the old gods of Amonkhet, and he's been sending seeds to propagate his plans across the planes, the omniverse, mainly to
The giant cubes that we found.
Yes, we know what he's talking about.
just whatever you do not open any of them.
Didn't
Oh.
them to.
No, we haven't, but one of them was opened anyway.
Okay, maybe I'm thinking they probably have some Eternium in there or something to do with Eternium.
One
And there was a-
contained Tesseret.
Yeah, a guy.
Who's that? Is he powerful?
Planeswalker had something to do with Eternium.
Oh shit, that's not good. Where is it
We
now?
know. Planes walked away.
Okay. Can we apprehend him, as Orius said?
If we know where he is.
Yes, our authority tends to drop when you go to different planes.
Alright, well. Okay, let's just add it. Do you have a list of things that you have to do? Can we add that onto that list?
I think it's already on there somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
Yep.
Great.
It's already on there. I remember it.
How many items on your list? Like 5?
Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
It's more
9,
like
10, 11.
5 boards.
Roughly in the 50s.
50?
Some of them are checked off though.
Yeah.
How many are
Wait.
checked off? Like 50%?
No, nowhere near.
5?
No, I think it's more like 7.
Oh, wow.
Mhm.
7 out of 50 is not bad, I think.
So
It's pretty bad.
I came out of this white field to this Ravnica. Can I go back?
Who are you, by the way? I
Who the fuck are you?
White mage.
Alright.
Oh,
Wait, I think
he's
I.
that guy.
Oh, right, yeah, he's that guy.
Yeah.
Hi, you're back.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a
Yeah.
while. How did you come back?
Still
We
unclear.
found them.
Didn't you get yourself trapped in the eternity of time?
We found him outside of time and brought him back.
Why? Why?
Long story. Don't really feel like sharing it with you.
I'm not
That's
dead.
fair. Factually correct. You're 1-0. Sir, I'm so sorry.
Right. Next thing, I suppose. Go.
Rowan looks at you. Yes?
How is the progress on the thing I asked you to make going?
Oh, it's actually going pretty well. We've been able to get down some solid plans. I was in the middle of finalizing some planning until Nimbus.
Until you went and
Yes, so
died.
until my previous iteration made
You
a.
went and died. Let's leave it at that.
That's fair.
Question.
You hear as both the flamethrower and the backpack, the lightning backpack, begins to make this whirring sound, and they both turn itself off almost, like parts of it. Rowan, you get the sense that these beings can't talk more than 6 minutes a day for now.
Yeah,
Let's happen.
there they go.
Right. Sorry. We were in a bit of a rush to get here. What did you say your name was?
Rowan, I believe.
Rowan. Rowan.
Alright.
Pleasure to meet you.
I'm sorry that my father did this to you.
Need to double check this because it's the Azet. Everything is weird, nothing makes sense, and there's no structure. Which one of those two is your dad?
Oh, Goldemar.
Okay, I can deal with
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, technically, I'm a sentient AI subroutine that was born in his
Nope,
mind.
nope, just stop, just stop. They're
That's,
Stop
corrupt.
right there. That's no
I
need
get-
to
I get
expand on that.
Thanks.
Even if I get that, no need to expand on it.
Yes.
You're a person. That's more than Go could ever say.
Yeah.
So be
Yeah.
it, so
That's
be it.
fair. That's what Gold wasn't a
Okay,
person. He was subhuman.
Okay,
You know,
well,
when you say that stuff, I'm more curious now, and I can't find out what he is.
A
right.
minor illusion gull.
Oh,
Yeah, that thing. Let's go.
Yes.
Ooh, people are so mean towards a
Mm.
dead person. They've no respect for the dead.
We're mourning sorry. We're concerned about Ember's dead. Ghosted? Yeah.
He's a side character. It's fine.
He's not really a side character. He's the villain of the campaign.
He is.
That's what he's never told you. He is the true villain of this campaign.
If he was
Yes.
a side character, people, wouldn't worry as much. He literally fought advanced Nicol Bolas's plans and died.
Yep.
Well, listen, isn't that what all good side characters do?
No, that's not what side
No.
characters do at all. They just make fun.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Portal temporarily dealt with. We need to meet with Dumry in the morning. What do we do until then?
Right. It's tempting.
We need to get word out about this and the fact that it's contained. We need
Yes,
to let
I'll have
certain
to
people-
message.
We need to find. I guess it's Rao. He's going to be the acting guildmaster till they figure out what's going to happen now, and tell him Nib's dead.
I'll
That's not
message.
gonna be
I'll message. My man's Rouser. Oh.
Right.
Oh.
No,
Okay.
Rouserek isn't the guildmaster. So,
No, but he was
No.
second, so he's acting until you figure out who he is.
I am.
Well, no. What?
Yes. Since all other creatures that were fire-minded in Mizet instantly died upon his death, I did not, as a subroutine.
Do you think
Contains the
people
entirety of his
will
knowledge.
acknowledge you as guildmaster?
It doesn't really matter as long as I have.
It
I
does.
have
It does. Just saying or something doesn't make you.
No, it's not that I say it. It's the fire mind.
You know what? You can inform everyone of what's happened, and we
Yeah.
can speak to you tomorrow and see whether you're guildmaster or not.
That's fair.
I'll work on this room. Get rid of these items.
Right.
Yeah.
Where are you lot going to be?
Probably best if. Rowan, do you mind if I help your people along with the work a little bit? See if I can make any progress?
Rowan.
I'm sorry. What? I'm messaging.
He's
Rowan.
messaging
The
Ralph.
DMs.
Do you mind if I try and help your people along a little bit?
Of course.
Try and get some progress done on that. Might be good to have it sooner rather than later.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah.
Where should we all meet then?
I mean, I'm sure Domri will get in touch with us, so it doesn't really matter where. Do we want to say Cole's Labs? That way
Sure.
you can work on that.
What do you plan to be doing, Seth?
Well, I know to go inform people about yet another problem.
That's fair.
See if anyone knows more other sealing spells that could help. If there's anything like that now.
Ember?
Yeah, sorry. That was.
Got a plan?
Pack a suitcase, travel to somewhere nice, not come back. Be nice.
Sounds lovely, but...
Sounds lovely. Could you drop me off at New Pro on the way?
Oh yeah, sure, buddy. As to what my plan is, I don't know. Yeah, what can I do? Like, most of my guild is currently fighting another guild, and people are dying, and now I want to go check, see if my guild's actually doing something, and if they are doing it, I've got very good ideas about leaving, and I'm not with it. Come on, Zeph.
Right.
Where would you join if you leave the Boros? You can never join back if you leave a guild.
Yeah. Denver
Would you-
knows that.
Would you be a guildless or would you join the Azorians?
He'd be guiltless for a time, probably. Trying to figure out his next step.
I mean, there might be options, considering what happens over the next 2 days.
Yep.
Arbiter, let's go. I instantly joined as an Arbiter.
The Azorians Arbiter?
Yeah.
Oh
I just-
god.
Gives
I
his
just-
resume in the next day. He quits his job and then walks in.
Yeah, I walk into the office, just sit down like,
You know,
I like this.
Apparently you can just claim to be the guild master now, so you can just, say what you want to
Was that
be.
discussed with you at all, Bo, or did he just claim that?
No, we discussed it.
Send me the
briefly.
thing. He was
Okay,
just
alright.
like, oh, by the way, I was like talking about it. It's like, oh, who's the guild master, by the way? It's like, I'll tell you later. And then I was like, oh, we should probably message Ryle. And he just sends like, oh, you're the guild master, by the way, now. And I was like, ah, okay.
Anyway.
There we go. This is what I sent to Ryle.
Okay,
Mhm.
let's see what the message reads.
Oh,
Don't
God.
say that
Oh,
to Ral. What's wrong with you?
I need to take 5 minutes, so while you sort this out, I'll be right back.
Mhm.
Okay.
Bearing in mind, this is Nivgol, the evolution of Gol.
Yes. You look into Rowan's eyes and you see the dragon eyes of Nimset. And this is just this weird conflagration.
That is terrifying.
hyper dangerous
Please,
and super
you-
dope.
That's
Yeah.
cool. I like
It's
that.
the worst.
That's the best. Don't listen to that,
Yeah.
Gol.
Hmm.
Okay, at this point, okay, all right, fair enough. Good to know. All right,
Yeah.
So,
Right.
Oh wait, I have to roll. Let's see if
We briefly lost
Ross.
that much.
Oh no, I hope
he traveled through time. He's gone.
Right?
There we go. He's
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Why
He's
did,
lost.
that?
why did you roll a 1d100?
I
Oh,
don't know.
just I assume he's in a different plane, and so I assume like that's the roll because he planeswalked. That's why I know.
Oh, okay. All right. So, in a crackling of lightning energy appears Ryle next to you. What?
Hello there,
Who are you?
Rowan.
Rowan. What happened to Nivmizet? You said he's deceased.
I give since I've already went through it once, I will give a brief rundown again of what happened.
Yeah, he will listen to it carefully and he says, I told him not to go to Amagat. Damn it.
Didn't you
Yes,
teleport
he
him
never
there?
listened.
He's not a planeswalker.
Yes,
How
I
did he
did
get?
planeswalking, but I told him not to venture further into the horrible, horrible the depths. It emanated of vile magic. We could both sense it, but he just went straight ahead. And he's dead. He's
Yes.
actually dead.
Well, his consciousness is here. I just tapped the flamethrower with the dragon set on it.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's pretty much our reaction.
Yeah,
How?
we heard his
Did-
voice.
What?
Huh?
How?
What?
I
Okay,
I've been trying to convince him to be the next living guild pact in the guild summit. Putting my ass on
He
the
didn't want to
line.
be the next guild. He didn't want to be the next guild master.
Oh yes, he did. He told me so.
Well, he told me he didn't want to be. By the way, he pulls out this from inside the flamethrower. He just pulls out a small SSD card. Here it is.
That is just an SSD card. That's his consciousness.
Yeah, you see on the back, it's on gaff tape. You just see niv.exe.
Niv.exe is an executable form.
Now I need to know, what's the read-write speed of Niv.io?
Probably pretty fast. It's like
pretty
an M2. M2 roughly.
Yeah, the SSD
pretty
is like, 1,000,000 terabyte.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ral looks at it and says, that son of a bitch actually did it. He actually did it. Do you know how to do it?
What do you mean?
To transcend into a digital version of your... I want to do it.
It seems pretty limited.
I could put you in another gun, but that would be a lot of work. And I think you're
only
more
when I'm
important as a
dead.
planeswalker.
Only if I am dead. I want to...
Well, yeah, I do know. Well, of course I would. I mean, I have Divin's intelligence. I remember how he did it. So yeah, I know.
All right, share it with me.
Okay, Okay, DM, I want to know first right now, is this a good or bad thing that I'm telling?
Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Right.
You have to figure that out yourself.
Okay.
Do you think it's a good idea to tell Ral?
Okay. Okay. Lacentes, high or low?
Low.
4. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Fuck.
Well
Sure.
done, Tyler.
I share the information. I inform him how to do it.
Okay, well, before you do that, do you discuss it with Hala? And the white
What do you
mage?
mean? I asked her to roll. I asked her high or low, and then she said low, and I got low. So I tell him.
Okay, white mage is also here. Would you like to say anything before he does this?
What's up?
Ral has acted in the recent events.
Well then, I've seen how people react to Ral. They don't tend to like him.
Ral, do people not like you?
Yes.
Have you been a bad boy?
No.
Is that a lie?
Look, I don't have much time, alright? Teach me this transformation process and get out of here.
All right. Now, if you
Why
speak
get
to me
out?
that way, that convinced me that I shouldn't tell you. Okay. All right. I just won't tell you then.
What? As the guild
mean.
master of the Izzet League, I command you to share this knowledge with me. You can't speak to me like this.
You do know he's still
You the guild
technically
master?
alive.
Or am I the guild master?
You did say Div Bizet is deceased and he is, in this portable
True.
format version
But
where he has
I cast a wizard spell in front of him. I just cast a simple
Rowan is still technically fire-minded.
yes.
Okay.
So I share the entirety of the fire mind. So I share the entirety of its intelligence of mind. So technically, he lives through me.
So this is a dispute you should have to settle in the coming days.
Okay.
Ral's direct.
I do not believe we need to be present for this, however.
That's true.
You
Actually, this
don't
might devolve into
mean-
combat, so I would rather.
You do not mean to tell me that you,
Hmm.
you
You
Mm.
just joined the Izzet League today. It's meant to be
Technically, I've
our
joined for over 600 years.
He
And
just-
how long has Nimazet been here? Because I share their minds and their existences, right?
A
Okay.
very long time.
This has
Yeah.
been one of the worst, if not the worst day. I'm leaving.
Okay, thank you. I'm very sorry. We'll talk later.
He blaze walks away in a storm of
All
lightning.
right. Okay. Back to
Well,
the
that
plans.
dealt with that. Of course.
Thank you.
By the way, how far am I on? I actually look at you. That's odd. You see, like this flash in her eyes.
Hmm.
Bank's corrupted. I don't know who you are. I have you as two different people.
Yes.
Well,
There's a
what's your
reason
name?
for that.
Very sorry.
Hala.
Oh, nice to meet you. How are you?
I'm stressed out of my mind and
Hmm.
would like to get some work done.
Of course. Well, Hala, I guess can I roll Tinker's tools to see how far I am on like finalize the design for equipment?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm
Then guidance on top of that.
31.
You know what? Now with the combined intelligence of Goldomar and Nivizet and Krigswix and the other two fire-minded unnamed
Yeah.
NPCs, you think you can do it in the next few hours if you put your mind to it.
Oh, my mind's to it.
Minds to it. It's yeah.
Ah,
Oh
joke.
god.
Joke. Oh, I could finish it now. Give me one.
Right. Let's get to work on that then.
Yeah.
And the rest
And
of
I
you,
fit.
we'll see
Yeah,
you
I
in the
say-
morning.
Before
Oh,
you
look
lot
back.
go, where are we going to be putting all these items? I don't
Oh,
fancy any of them here.
I am sending Rouse Rec. Oh, by the way, you can take the stuff from Nivma's workshop,
What?
but not the portal.
Is there any free labs anywhere?
I guess this one now is one.
I don't fancy one with a portal to a plane that I don't like.
That's true. I have another one. I have another one. You can use that one.
Okay, I'll
Let's
take all these there.
go there.
All right. So yeah, we take everything from here and then we send it to my lab.
Why?
We want to clear the portal room of all potential mass weapons. Or
Yeah.
just weapons of
Yes.
mass destruction. That's what I
Okay.
want
And
to say.
Raul Direct
Yeah.
seems pissed. So, that's probably not a good
that's what I said.
idea
I've got
for him to
a
take
lab of
it.
my own.
Okay, so alright, so you get some assistance from some of your subordinates of the Izzet League. They are confused as to why you're giving commands, but they're not questioning it because you have the self-confidence.
I sound
of a guild master.
authoritative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're helping you out with moving these various equipments from their previous draconian master, without questioning, which is strange.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about attitude.
No, it's fucking not. Roll a persuasion check.
Cast glibness on myself. I give myself.
The members of the Izzet are just as smart as their guild leader was.
Yep.
Yeah. So we cast glibness on myself. Giving myself 15.
Glibness.
He automatically
Ah.
rolls a 15 for charisma.
I roll a
checks.
15, which is just 15. I have.
Yep.
Oh, it's just a 50 for you.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I convinced them. Aha. We continue.
Hopefully.
Wait, you have an 8th
Yeah.
level spell slot?
Of course she does.
Oh, it's a bard and a warlock spell. How do you have it?
Wait, glibness?
Yeah.
No way.
This is
Which
Bard
one
and
is
Warlock.
this?
It's no wizard.
It's not wizard, man.
Damn it, which one is it? Which one's the one? Which one's the wizard one?
It is glibness.
There is no
then.
wizard one.
There's no glib.
Damn it! No, I was thinking the wrong one.
Yeah.
Alright,
You're gonna have to roll for
I
it.
convinced them anyway. Damn it!
No, you're gonna have to roll for it. You can't just say I
persuasion.
convinced them anyway. That's not how roll D&D 5th edition works.
It's fine.
Okay.
Not even.
Yeah, they're like started carrying some of these instruments to a different thing, and the goblin's like, "Wait, hang on. Are we helping this girl rob Niv Mizzet?"
No,
No,
you're not.
No, you're
absolutely
not.
not. Yeah,
You're helping the white mage move the stuff.
true as well.
Okay, you roll a investigation check.
Guidance you on that.
Oh no, can you actually persuade? You're not a charisma caster anymore.
I guess
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
see.
But
Do you want to use your 10?
Oh,
Oh, ooh,
you
yes,
can.
D4, D4.
yeah.
Come on. Get a 4, get a
Oh.
26.
26.
He
The
is
goblin
very
is like,
nice.
the archmage is
What?
throwing a party in honor of you in a couple of days. Are you that white mage?
Yes.
I am, yes.
Are you just
See?
joining the guild?
I came back from a
Yeah,
Your
this
sabbatical?
long experience. Yeah, from
Okay.
an experiment I've done.
Oh,
That's a very long sabbatical, but alright.
you could say that. Yes.
Let's move into my new lab.
Okay. Alright. No worries. We will help you out. You're in for a great surprise. The party's going to be amazing. There's a lot of fireworks and
we're all gonna get killed this party, aren't we?
festivities.
I'll look forward to
Let's
it.
go.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
So
Alright, where are we
we
going
take all the
again?
stuff. I give them the address.
Okay, that lab, alright.
Yeah.
Number 43.
Mhm.
Alright, so is anybody doing anything actually important
No.
for the
I
rest
mean,
of the
I'll
session?
get-
Hala is helping Rowan work that design out.
Yeah.
And try and help
Yeah,
construct it.
we'll finish our item.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm informing everyone about a new threat. People are gonna love me. I turn up and give bad news.
Alright, so to wrap things up for today's session, what else are you guys doing to let's wrap up today's day as well? Ember, are you doing anything particular?
I want to see whether what I find out causes more problems, but why not?
More problems.
I want to go and go Sunhome and investigate whether or not the Legion were infiltrating the refugee camps and poisoning people. Because if it is them, Ember's gonna do some very, very different
Cool
things.
things.
Okay, roll I guess like a general investigation check to find out from hearsays and whatnot.
Investigation, and I will roll so 19. Wow.
Alright.
I either roll very poor or very well on those.
Yeah, so you get the sense that most of your strength is currently being employed to fight at the front line, and even the subterfuge part to get that one that one of your subordinate. What's the name again?
Oh, Iana.
Iana. Yeah, even her and her and members like that are being put to use to gather intels about the front line to fight them and make the advances. You don't get any information about sending any assassins or anything like that to the Gruul territory in Zuta clan to poison people. That's not really a Gruul way.
Okay. In that case, you'd probably go back to the demi-plane.
You also find out that the trial and has come to a conclusion, and a
Oh, that's
verdict
good.
has arrived as the Azorius what's the word I'm looking for? The
Still?
Judiciary?
the overseers, yeah, sure. Have finished up the records of the trial and are in the process of making a report back to Zevro and Hala and the Guildmaster Ozana. And the verdict is basically they are sentencing both Tajik and the Captain Amor, as well as those who were involved to prison. It's a life sentence, basically.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Right. In that case, Ember then just goes back to the demi-plane and rests.
Who else is in the dead plane with you? Just
It's
kids and you?
literally just... Yeah, it's just the kids.
Okay. Nobody else is here. Hala is.
Nope.
Hala is with Rowan working on finishing the item since she might be
Yes.
needed.
And I am at New Prof.
Yeah.
I'm
I guess
lab
we could,
44.
I guess we could do like a couple of scenes before we call it a day. I guess.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I'll start with Ember. So, You see, both Rai and the kid approach you, as you just come back, and I guess like you're washing your face or something.
Hmm,
They like
probably.
approach you cautiously and says, the kid says, hi, uh,
Hey, that custard was nice. Thank you.
where are the others?
They're doing work at the moment. I needed a bit of a break.
Yeah,
Go to
you look
bed
like
early or
the.
something. That's an understatement. If you got enough here, you need anything whilst I'm, awake.
You said you were gonna take us to the different planes.
Yeah, at some point when I've got time, more problems seem to crop up and up and up. Uh,
Is everything okay in Ravnica?
frankly, no. I don't think it ever will be. But
Wait, hang on. If Jace is dead, then who is the living guild pact now?
oh, Zeph.
Oh,
Yeah, kind of surprised me that one, but there's not many people I could think that'd do a better job than him.
okay,
No one in my guild, anyway.
okay. All right. I hope things get better in Ravnica.
Hey, it'll eventually get better.
I I can't sleep.
Uh, yeah, I know the feeling.
I close my eyes and I see your friend explode.
Uh,
I was there. I could have done something.
trust me, you keep beating yourself up over it. Eventually, you're just not gonna care, and then that's a problem in of itself. You just need to. It happened. There's no two ways about it. It happened. You can't manipulate time, go back and change it. What you can do now is move forward. He's coming back.
Is he?
Yeah,
That's
we're
good.
working on it. It's on a whiteboard, wherever the whiteboard. Oh, there it is. Yeah,
Oh,
that whiteboard over there. That of all of our problems,
that's a blackboard.
same difference.
Not really, no.
Well,
Whiteboard is you write it with like a marker pen. Blackboard is you write with chalks.
I mean that's fair.
Well, look, I I'm scared of everything. I'm I don't know what to do.
You're a tough cookie.
Rye is he's doing okay. I think better than before. I keep getting nightmares of Jace turning into like this monster, like with long neck and eating us, and then starting to eat something like our heart, both mine and Rye. Same nightmare over and over again, and then this long head monster turns to you actually, and he eats your heart as well, and then it turns to this woman, this very small, slim, skinny woman. She looks like a corpse. He eats her heart as well, and then this boy, I think he's like a green skinned maybe, or an orc boy maybe, my age.
Hmm.
The monster eat his heart as well, and the monster is still hungry with all those hearts devoured. It needs more.
He'll just let the kid speak. Like he won't interrupt him, just listening. And basically so we can move on to other scenes. Ember basically stays with the kid and like just lets him vent almost.
Okay.
And then like eventually he'll try and get the kid to actually sleep before Ember sleeps himself.
Okay, like, how, what are your attempts?
Like breathing exercises and things like that, and
Okay, like you show him your
yeah,
monk training, I guess.
yeah,
Okay, I guess anything training based would be like an intelligence check, maybe. You're remembering the exact techniques
yeah, D20
and
plus
teaching.
intelligence. Let's go. Wow. I'll roll my last one of those. 8. Can't really remember it. It's a while ago.
So, 8. Okay, so you get the sense that you're not a therapist, qualified therapist, a licensed therapist, and this kid needs several days,
Oh yeah,
weeks
he
of
needs
therapy.
professional grade stuff.
Yeah, but you managed to calm him down a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
And
Ember knows that he needs help.
yeah, and then you go to sleep, I guess.
Yep.
Um, I. All right, so moving on to Zeph. We'll just do one scene for everybody before we call it a day. Moving on to Zeph. Zeph, you hear a knock on the door. After you finished writing your memos and your statements of urgency, declaring the permanent warp portal wormhole that's connecting Nivix to.
Oh yeah, and
Okay.
also the confirmation that we know what the corruption behind everything is, and it's a lot worse than we thought.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're sharing that knowledge with everybody as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. In that case, you actually like then you receive a report from the house Demir from a maid saying the exact same thing you just found out about Nicobolas.
I sent out the report from us before we received the information.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hmm.
Okay, and then after all of that, you hear a knock on the door.
It's open.
The door opens and you see it's Drea.
Oh, hey.
Hey, can I come in? Are you busy?
I'm always busy. No reason not for you to not come in, don't worry.
She has her hair tied into a bun. She puts like some reading glasses on as she closes the door behind you. Oh, it's a little bit quiet in the evening. New Prav, isn't it?
Certainly up here it is, yeah.
So let's cut to the chase. You are the new living guild pact.
Not quite yet, but yeah, it certainly seems to be going that way.
Oh, what do you mean not quite yet? That's the word on the street.
Sure, but there's a ritual in 2 days.
Oh, right. Okay. I thought that was already taking place in the chamber, right?
No, not yet.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what to say. I am related to the living guild pact. Strange.
Yeah, I mean, I know I looked into this. I honestly didn't think it would actually happen.
How did it happen?
Well, Jace died, and all the other candidates they were just putting forward guildmasters, and no one would trust a guildmaster to remain neutral.
Yeah, it's one vote for each guild master from their own guild upstate.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is certainly an exciting development.
I don't think I'd say exciting, but it certainly needs to be done.
Yeah, I'm both very, very proud and very, very scared.
Nice to know we're on the same page.
Yeah. Well, at least one good thing is that father and everybody else from our family have no reason but to be proud of you now. You are literally the word of the law.
I mean, that's the theory.
Well, let's see what happens.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, if you're not allowed into like our old home anymore, you can just say, "I'm allowed," and you are allowed. Is that how it works?
I think it is, but I don't think I would do that.
No, of course not.
You know what? Past few weeks have been really shitty, and I'm expecting the next few weeks to be really shitty. Do you want to go get dinner or something? Just take a couple of hours so we're not working.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Um, yeah, yeah, let's do that. Do you mind if I invite mum?
No, go ahead. I'm not expecting to have any free time for the foreseeable future, so yeah, be nice to see you.
Cool. So Drea begins to call and send a message to your mother, and let's say you I guess would it be like a nice restaurant, a fancy restaurant, or like a restaurant that you always go to?
I mean, I leave it up to them to plan, but there is like the family meal between these three is a thing that happens like twice a year at the same place. So
Oh, okay, then yeah, that would be like a really nice place that you go to regularly, and
yeah,
yeah, and I mean, like, yeah, you begin to start that, and then we can finish that. If anything particular to discuss it next session. If you want.
yeah. And unless there's anything they bring up, I think it's just a quiet family meal.
Quiet,
That's-
happy, nice family meal between you three, and your mum is very chuffed, and again, she's exact same feeling as Troya, both very, very, very proud and very, very scared, because they don't know what this is going to entail.
Hmm.
Because the last living guild pact you had to put down.
Yes.
So, yeah. All right. So with that, okay. So, all right. So Hala and
Rowan.
Rowan, you guys are working on the anomalous and
Starmine.
Yes.
the star
Star
mine.
mine.
Sorry, my bad. And I think you've already worked out on all the schematics and got the schematics and got the authorization and stuff like that. So it's just to tie up the ends, I guess. So I guess this will be creating. Yeah. So let's just get the rules out of the way. Give me 1 second. Let me open the window.
I make item.
No.
Yes, I make item.
There are
It's-
rules.
I like Rowan. Rowan is
It's
more
the
to
one
the point than
scene.
goal.
It's the one scene in when if you ever played God of War where there's just the one dwarf who hits the axe once and then enchants it. It's just I pull it out and just ding, it's done. Yeah.
It's
No.
the Starforge in Avengers, where it's just the
Yes.
one guy.
Yeah, that's what you show everyone, but they've actually made it in advance, and you just turn around and tap it with a hammer.
I do like the picture though. What is the
Basically,
rarity of this
real-
item? Very rare, right?
Sure, I think
It's
that's roughly
legendary.
decided.
For how badass it could be, I don't know. If you want,
It was at least very rare, right?
Yeah,
Leave it
very
up to you.
rare.
I mean, generally it depends on how many effects it has.
Yeah, +2 to hit,
Plus what to hit?
+2 to hit and damage rolls.
Can I make that +3 somehow?
No.
+2 isn't good enough.
Yeah.
+2 is very much good enough.
Yeah, +3 would definitely change the cost to legendary.
Yeah,
100%.
that's
Yeah.
not even a question. If it's +3 is legendary point.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, that's just a minor effect. Okay, that's just a combination effect. I think it'll be very rare. It won't be legendary.
All right.
So you lose some of the items in terms of fusing these,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
it's kind of using Ring of Telekinesis and Anomalous to sort of components of making it.
Yeah.
And then
also Soul Ring.
I think that's used as an energy source,
Yeah.
essentially, yes, because that's what it is.
So
Yeah.
because you're losing these items, I would say it doesn't have a. But then you're making the. Oh yeah, we did agree that we're gonna convert the time.
Yes.
Into cost as well.
I mean, we have money. It's not a problem.
Yes.
All right, let's say how.
Time to pay people to help and put
Yes.
special tools to make everything go faster.
We're
that sort of thing.
essentially paying for people to help us build it.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're paying wages.
Yep. We got it. Creating magical items. I'm just trying to calculate the. Right. So the material cost is nothing basically because you're making out of these 3 items.
Yeah.
So okay. So very rare. About 2,000 days is required.
All right.
All right, so that's roughly about 5.5 years. How many people are you trying to employ? So I'll do the maths. So 2,000 days.
However much it takes to reduce it to a day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, but I have the entire intelligence. It's not even like intelligence of like part of Nimzet. It's the entirety of it. Can I get like the people I need to get this even faster?
You need to employ 83 people.
All right.
All right.
So, what does the gold cost come out to in the end?
Yeah.
So doesn't go have his like team as well.
That would be 1.5 thousand times 83, I guess. So 1,200, 124,500 Xenos.
All right.
Easy.
Sure.
Yes. That is paid.
Okay. So
What we get now.
So, say it again just so I can calculate the exact number.
so
140.
it's 1,500 times 83. So
1,500.
124500.
Ugh, fuck.
I'll type it in. 1245.
I think just doing that in.
Roll 20. Somebody's done it. Roll 20.
Yeah. I think so. I
Yep.
can see.
Yeah, I got
Keep
it.
typing.
124,500.
Oh, I forgot to say type roll. I forgot to do
Ah.
type roll.
Yeah, it's that.
There we go. Yeah,
That's how much money we have left.
that's a new total.
Okay, that barely made a dent.
I mean, it took out like 20% of it.
Okay, that's not bad then. And you lost. Okay, that's a pretty good craft because you lost 3 items to get 1 combined item. I mean, it saves you on your slot, so that's really good.
Mhm.
So it's not bad
Alright.
actually. Okay.
Yeah.
So all right. So I guess you would spend nearly the entire night creating this, like the first 5 hours of the night anyway, creating this item with 83 employees. Is it goblins and bedalkers and the humans like in this massive warehouse next? You had to hire a warehouse because your laboratory won't fit that many people,
Yeah.
right?
Mm.
So let's call it the Project Starmine, and you hire 83 people
Yes.
to get it overdone because why the fuck not, right?
What
Yeah.
the fuck, though?
We get. I buy the workshop next to me. I empty it out and just fill it with people.
Yeah, it's basically like a sweatshop workshop sort of thing, I guess.
I mean, they get paid a decent amount.
Yeah, they get paid 1,500 Xenos.
All the work is done. We finish.
Yeah, all the work is done, and you craft it according to. You basically you have 3 divisions. One division dealing with the disenchantment process of each magical items, and the counterparts of each magical items, and the counterparts of enchanting these onto this one aspect of the new item. And the last part is, I guess, would be the toughest part, to set it and light it and fuel it through a fuel source, which you are attempting to do using the soul ring, right?
Yes.
So I look at you for a second. Well, I mean that, but we could also use your tier. Not permanently, but I could put an area where you can place your tier in.
It's already being used for something else.
Yeah, no, it's already
Okay.
in use. Besides, the Soul Ring seems more apt for what it is trying to achieve.
Of course. Paul turns and continues working.
Alright, so can I ask you to roll a tinkering check? I think Vin is. No, sorry, Hala is helping you.
Hala is helping, yes.
So you can roll with
Yes.
advantage.
So many new character names.
Okay.
It's an old character name. Correction.
Technically, none of you guys are new. You guys are still old.
Yeah.
Just a
Except for White
different
Mage.
iteration.
Yes, I'll guidance myself as well. Come on.
Mm,
Hey,
Wonderful.
you get 30.
That's 30 at least, so yeah. 33.
33.
33. Okay. So, could I ask you to post your artwork that you made on?
I'll post it again.
So people have a visual.
Yeah.
It's very good artwork. I love it. It's like a massive, powerful, magical tiara sort of thing.
Kind of,
Yes.
yes.
But it also has a halo sort of effect as well, I guess.
There you go.
All right, so I guess the soul ring would go at the centerpiece, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
When it's not active or anything, it's a very simple, like, just silver band with, like, the ring in the middle. Like, once it turns on.
Yes, the
activates,
halo
it
is
goes.
only there when it's active, essentially, yes.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, all right. So, you've done your calculation. In essence, you have to open up the ceiling of the warehouse, and you have created an equipment that distills star light energy during the night. It's good that you're making it during the night, and you see a
Right.
massive beam of focused starlight is being cascaded onto a spot. You place the star mind at the center, and you take the like you said, it's just a normal headband, but looking very very nicely crafted headband that's already enchanted, but it's not fully completed yet. And I guess Rowan would very meticulously and very precisely not only place the soul ring into its allotted slot, but also solve these runic equations to so that the item, the star mind item, is fueled by the soul ring. And you do note that it requires recharge using starlight every now and then. Otherwise,
That's why we have the soul ring.
so
Yeah. Second, you see the flash of the dragon, like, fully behind her as she's just, like, and the magic fades. There.
As you finish it, the entire warehouse is gleaming with this almost glittery starlight, just being almost like you're in one of those weird place with like multiple mirrors where you see like multiple reflections of yourself. You see that, but with the halo effect just spreading all across the warehouse, emanating from this one center, and you see all the 83 employees erupt into like cheer and begin to applaud as your achievement finishes. And you have congratulations, you have made your Starmind item.
Alright. Yeah, I think Hala, for a moment, just smiles along with them and seems to relax a little before looking to Rowan.
Cool. Well.
Enough money for a house for 5 hours of work.
Enough money for multiple houses.
Yes.
It is done then.
Yes. I dare say all my iterations made some very amazing items, but many of them lacked the delicacy and beauty of this one. It was a wonder and joy to create. Thank you.
Thank you for helping me with it. It is strange to look at, I suppose.
I hand it to you.
Yeah, just holds onto it for a second and stares towards
It
it.
weighs as much as Starlight.
Well, let's see then.
And she carefully puts it on.
All right. So you put it on, and for a second, you feel the same sort of a sensation when you smell the wire walnuts, but minus the lavender smell. Just that sensation, but it's not a painful sensation. It is a sensation that you are more control of, and it's a sensation that is not stopping. Actually,
Hmm.
it's like there is a third eye for you that is just darting everywhere, and you're control of this third eye, and that's just spanning all across Ravnica to trying to pinpoint mines as you seek. Um, you can try to connect with people.
I think she would seek out Zeph instinctively.
I believe Zeph is having dinner with his his sister and his mother.
Gets a text in the middle of dinner.
I assume it's a similar sensation to when you reach out before, because I
With
have
the
to say
psychic
yes.
whispers, yes.
Yeah.
I assume so.
If it feels the same, then I would accept it. Hello?
Question to him, does it connect?
Yes, he connects.
Hello, Zeph. It's done, and it is working.
Ah, it appears so.
I am still in Gull's workshop.
That's
Sorry if I disturbed anything.
just having dinner with family. It's no worries.
Right. Say hi to them for me. Otherwise, I don't have anything else.
Sure. Sorry, just taking a moment,
Yeah,
before all hell breaks loose tomorrow.
that seems lovely. Wish I could be there, but well, at least this is done now.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Thank you, and enjoy.
Will do. See you tomorrow.
And just lets the link fade away. Still sits there quietly for a bit.
Okay.
So, just thumbs up.
Yes,
So-
I just spoke to Zeph.
Well, that's something you can do.
Yes, but
You-
he's still
there was
in
those-
precinct 2.
Yes, but there was the place, right? With Rye and the child.
Yes.
Look at that.
Let me see.
And she'll try to connect with Rai. You see if that works.
Okay. Let me just quickly post this meme, and then we can go.
Meme poster.
Yes. That is an obvious inspiration for this. Duh.
Yes.
All right. So, have you connected with Rai before?
I think once in the far, far past.
As
Yeah.
Eliza,
Yeah,
right?
once.
Yes, as
As
Eliza.
Eliza.
Okay, but she does know who Eliza is. So, all right. So,
Yes.
as you connect to Rai, you hear her words. She sounds
Hi.
a lot better. Hi.
Sorry, partially just saying
Please.
I as a test. You can
No.
hear me, right?
Don't say sorry. I like talking to you.
Well, I'm glad.
You can talk to me every time, anytime, all the time.
I'll keep that in mind, and, well, I keep in touch. How are you two holding up?
I'm good. Get no sleep. Keep waking up.
I see.
It's nightmare, but Ember is talking to him.
He's dead, then?
Yeah.
Well, still.
This place is really nice. We're
Hmm.
in the space, like asteroids and stuff.
Yes, I've been considering trying to get to work on that. Would you like me to see if I could make the place bigger?
Okay. Are you coming?
It's a
here?
question, right? You get the choice in it.
What do I do?
Do you want me to try and make the place bigger for you too?
How?
There's lots of debris floating around outside. I could try and pull it close, build something out of it.
Yes, like a garden.
I could aim for something like that. It might take a while, but I could try.
We could grow some zucchinis.
That would be lovely.
Zucchinis.
Yeah, and some tomatoes and some cilantros,
Mm.
some eggplants.
Oh, do you just want to have a garden? I feel like this is what we're finding out.
I will do what I can to try and achieve that for you then.
Maybe like a pear or peach tree, or like grapevines or something. That would be really nice.
It would,
Is
wouldn't
there
it?
oxygen out there? That's real quick.
I mean,
Oh,
that's part of what you have to solve in the time.
yeah, I want to see you all soon.
Yes, we will come visit soon. We just have some things to deal with first.
Okay, do you want me to tell Ember anything?
Say hi for me.
Ember! She shouts. Ember, you wake up, do you?
Probably still wherever the kid is,
Yeah,
because this isn't like.
Yeah, you guys were doing breathing texting, like breathing exercise and meditating, and you hear Rai scream from the other room. I guess whose room is she staying in? I don't know. Like, they just took the rooms they liked, I guess, off your rooms.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well,
With-
yeah, so the other was free. It's Sorry's room.
Yeah,
Without-
Rai would take Sori's room because it's the best.
Without
room.
any
Oh.
context, given that she just shouted his name, he comes running in with his weapon drawn. Because. Panic.
Hala says hi.
I mean,
You made me think something was wrong.
In mind, she's in mind. She says hi.
How is she in your... You know what? At this point, I give up trying to understand. Say hi for me. And then he just walked out.
Ember says hi.
Oh, good.
He was about to attack me with his weapon.
I think you scared him, honestly.
Okay.
He's not gonna attack you.
Like I said, anytime, speak to me. I like speaking to you.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep in touch, but for now I'm honestly kind of tired.
Good night.
Good night.
And she closes the link, looks back up to Rowan for a moment.
good, bad.
Yep, I can talk to Ray.
While she was
Much
talking,
issue.
did like anything weird happen?
No, the
Sweet.
the halo shines in a particular starry pattern to match the plane that she's trying to connect to. I guess for the demi plane, it would be like a, I don't know.
I mean, it's a previous plane that we collapsed and moved it to. So
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
It's not really a demi plane anymore.
no,
It is
it's just
a
a
plane
house
plane.
floating in space in another plane.
yeah. What was the
It's an
plane
actual
called again?
plane. Ren.
No,
No,
it's-
not Rin.
No.
It's let me have a look at my notes.
Regatha.
Regatha,
That's
yes.
it. Regatha. Yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to think it's just a hologram, tiny little body in a tree just floating.
Sure. Yeah. There are like floating trees. Yeah. Yeah. So
See her,
Regatha is
the
an
IP address
elaborate.
that she's... I just see like the IP address appear above her. It's like, oh, okay, that's where you're trying to...
I guess the runic, the celestial sort of like the star pattern would be similar to an IP address. I guess it's technically an IP.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can read star patterns, sure.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
technically an IP address for the plane.
Yeah. It's like a longitude, latitude, and time scale for plane.
Yeah.
Right.
IP address.
2 more things to
neat.
test them.
Sweet.
Uh,
I just write down that IP address. That's neat.
Do you mind if I try something on you, Rowan?
Sure.
And you see Hallie just reach out around towards you for a moment and try to telekinetically grasp you.
Oh wait, no, you can't do that on a creature. They have to roll for it, right? It's
Yes,
insane.
it's a roll, a contested roll.
Okay.
I fail. I try to see what she's about to do.
Oh, you
Yeah.
just evade. Okay then.
Yeah.
So.
I just put my hands.
So.
And just try to lift them like 5 feet off the ground.
Okay, so you see the two kind of asperities on either side of the center ring. They begin to glow, almost like uh, mantis sort of head antennae fashion, and as they glow, Rowan's form begins to slowly lift up from the ground, and some of the goblin workers are like, and they begin to like start laughing.
And put them back down.
Oh, okay, you put
Oh.
it back down. Put him.
Thank you.
Put her. Sorry, her.
So, Buckneys. Thank you.
Yes, that's working. That's good. Okay. Last thing.
And try and summon some psychic blades. And I have a new mind for how they look now. If you
Yay!
want me to
How do
describe.
they
Yes,
look?
definitely
Ooh.
want to see.
Mhm.
More artwork.
See it?
More.
No artwork for this one, sadly.
Mm.
Not yet, at least.
You can describe it. Go for it.
But yes, then just kind of stands up and reaches out a hand, and at first you see what seems to be a simple black spear forming. Hala stands up there. Then the sort of tip slowly emerges, and the very tip of it seems shaped like the Asoria symbol, whilst the black spear itself is faintly inlaid with just the smallest bit of heaven, like tiny stars here and there, and there's the slow twirling of almost red mist just dancing along the edges of it.
Oh, combining 3 different themes. I love it.
And then, in the other hand, summons another one, and this one is almost, well, radiant. It has a very similar shape, but instead of there being a primary blackness in the handle of the sphere, it is a like pure starlight, just held in her hand.
Neat. Totally should find a picture or make one for yourself, I guess.
I
will
doubt there
probably
would
at
be a
some point.
picture. Yeah, you'd have to make it.
Yeah, I'd have to make that.
It's working. I haven't used this shape in a long time. Don't think you've ever seen it. Well, those in your memory ever seen it?
No. It's been. Gosh, sorry. Yes. It's hasn't been a thing that we've seen in a very long.
Yes. Thank you, Rowan, and Gull and
You're
Liv, and whatever else. Not for going to Amanketh, but for this. This will help.
I'll tell you the truth. It's just Rowan.
Rowan, then.
Yes. Everyone else is kind of like
Auxiliary?
Yes, it's kind of like how they speak to you in Psychic Whispers. But they don't always have to.
That's fair.
Oh, damn it. There are 2 girls in the party, Doug.
Yes?
Alright, fine.
Is that? Do you not like that, DM? Is that a problem, DM?
No, that's not a problem. Why did I say that?
I don't know. You just get
Considering
very
the-
aggressive for a second.
Was a little
just
bit
like-
aggressive.
Okay.
Yeah, you're like, oh,
Anyway.
God.
No, I'm totally cool with it.
Do you have like a training room here or something? I want to get a full sense of what they can and cannot do before I go to sleep.
Yes. Yes, I have one room, I have one laboratory that's lined with Beskar. You should be able to take all your frustrations in there.
It's not frustration, yes, so much as trying. But sure.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright, end of scene.
Try
Yep.
something?
Vin goes to practice with the new things.
Alright,
I go
Ah.
practice with her.
okay. We move on to White Mage, last
Yeah.
but not certainly least. Alright, so you're sitting here in your laboratory quietly, contemplating what you've been up to today. Strange day to be. I mean, literally yesterday you were 10,000 years ago, and today you are in a new modern Ravnica. Strangest feeling. But here you are. You've accepted it. This would happen. What's happening, by the way? Why are you rolling double natural 33?
Don't mind it. Just
Okay.
playing it.
All right.
I scare it.
Yep.
Ooh, one does reading.
And you, I mean, you're kind of keeping an eye out on the portal, I guess, to see how your corona field is doing.
Yeah, after moving all the items away to
Your new lab.
lab 44,
Yeah.
I'll keep
43. Even,
checking
yeah.
on it. Was it 43?
43 is your lucky number that you drew.
I thought it was 44.
Was it 44?
Let me check. I'll check on Sorry's sheet. I did write it down.
Let's have a look. I think I wrote it down as well, right?
Lucky number 44.
Okay, then it's lab. It will be lab 44. Shall we say that?
Yep.
Okay, so you hear a thin, soft sound like a fluttering of a bird wing sound coming from somewhere. You turn to look.
Yeah, I tend to look where I think the sound's coming from.
You turn to look. You see a silhouette of a hooded figure emerging from a corner of the room of your lab.
More surprises.
He's wearing similar sort of white and diamond-esque robe. As he's beginning to come into light, you can see his face similar to you but more wrinkled, and beard more white and more elaborate, reaching all the way to his chest. Good evening, sorry. Sorry. Tom and Rastic.
Even more confused. Look, it's Tom and Vastin.
You're still at that stage. Fine. White mage, is it?
Yes, that's what I go by.
So very sorry. I thought you were sorry for a second there.
From what I've heard, he is dead.
Well, that's not good. That does not sound good at all.
Yeah, but I think his friends are working on bringing him back.
Well,
I don't know how.
well, I do hope they succeed. But in the meantime, you will have to do for now. I'm quite I'm quite satisfied that you've made it this far, but you'll have to do. How has the time dilation been for you?
A lot has changed, but many things are still the same here.
And your memories and your intelligence holding well?
Intelligence, yeah, memory.
Do you recall anything from where you had hopped from?
Only pictures.
Well, hopefully you will figure things out soon enough, because you will have to.
And who are you? And how do you know about that anyway?
Uh, can't you guess? I am you. From a very distant future.
Walk closer to him and see if I get a look at his face.
Yeah, as the shimmering teal light of oh wait, you're in your lab, right? Not in the
Yeah, I'm in my lab, yeah.
not with the portal room. Yeah. So I guess as the lantern light highlights his features, you do see the features. It's like looking at a mirror, but the mirror reflection is makes you look very, very old, like 100 years old. He's very wrinkly, leathery skin with liver spots all over his cheeks, his chin, and like parts of his I guess neck. He has a very bushy, like not really Santa white beard, but more like a very lean and triangular beard. Um, bushy white eyebrows that shine slightly. Well, this marks our first meeting, I suppose. Every time we do meet, we would have to keep it simple, short, and not discombobulating. Otherwise, the side effects are quite nasty.
Yeah. How are you here when I'm here and this soul is supposed to be here as well?
Well, I
Must miss
was
sync up.
intending to talk to Sori, but when I reached for him, it brought me to you because, like I said, we have to keep things simple, otherwise, it will get quite confusing quite fast.
So how can I help you then? Or me?
Well, no, there's nothing you can do that would help me. I'm here to help you with your situation. Shall we begin?
Sure, but what are we going to be doing?
Well, the time stasis effect is only temporary, but I will show you what happens at the end when your friend's spell lifts. And he puts a hand, he puts two of his fingers on your forehead, and as he kind of like gives you a pulse, this wave of chronomancy energy spreads, and you get a very clear vision of the the portal room. But all around you, where you saw Niv Mizet's laboratory, is no longer there. The entire Nivix is in ruin, as it is burning, and you see a massive undead-like army marching through it, and all of them have this pinkish glow in their eye sockets, as well as they have this weird uh, these magenta colored metals adorning their armor, as well as their wielding weapons made of this eternum, is it called eternum?
Eternium.
Eternium metal. And as they're marching out into the precinct 4, you hear a soft, almost like a trumpet of an elephant, a muffled sound of a trumpet of an elephant coming through the portal from Amonkhet. And from this tiny portal zooms out a massive figure of Niv Mizzet. His eyes are glossed over and it shines the same magenta color, and his scales are his purple and blue scales are reinforced with this Eternium metal, and riding atop of Niv Mizzet is Tesseret that you've seen before. As the wings are flapping, the undead Niv Mizzet's mouth opens, and you hear this massive ear-shattering roar of the undead dragon. I think that's where we're gonna end today's session. It's a
Alright.
Yep.
good place to end.
Yep.
Nice.
Do we get a long rest and everything? For
Yeah,
Sheep
it's
keeping?
Yeah, everyone, yes, long rest.
long one.
you have health,
Cool.
Ember.
You're back to life.
Gonna need it by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gonna
Oh,
be great.
the worst type of portrait rolls. Lots of average.
Yep.
You either want crits or fails. So if you want like nat 20s or nat 1.
But that 9 might kind of handy depending on save DCs.
Yeah, that's true. You could like these are potentially good saves.
Or bad saves for other people.
That's correct. Oh, we never rolled for Winds of Magic, did we? Or did you?
Yeah, we did.
Did.
You got it.
You got it.
Hey,
Yep.
I did. Yay.
I know the session's finished now, but anything curious out of all the items that White Mage took from this room?
Was there anything neat? Was there anything cool?
That's like walking into like
He's
the
dead,
US
Jim.
Department of Defense and going, "Is there anything here dangerous?"
Yeah.
Listen, the U.S. Department of Defense has a couple of cool things, but I feel like this is like a super villain. Come on.
Yeah. And at least White Mage has got them, not New Girl.
Oh, what? Oh, they took me.
Yeah. That's,
Do you even
they
have?
believe
Do
me.
you have? Huh?
Yeah, they gave me a lab.
But I gave the address of my. Cool. So silly.
You know the stream's still up, right?
Oh, yeah.
It,
Oh,
Alright,
do you want to start the stream?
that session went a lot better than I anticipated.
No one died.
Yes.
I know.